All to rise for the invocation and the pledges, and we have Pastor John Fletcher with Kelsey Memorial United Methodist Church here.
Thank you. Shall we pray together? Everlasting and gracious God, we gather today in humility and in awe of your creation. We thank you for our home here in the Coastal Bend. And we pray together that you would guide this court to serve the people of Nueces County. And to that end, we pray for your wisdom and discernment, compassion and grace to rest upon our county judge, each county commissioner, and every leader present. Root their conversations and decisions in justice and a true desire for all your people to flourish. Make real to us the responsibility to stand for the least of these among us and to care for our vulnerable sisters and brothers. Teach us to listen and to act with courage. Unite us all as we face our challenges as a community, and grant that your peace guide the work done here today so that we all may soon see the fruit and experience the blessing of a prosperous, safe, and content life together. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. We have all commissioners present. It is September the 25th. We are at 901 Leopard in the Nueces County courtroom, and I will present that there is a quorum present. The time is 9:10, and I call this meeting to order. Do we have any disclosures of conflicts of interest from any member? You can do so later on during the meeting, commissioners. There being none, we will go straight into our public hearing. It is 9:11, and we are starting our public hearing. Item E1, the Commissioners Court will conduct a public hearing on the proposed 24-25 Nueces County Hospital District budget. And Mr. Hipp is on line. I assume you are the one presenting this again.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I regret that I'm not going to be able to be there today, and hopefully this presentation will be beneficial to the public and help folks better understand what the hospital district does, and also to refresh members of the court of what the district's budget outline is, as I've presented to you before. And so, Connie, thank you for putting that up there. Commissioners, I have just a few brief slides. They're divided up in just the two parts. The first part would deal with some trends that I've showed you before. And then the second part deals with the actual revenues, expenses, and the district's fund balances across all its funds for the end of next fiscal year. So, Connie, if you could go ahead and turn to the next slide. So, Commissioners, this is the first of the three trend lines I wanted to share with you. This is the hospital district's tax rate history, all the way from 1996 to what we have proposed for fiscal year 2025. Without getting hung up in all the individual red dots, I do want to call your attention to the red trend line that's superimposed on the graph. The trend line is one that's calculated by Excel when we put all the information into it. And so the purpose of this is just to show the citizens and commissioners that for most of its time since 1996, with once or twice along the way, the district has used its effective tax rate to operate on, and I can show you later in the slides why we've been able to do that. So, Connie, next slide. So this slide is the second of the three trends, and this is the what we refer to at the district as the county healthcare expenditures, county healthcare services. And what this demonstrates is that since 2000, the hospital district's contribution toward county healthcare expenditures has across the way increased as shown by the red trend line. And these county expenditures entail things like mental health, healthcare in the jail, emergency medical services, public health, and a variety of other things that the hospital district provides, either pays for directly or reimburses the county for providing. So Connie, the next slide. This is a cutout, if you will, of one of the county healthcare expenditures, and this is the slide for mental health services. What this depicts is the hospital districts increasing contributions to mental health services in the county. So Connie, next couple of slides. Next one. So members of the court and the public, this pie chart represents the hospital district's general fund. The hospital district's general fund is the one that we operate all the district's business in and out of. And to the degree that we need money from other funds, we transfer it into this fund. But this fund does capture all of the hospital district's revenue. And what is distinctive about this pie chart is that 75% of the hospital district's revenues in FY 2025 are contributed through non-tax means. In other words, we only use 25% of the revenue coming in, that's the tax money to operate the district, and the other 76%, 75% comes to us primarily through our relationship with SPON and the revenue sharing agreement that we have with them. So Connie, next slide. This slide also is distinctive. It represents the hospital district's expenditures proposed for fiscal year 2025. And what is distinctive about this pie chart in terms of the expenses is that 87% of the hospital district's 85% of the hospital district expenses are intergovernmental transfers. Those are supplemental payments that the hospital district makes to the state that benefit all three hospital systems here in Corpus Christi. And those systems being Christus Spahn, Driscoll Children's Hospital, and HCA, which would be Bay Area Medical Center and Doctors Regional. The other parts of the pie chart make up the county healthcare expenditures and the other thing the district pays for. But again, I want to highlight the fact that most of the district's budget in 2025, as it has in prior years, goes into drawing down supplemental federal payments for the other hospitals that operate in the community. So Connie, next slide. So commissioners, this slide is a representation of the two major funds that the hospital district has. It's its indigent care fund and the general fund that I mentioned a while ago. The indigent care fund is the one shown in green, and the general fund is the one shown in blue. And these are stacked by chart, bar charts is how they refer to them. And so when the two are stacked together, the top of the bar is where in aggregate the district's funds are for those two funds. So what I'd like to point out is about midway through the chart, starting in year 2012 and 2013, this is when the hospital district entered into its membership agreement arrangement with SPON that we presently operate under today. This arrangement has been good for the hospital district and good for the county. It has provided funds to the district to do things that we couldn't do prior to 2013. And the intent of this is to show you how much the membership agreement has benefited everyone in terms of revenue and to show you where we plan on ending the district's budget next year in fiscal year 2025. In fiscal year 2025, the aggregate of these two funds will be about $106 million. It's a downward somewhat from 117 in the prior year in 2024, but we do intend to end the district on a positive note. So commissioners and members of the public, that's all I have for this, and I'm available to take any questions.
Are there any questions? And thank you very much, Mr. Hipp. We appreciate the presentation. This is the second of the which, so we appreciate it. Moving on to item number 2, the Commissioners Court will conduct a public hearing on the proposed 24-25 Nueces County budget.
Thank you, Your Honor. In accordance with the tax code, we're preparing the budget hearing for our proposed rate. Our proposed rate was above our no new tax rate, so that requires us to provide a hearing for you. I'll give a few minutes to get that brought to the screen.
Close the wrong thing.
We had discussed this earlier before, so it's kind of repeating. This is kind of similar to what Johnny had provided you on some bar graphs and some line graphs that we're showing. We're going to go through some items of discussion. We're going to tell you what our proposed tax rate was and is, and our exemptions, and also some trends that we have, like Johnny had said. So if we go to the next page, we show you what our tax rates are that we propose for the 24-25 tax year. Currently, our current tax rate that we're under is 0.240253 per $100 valuation. When we did our calculations from the information that we received from the appraisal district and through the truth and taxation calculations from the state of Texas, we calculated what they call a no new revenue tax, which used to be called the effective rate, is 0.256637. As you can see, that's a small increase from the current year, and that was because of some evaluation changes that occurred at the appraisal district. We're proposing a current rate of 0.279379, which is currently the voter-approved rate plus the unused increments. The proposed hospital district rate is 0.097012. These are all per $100 valuations. We go to the next screen, please. We chose the largest entities in the county, so some of you may have a small difference on your exemptions, but these are the majority that the people in Nueces County cover these, which is the City of Corpus Christi, the CCISD. On this, if you live in different school district and in a different city, these might be a little different, but these are what we have for you at the moment. So for Nueces County, we have a current 20% homestead exemption with a minimum of $5,000 per year valuation. If you're over 65 and disabled for Nueces County, the exemption is $62,500 for each. For the City of Corpus Christi, is a 10% evaluation exemption, minimum again of $5,000, and they're over 65 and disabled is $50,000. For CCISD, with the change of the law last year, they have the current homestead exemption of $100,000, and as you see in the notes below, this was a legislative session change, and this might change when the next legislation comes up, but right now this is $100,000. Now, over 65 and disabled is still a little less than the original homestead of 60/60, but that's what currently was told. For Del Mar College, we show a $5,000 homestead exemption with a $50,000 for both homes over 65 and disabled. Hospital district is exactly the same as Nueces County with a 20% of your evaluation, minimum $5,000 with $62,500 for over 65 and disabled. These are your exemptions for your homestead at the time of the balances. The next slide, please. Here kind of shows you our trend in tax rate. We didn't go quite back as far as Johnny did to 2009, so we only went back to 2007, 2008. But you see we kind of gone slightly, stayed similar to that for a few years and started going down in 2013, 2014, and then we did go a big drop last year because we didn't choose no new revenue tax last year, and because the valuation was a big change, it did drop significantly. Now we're proposing an increase this year, even though if we even use the no new revenue tax, that increase would go up because of, again, the valuation change. But you see the trend history going how we're trying to maintain the tax rate. Next slide. As Johnny said, this is the tax rate for the hospital district, and it's kind of going. It had a small increase in 2010 to 11, as this was shown on his report, and it's slightly been going down lately, and continue going down to 23, 24. Again, it's going to be proposing going up, but even if we use a no new tax rate for the hospital district, that will be an increase of the tax rate due to the valuation changes. On the next page, we're going to kind of give you a combined rate of both the county and the hospital district combined. And you show, again, the same history that you saw when you saw the counties. It's kind of went up a little bit, and then we've gone down for the last few years with a significant drop in 23, 24. And there will be a slight increase in going up, but that rate will be determined when y'all adopt the tax rate this afternoon. Now we should show the tax revenue collections for all funds. This is the county's general fund, the debt service fund, and the farm to market fund. As you see, back in 2014, 2015, we were right about 74 million. If we do the proposed rate this year, we'll be right at 121 million. The valuation has changed, and we've had a lot of significantly new properties. So that is a reason why we've seen the increase of those rates. Go to the next slide. We'll kind of show you what our general fund balances are compared to what we hope to have and our target value are. We see in 2016 we were above our target, and the target is that dotted line. In 2016 to 2017, we had some significant expenses that we didn't foresee coming, and we dropped our fund balance. Our fund balance has gone down, and we've been trying to bring it up significantly, and we brought it up to 2021, close to the line. Lately, we've been staying close to around that 25.6, 25.7 million. Right now, we're estimating 25.3, but you see it's slightly below that target line of 28. What does that target line mean? The target line means that when you adopt the budget, you try to set aside enough fund balance reserves in case of emergency situation, and currently the target is 25% of our budgeted revenue. Next slide. Now the tax code requires us to show you what our balances are for a average homestead. Now the average homestead does change every year. This year, the valuation for a homestead average is $202,257. When we compare that to last year, the last year's valuation was $185,661. So you see it's about a $20,000 increase in value. If you use last year's rate, both the hospital district and the county, the total tax levy for the average house is $604.32. If we do our proposed tax rate at the current assessed value of the average homestead, that's $761.27. That is $156.95 increase, or a 25% change. That does sound significant. We try to bring this up, and we try to minimize this as best we can. Now we go to the next page. Now, if the Commissioners Court adopts the current tax rate of 0.279379, this will raise more taxes for our maintenance operation fund. The amount of taxes that will be raised is 9.84%. And on a $100,000 home will be approximately $37.43. Now we kind of show you what your tax share for your house is for all the taxing entities that involve. Again, some of y'all might have a few different. Some of y'all might have emergency service districts within this. So again, this is for a majority of those in Nueces County. As you see, the biggest taxing entity is CCISD. The next being the city of Corpus Christi. The Nueces County and the Del Mar College is right about the same at 11.1, 11.2%. And the hospital district is at 4%. That's kind of where your tax values go to and your tax rates go. Now, as Johnny was saying, we're trying to show where the money comes from for the county. We're a little different from the hospital district. Most of our taxes are 85% of our total revenue is from property tax. So that's where it's a little harder for the county to do some stuff, because most of our funds are from this. Now, we've seen a lot of increases in some of our charges for services and some of our intergovernmental revenue, and we hope that will continue and reduce the impact of the property tax at the value. Next screen. Here's where the money goes. As you see, for us, the majority of our cost is 67.2%, and that's personnel. That includes your employees and benefits that are associated with the cost. Your next one is 7%. That's most likely your other service and charge, which is your rents, your insurances, and the other stuff that covers the other balances. So, but you see where a majority of the funds kind of go. Next screen. We do have a few budget challenges. Now, we probably have more on that we'll be discussing as we come up to our budget hearing, our budget workshop here very soon. But we have a personnel policy that requires a continuous pay for every 3 years. An employee that meets 3 years gets a 2.5% increase in salary. And this year, there's approximately 173 regular employees and 8 elected officials that qualify for this exemption or continuance, and that's around a $221,000 increase. We're under a collective bargaining agreement with our law enforcement officers, and currently this year, there's 304 employees in that collective bargaining agreement, and that effect of that is $325,025. Last year, when we got our new consultant for our insurance, it was determined that our health insurance fund is kind of in need of additional funds, and the Commissioners Court did approve a premium increase for both the employee and the employer. And with the employer increase, it costs a $2.27 million increase in health insurance increases. Now, because of our interest was so high this year, our retirement plan with Texas County District Retirement System, we're able to see a reduction in the plan value. Now, this continues to go up and down each year. 1 year was helpful that we saw a $150,000 decrease.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes, sir.
Or make a point. I want to make sure, so on this $2.2 million health insurance increase, that's for all employees, law enforcement, everybody?
Yes, yes,
So
sir.
I just want to,
Anyone
in the
that's
room, and others are in the
anyone that's
room,
covered through insurance, yes.
I want to make sure that everybody understands that this county just gave a significant raise to the employees in this county because we are eating $2.2 million that would have come out of the employee pocket had we so chosen to do that. So if that doesn't count, then I really don't want to hear a whole lot of griping about other things because that has to count.
Yes.
And that could have been money instead that we put towards raises, but we chose as a court this year because we didn't want to ding the employees with it to increase our liability by $2.2 million, which is, it'd be nice to know what that equates to for everybody. It's not today, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but to get that out, because I truly still don't believe the employees really fully understand how much we are paying for them that would otherwise come out of their pockets for this health insurance. And again, I wish we would do it in raises because I think that's the only thing they clearly understand. And I don't mean that rudely. I mean, that's the only thing that, because they see it in their pocketbooks, right? I get it. But I really continue to bring this up because this is a huge amount of raise that we gave everybody, law enforcement, everyday employees, whatever, that health insurance goes up all the time, and we've continued to eat these costs on a regular basis, and that's what's making, that right there is what's making this budget very, very, very difficult.
That is
And
correct.
that's okay, because we're taking care of our employees, but boy, it is really making this budget difficult.
And and just so that the health insurance cost for the county for the entire cost is about $15 million a year.
For the county.
For the county.
So the county's portion, is $15 million a year.
Yeah.
And the employee's portion, what is that roughly? Just curious. That's a good point.
It's close to 3 or 4 million, 5 million.
So we pay 15 million, they play 3 to 5 million.
Yeah, right there,
Okay,
yeah.
so again, and that 15 million has been an accumulation that we as a court, and
Yes.
this goes way back, this has gone on for years that we've done this, that I don't really, I think people completely gather, so I'm gonna keep beating that horse to make sure that the employees know that this court has spent a ton of money on them and that's gotta count as a raise. If it doesn't, I don't know what else, I don't know how else to call it, because that's exactly what it is. Otherwise, they'd have to pay a large portion of it. So anyway, all right, thank you. I beat that horse enough today.
The last issue on here is, as we remember from the hospital district's budget proposal as well as their value, they removed the funding for vector control from their sources. So we're bringing this to the county right now. We don't have a funding source or a department to cover the vectors control. We believe it's a vital interest to the county for all what's going on. So it's something we need to probably add to the budget. So we just don't know where the funding sources will be coming from. That's right about 270 because of some other changes. It's probably closer to 290, but right now we're saying 275 for vector control. And that's the known challenges, but there are additional more challenges that we have. That's the presentation I have for you at the moment. I thank you for your time. If you have any additional questions, I'll be glad to answer those.
I want to ask you, one of the last slides, there was a section on, I think it was like third to the last, when you gave the breakdown of expenses.
Yes,
It was, no, so go down to the bar.
it's on 14.
There we go. Nope, you got it, 14. Food. It's become a hot topic on the city side, not to point it out, but I want to clarify. When it says food, is that to the jail or is that?
That's the jail and juvenile, yes.
Yeah,
So we probably
Yes.
should clarify that,
Yeah,
just because we
very
don't want
good
anybody
point.
else to think that,
That's
we don't-
required
we're
service
not
we have to do
using
for
our
the,
cards
yes.
or P cards or anything like that.
We bring the value for, we have almost no expenses for food other than what's required for the inmates in the jail and juvenile.
Thank you. Thank
we
you
should
for
maybe
clarifying.
add that to future
yes.
charts
Yes,
to
yes.
clarify, yes. Good point, Commissioner. Any other questions, Commissioners? Then that will conclude our public hearing. I will close the public hearing at.
Judge, hold on.
Oh.
I think Judge McCoy
Oh,
wanted
do
to
you?
speak.
Yes,
Is that all right?
yes.
Okay. Thank you, Judge Scott and Commissioners. What I'm here for is some proposals for County Court at Law Number 5. Every time the budget comes up and I work on it, everybody kind of looks at Court 5 and says, well, how come Court 5's budget is so much higher than all the other county courts at law? And Court 5 is a special court. The Court 5 handles all of the CPS, juvenile cases, guardianship cases, as well as the JP appeals. So basically everything that none of the other judges want to handle. So, and we also handle our most vulnerable citizens, meaning our elderly and our children. Not only do we deal with child abuse, but we also deal with elderly abuse. And what I'm here for today is we also have an associate judge that was established years ago, and I think one of our commissioners here established the position. And since the establishment of that position, our caseload at Court 5 has increased dramatically, okay? And there's a number of reasons why. It's not just an increase locally, it's an increase statewide, and it has a lot to do with changes in statutes, changes in burdens of proof with regards to removals, privatization of service providers, and this is an hours discussion that we can have another time. However, if y'all have any questions with regard to that, I can field the answer, or I can answer. So the budget is also increased. If you look historically, it's gone up each year with regards to attorney's fees, expenditures, and that also has a lot to do with caseload and increased caseload. One of the biggest reasons for that is our increase in, or is the change in the statute which requires attorney appointments on, from the outset of cases on a number of cases that have to do with Court 5. And I say that because that statute also has to also affects how quickly a case can get through the court, the amount of time it takes to litigate a case, and that has, again, nothing to do with the way we try to run the court or anything like that. It just has to do with changes in the law, which I'm, bound to follow. And due to that increase, it requires more time from the court, more time from the county attorney's office, it just, again, kind of an increase all around. Judge Huerta, Marty Huerta, who's been the associate judge there since before I got elected, has done a great job. Progressively, her time has increased from the time she first took the position as associate judge. We found it necessary to increase the amount of hours that she works based as a direct result of the caseload increase. And so what I'm here today to ask for is, and I believe it is on as a proposed increase, is to pay her what's fair. And when I say what's fair, I just would like to ask that she get paid what all the other associate judges in the state are getting paid. Nueces County is kind of behind with regards to this issue. You know, if you look at San Antonio and some of the other similarly sized counties, you know, they may have 2 or 3 associate judges relating to one, assigned to one district judge that handle all these CPS cases. Not only does she handle the increased caseload, but she's been instrumental in establishing our drug court, which has taken off and has become a terrific asset for this community. It's, you know, you can ask anybody that's involved, our county attorney's office, service providers, everything. It's really gone well. And the vast majority of that program is grant funded. So again, what I'm asking for is basically what's fair. I think her salary right now is around $51 an hour. I think it's been, she's had a couple of cost of living increases, but I believe the median salary for this position ranges from $140 to $170,000 throughout the state. And whatever an associate judge who was hired in 2012 right now would probably be earning 151, 200 or so, give or take some. I'm asking for whatever I can get. I'm here to fight for my people, and I know the job they do. Moving forward, she's in a great position to accept this position, to continue in this position, because she loves it. One, she had been semi-retired for a long time, so this was kind of her passion and her baby, so to speak. And so she was able to do other work before, as far as sitting as a visiting judge, that kind of thing before this. However, she can't do that anymore now that she's full-time with the county. So again, I'm asking, again, just to pay what's fair. And in the future, if we ever have to fill this position again, it's going to be very difficult to fill it and find an attorney with that type of judicial experience in order at the salary that is proposed right now. Court 5, by the way, is also one of the only court in the county, I believe, that is personal liability for the judge. So we do have to pay attention to our cases. Historically, this court has been extremely generous. It's hard to come in and put a price tag on the way we handle our most vulnerable citizens in the county. But again, when you see cuts in services in one area, mental health and all that, I'm not saying that there has been cuts, but I'm saying drop-offs of services in other areas basically ends up in Court 5. But historically, the court has been very generous and provided lots of resources and helped us out a great deal. And I'm just asking for that to continue. And once again, I'm not asking, I don't think, for anything above and beyond. I'm just asking for what's fair in comparison to every other county and state in the country, or in the state. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to field them.
I think that's good. Thank you very much, Judge.
Okay,
Yes.
thank y'all.
I think Kara wants to speak as well.
Thank you. I just have a proposal, an amendment for my budget. And I'm sorry I didn't get it in sooner. I didn't realize that this is where we were until, I guess, kind of the mix-up or the mess-up a couple weeks ago. But mine's very simple. It's along the lines of what Judge McCoy wants as well. It's just to make it fair. So Lulu is my filings manager, and she's at a 22 right now. It's a unique position only in my office, so it won't affect any other departments or offices. I'm just asking that she is increased to a 24. That's on par with the other managers in my office. And it will not hit the general fund because I can use the difference, the cost increase from special revenue, records management 1315, because she also does records management. So it's pretty simple, and I'm asking for y'all's support. That's it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? I know you guys all signed up for public comment. You're more than welcome. I was gonna pull that up next. I can go out of the hearing and do that now, so if there's no other questions or comments, I will, everyone that signed up is on the budget, so if y'all wanna go ahead and speak, we're in the budget hearing, so, yeah. I've got the list here, yes. Eric Wood, you're up first, yes, go
Yes,
ahead,
ma'am.
yes.
Good morning. My name is Lieutenant Eric Wood. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 16 years. I've been in law enforcement for 30, since I've turned 21. Nueces County is beyond underpaid when it comes to law enforcement. And if this tax rate increase does not go through, there will be no money available to give us a raise next year. Everybody on the Commissioner's Court 2 years ago, when we agreed to a short contract, it was the understanding that everyone gave to us, unless I completely misunderstood it from everybody on the Commissioner's Court, they wanted to pay us what we deserved. And as part of that, we agreed to a salary survey, which is due, I know, in the next couple months. And we're supposed to start bargaining on that in a few months. It's not gonna do any good to have the salary survey come in and show how short-handed we are, or, I'm sorry, short-paid we are if there's no money in the budget. I know, and everybody I works with, we all know how underpaid we are. There is literally nobody from this county, from any of the adjoining counties that get paid as bad as we do. Our starting pay is beyond terrible. Everybody around us, because of the changes in the ISD PD requirements, is shorthanded because the ISD PDs have pulled from all the agencies. They have pulled from all the academies. There are not very many officers left. There are not very many people interested in getting to law enforcement left because they have all gone to these ISD PDs that pay significantly higher than we do. Portland PD just got a big raise. Ingleside pays better than we do. Port Aransas pays better than we do. Aransas Pass pays better than we do. Clayburgh pays better than we do. Jim Wells pays better than we do. San Patricio pays better than we do. And I'm not talking about $1 an hour. I'm talking about 20 to 40% difference in pay. It is a significant difference, and it is just going to keep getting worse because cost of living keeps going up, and all these other agencies keep increasing their pay to attract employees. If something doesn't change, it's going to reach a critical point, and I think it's going to happen soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Elliot Martinez.
Judge, can I just ask while whoever's
Yeah.
walking up, the contract would not go in, wouldn't start, when is that contract over? Next budget
It
year, right?
ends the end of this.
Right, so this budget year,
Start negotiating after December, yeah.
right, so just so y'all are clear, this budget year has nothing to do with next year's contract,
He
just
said
so you
that.
know,
He
right? I
stated
mean,
that in the
okay,
beginning,
I just
yes.
want to make sure that that's the case, and we all do agree that you need to be paid more, still do. In fact, I think it's important to note that, last year, when we were in the worst budget we've ever been in, we still found a way, after cutting the budget,
hearing. It's the hearing.
to get y'all raises, so we can get that short-term contract. So even in the worst budget I've ever seen in any public service I've ever been in, we were able still to figure out how to get y'all paid because you are such a priority to us. So I think, I'm hoping that that is remembered too as part of those discussions, because what you said is correct, but there is, and the rest of the story is, at the last contract, in the worst budget ever, we were able to find a significant amount of money for y'all because we wanted to get you paid as a body, and I think that was a 5-0 vote to do that, so I don't, I think it was definitely, when I say us, I'm not trying to speak for everybody else, but I think that's what the court was on that. I think there's a proposal in the judge's proposal today, I think if I'm reading this right, to take care of the vehicles that y'all were concerned about, so I think now I don't know what's gonna pass, we haven't done that yet, but I think that's again a sign of your value as well by the fact that and I think that was the judge's proposal that she came up with that, so I'm not trying to take credit for anything at all. That was her proposal, and it's in the proposal, and it's got to get voted on, but that's in there. So at this point in time, we have done everything we said we were going to do, and your contract doesn't come up until not this budget cycle, but the next one. So I'm glad you're here. You're always welcome, but I don't think you are, but I don't want anybody to even think that we don't place high value on law enforcement, because ever since I've been here, we've increased the contracts and increased the pay. Maybe not enough, I get it, but we've done it. We've worked with you very closely on that. And I'm gonna say again, the fact that I'd like to, when we're doing that salary study, I'm sure hoping we're looking at comparing benefits also, because I would have a hard time believing those counties are paying the kind of insurance premiums that we are compared to other ones. And I may be wrong, I don't know, but I'd like to see it, because if we're paying 15 million out of the total of 20, that's a pretty high percentage, and maybe they are. But I hope that goes into the salary study, because I'd like to see that too. So if Tim's here, I'd like to compare our benefits also, because I think that's a fair look. And if we're short there, then we need to figure out how to make up for it. That's why we did the salary survey. And when we get that, we'll definitely have something strong to look at. So you make great points, and I just hope that everything's taken into consideration on that as well, because we have voted pretty much, as no matter what the makeup of this court has been, pretty unanimously ever since I've been here to increase, and support. And again, I know we can always do more. We can always do more for a lot of people too, and we're trying our best. So, but we do value you, and we appreciate you very much, and I appreciate y'all being here today.
Mr. Martinez, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Hello, good morning to all of y'all. Nice to see y'all. So I'm not going to ask that question, do y'all support law enforcement? Because in reality, all of y'all do support law enforcement. So I'm going to get to the point here. So y'all do got a pay study coming up. So not till you're right, for the next budget or next year or whatnot. But what these guys are wanting to do is to be ahead of the game, not behind the game. And yes, y'all need to take a look into things to see what the study does say. But more likely, the pay study is going to state that we are due for a raise. So there's a position that's been available, an SRO position for the Banquetti ISD for several weeks. Not very many people have applied. They don't want to apply due to the pay. Banquetti did state that they wanted to raise the pay to $65,000. From the, I think it was a $20,000 raise, but they couldn't do it because of how, well, they're equal to us, so we're have to get the same rate. And so they were, it was kind of like, you can't do it because these guys aren't going to get the same rate, so it wouldn't have been fair. So another option was they went ahead and put it on a law enforcement forum through the state of Texas. Hey, we have a position open, pays $19 an hour, thinking that we were going to get some responses. However, we were made fun of by several law enforcement agencies, stating, two comments were made. Hey, we're going to pray for Nueces County. We'll pray for y'all. And then the second comment was, why don't you go apply at Buc-ee's? So, we were kind of like, hey, what's going on here? Why are these guys making these comments? So the whole reason is that all around the state of Texas.
Wait, who made a comment about Buc-ee's?
Yes,
What?
sir.
Who made a comment?
Another law enforcement agency.
Sorry. Just,
Yeah, I mean, I can show it to you at
I
a
believe
later
you.
date and time.
I was just making sure there wasn't anybody in here that made.
No, not
that.
here.
Okay,
No,
okay.
it was a forum, a law enforcement forum through the state of Texas. Anyhow, so that's the issue. A lot of law enforcement agencies are paying higher around the area. They're paying $25 an hour, $26 an hour. They're even giving gas incentives, gas reimbursements. I believe Freer and Falfurrias, they're paying $25, $26 an hour, unlimited overtime, and gas reimbursement. Another issue that kind of like, it kind of raises a little issues with me as well. Loyalty, working with Nueces County. You have a lot of guys here that are 18, 20, 23-year veterans, and their pay rate is $22, $23 an hour. However, when you have a 5-year veteran with CCPD who is getting paid almost $40 an hour. So it's just kind of, I know it's two different birds, but it's just kind of, we got loyalty here. You got guys that are willing to retire at this agency, and you got 5-year veterans making almost double. I know my time's run out. I had a lot more to say, but it's the first time speaking at this thing, so
This is
I
a
appreciate all.
public hearing, there really isn't a time limit.
Yeah.
This is not public speaking, this is the public hearing, so if you have anything that you haven't had the opportunity to say, you have a couple of more minutes. Yes.
Okay, Judge, I appreciate
That's the only
that.
reason we can talk, that's the reason Commissioner Chesney can ask questions. This is part of the public hearing, this is not part of public comment.
Okay, and another issue is, okay, the pay's an issue, and yes, we are shorthanded as well. There are several days where the west side of the county, there's only 2 or 3 deputies. And, you know, we do get calls, we do get serious calls as well. But the question I raise is safety for us, due to the fact that we do deal with a lot of highway interdiction, like, you know, the cartels and stuff like that. They take it all the back roads. We deal with a lot of human smuggling, narcotics, and whatnot. But the thing is, like, if something was to happen, if one of us was to get shot or get hurt or injured, our backup is a long way away. There's going to be Jim Wells County, Claybrook County, maybe CCPD, or maybe the paramedics or the firefighters to come save us, to help us out. On the other side of the county, I mean, you see a bunch of officers on the map, but on the west side of the county, you only see 2, 3 a night. So we do have a lot of issues with safety concerns. We do our job the best the ability that we could do, but that does raise some concern on my end and some of these guys as well. A lot of the officers and deputies, they work about maybe 14, 15, 16-hour days at times just to, you know, get the overtime. I know the jailers, they have several days where they're working 7, 10 days straight as well, just to get that extra money in their pocket. You know, and it kind of destroys the work-home life balance as well. So, you know, pay raises, I understand that y'all pay a lot for the insurance, but, you know, the whole area all around us is paying as well, is paying more. And it's just, you know, mind-boggling at times at looking at the pay, you know, throughout the years. I've been with Nueces County for about 8 years. I've been in law enforcement for 13 years. Another issue is, another subject I wanted to bring up with Austin PD. You know, yes, sir, it's a bigger city. They're short about 400 officers. However, they're you know, just not Austin PD. Austin PD is actually having a sign-on bonus. I believe it's a $20,000 sign-on bonus to be a police officer there. And then along the areas as well, they're having sign-on bonuses, $5,000, $10,000, $2,000. And, you know, the whole area of Texas is seeing that we are short officers. Nobody wants to be police officers anymore. So basically, they're offering all these incentives, you know, to come apply with us, come work for us, and they're upping the ante with the pay, the benefits, the vacation, you know, the retirement as well. So, but I believe that's about everything I have to say. I really appreciate y'all hearing me out on this, and I 100% believe that y'all will do the right thing when the time comes to it. And yes, it's about a year away, like Mr. Chesney stated, but you know, like I said, these guys like to get ahead of the game instead of, you know, being a little bit late to the show.
We
But I appreciate
you
y'all.
being here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Nathan L. Perez.
How you doing? My name is Nathaniel Perez. I'm the Vice President of the Sheriff's Officers Association. And Lieutenant Wood and Elliot kind of took a lot of my talking points, you know. I didn't know they were going to steal them from me. But as far as benefits, we talked about benefits. A lot of counties are actually offering where it's free for the employee. And it's a very low cost for the family. Nueces County doesn't offer that. Gasoline reimbursement, so your personal gasoline reimbursement, just to get you to drive out there. I've said it before, and now Nueces County, and I know we have a pay study coming, they're gonna give you all this information, but I've been following this for years and years. I've sat on a lot of collective bargaining boards and contracts. Nueces County is the 17th largest county in Texas, population and budget. Galveston is next, or above, and they're paying $24.64 an hour. Lubbock is the next one closest to us, and they're paying $26.43 an hour. Nueces County is starting off at $16.98. McDonald's down the street is starting off it'll start you at $16. So Nueces County is paying 98 cents more than McDonald's. As far as equipment and safety, we're on our own out there. I personally had CCPD come and help me get out of a house, because me and my officers, the crowd overtook us. We could not get out. So we hit our emergency buttons. The city of Corpus Christi had to come to Robstown to pull us out of the houses. The vest that I wear right now, the soft armor covers more surface area than the rifle vest that we get the grant through. The rifle vest from the grant covers just a small section of your chest, your vital organs. Soft body armor covers your sides, your ribs, your back. They're stab proof, they're slash proof. Mine's expired. It's been expired. I still wear it. My family doesn't know it's expired. My kid doesn't know it's expired because it makes them feel better. They think I'm actually being taken care of. I'm not. It's not in the budget. What's happened is we used to get it through the county or soft armor. It stopped because I guess the grant stopped where you either pick rifle plates or you pick soft armor. We need both. Hard armor also weighs a lot more, so it's very uncomfortable for the officer, and it's not as practical. It doesn't cover as much surface area either. And then what Ellie was talking about is, yes, we can't hire anybody. We have a position open. We're probably gonna have another position open pretty soon. We've had other guys try to leave. Nueces County is not competitive at all in pay rates. And while this decision today does not, I'm hoping this decision today does not affect our contract negotiations in a few months. Because in all our contract negotiations, I have been told, being reassured, that the court supports law enforcement, that it's not a lack of will, it's a lack of funding. That's what we've been told. It's a lack of funding, not will, it's funding. What I hope is that when we go to the table in a couple of months, the court doesn't come with and say, we don't have the funding to get y'all those pay raises that y'all need. Because when that pay study comes out, it's going to be embarrassingly low. It's going to be embarrassing. You know, we're embarrassed already. Like you said, that state website that we posted on, we got made fun of. We got laughed at. They picked on us because we're making $19 an hour. They're making $39 an hour. And we're trying to recruit them. They start trying to recruit us. They're like, hey, brother, come up north. It's a lot better. And now we don't even have to go up north. Portland just is offering now $64,000. Robstown ISD is offering $31 an hour, and we're at $19 an hour. So I'm hoping that the court is looking forward. And what I've asked before is, what we want is, what we're going to ask the court to do is, when that pay study comes out, y'all make the decision to support us, to have our backs, and to go to Dale and say, Dale, how many do we have? How much would it cost? How long would it take us to get there? And then we can negotiate time. The units, that's news to us, because we're all we have some units that are kind of held together with zip ties, you know, the bumpers and stuff from falling off. We have one unit that we don't turn off because it might turn back on. Once we turn it on for the day, you leave it, you know. So I'm glad to hear that y'all are budgeting that. We need body armor. We need soft body armor. That is, every day we're just taking a risk. You know, a lot of us are alive. And I've said this before, a lot of us are alive by just dumb luck. This morning, you know, I've been at work since 5:30 yesterday. And I came here because I felt it was important. This morning, we were looking for an individual that was supposed to be armed in Robstown. And that's why we ran late. That's why I wasn't able to get my nap in, but I had to come straight over here. But we do face a lot of dangers. We're understaffed, we're underpaid, and now we're being under-equipped. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Joseph Rodriguez Sr., you want to speak about the budget as well, I understand.
Okay, they took a lot of points completely, but you know, I just hope that y'all take into consideration that if there's an active shooter or something at the school, Banquetti, and moral catastrophes happen or whatever, what are we going to tell them? Hey, well, we didn't have enough people here, but hey, well, we took care of that insurance though. Yeah, you know, what are you going to tell families? when people aren't applying here and everybody's leaving, then there's a mass exodus, and then is that what it's gonna take to get the pay up? And then they fall behind even more when everybody knows what needs to be done. Just get it done. Figure out a way to get the money because it's essential. So that's pretty much it. But at the end of the day, you can't go, well, everybody's getting insurance, everybody's getting this, you know, because it's an essential job. You can't even compare that or put that into consideration with all these other agencies have way better benefits and then the pay. And then they're offering more. They're offering $10,000 sign-on bonuses and just other things. And then just to say, hey, well, y'all need to take into consideration the insurance and what we're doing for everybody. Why is that even being brought up? That's irrelevant. It's, you know, things need to get on track and everybody knows what needs to be done. So we should just do it, or it should just get done. But that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much for being here as well. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak on the budget? Go ahead. Yes.
Good morning, County Judge and Commissioners. I stepped in because I thought another item was on the agenda I wanted to speak to, but it's kind of like heartfelt, I guess. Maybe I was led here to speak before you. But thank you for your service and thank you for all the good things that you've done for our community. I remember when the Sheriff's Office Association first started trying to get implemented, to get started off the ground, and they used to fill, law enforcement used to fill these chambers. I think it goes back to County Judge Richard Borcher's time. Kind of heartfelt, so I won't point fingers. But I think amending budgets throughout the years is something that many of you have probably dealt with. John, Brent, they've been around other municipalities, many budgets. You know, when we celebrate, when we recognize 911 and we think of our first responders or catastrophes, active shooters and stuff, we always praise our first responders with compensation for their families. And I don't know what dollar amount I would put on a life for an officer in law enforcement. I don't think there's a price tag you can put on their life and their courage. But I would just support, encourage a solution that the commissioners come up with to find that money to make them competitive in the market and don't put them in any further risk or danger. So, for those that haven't been around law enforcement, and these fine men and women and men in blue, even in our correctional facility here in the annex as well. I was sitting there, I was almost in tears. I'm hurt. It hurts my heart to hear that our law enforcement officers have to come before the commissioners. I know you're strapped with money. Where will you put your priorities? You invest in our employees. You invest in their safety, their equipment, and I think I'm preaching to the choir here. So I'm just here strongly to support you to find those dollars. There's got to be. I mean, I remember one time when I was a steelworker organizer in Las Vegas. They organized the sanitation workers, and they went on strike. And actually, they got the voters to pass a referendum to get a quarter-cent sales tax to give the sanitation workers a raise. And they went from $15 to like $31 an hour. I want to be a sanitation worker in Vegas, you know what I mean? So I said, that's good money. You know, there's, and I know with the intelligence that we have up here now, that if you really put your finger to it and focus on it with your drive and determination, I'm almost, I want to say I'm absolutely confident that you can make these men and women whole in a way where they feel safe at work, they're able to take care of their families and try to get home. Being short-staffed is dangerous during dark roads. We've lost many officers out there. I think Officer Brock lost his life out on 664, somewhere out there on 666, when he was outmatched. And that was one of our CCPD highly trained officers. And also their training as well, the upgraded training for our local sheriff's department is also something that concerns me. That they continue that continued education courses. Where are we with that with the sheriff's department? Where are the commissioners tied together with our Sheriff Hooper in the training, the pay, and their safety, the manpower, the vehicles is a shame. But I will share with you, that's been going on for the last 25, 30 years I've been involved in politics. You know, they had cars where they used to have to call him out at night, a detective for the sheriff department. He used to have to get his wife to boost his sheriff deputy vehicle, just so he can go out to a call at 2 o'clock for a homicide. So I'm glad that you're addressing the vehicles. I strongly, strongly encourage you, support you to find those dollars and make these men and women whole so their lives aren't at risk for their family and their children. I thank you for your time and your service. Of course, as always, it's good to be before you and see you again.
Thank
God
you
bless
very
you.
much.
Amen.
Judge, I want to talk a little bit about
Go ahead.
on the item, I guess the overall budget and dealing with the rate. So that's how I'm connecting this all together. And then the comments that we've heard, I know some of the leadership stepped out for the Sheriff's Officers Association. But I agree, I think the experience that I've had here is how much do we have, and that's all we can give. And I'll tell you, I think this has been probably the most productive discussion that we've had. I know that we have met or spoken with the leadership or just membership of the Sheriff's Officers Association over the years. Our rules getting tightened up during collective bargaining, so we're not able to have that discussion. It's usually attorney to attorney and then the negotiating teams, and then we get an update in the executive session, but we're never able to really formally verbalize how we feel about this until we just cast our vote. And of course, it's always been a yes vote to try to bring in more money for our law enforcement. I remember my first year or two being here as a commissioner. We were ordered, we were basically required to boost court reporters. And I've used that example before here in Nueces County, that were severely underpaid. People that were going to San Patricio County, Jim Wells County, just surrounding counties that were willing to make the drive because they were getting paid $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 more. We finally made a change there because we were being required to. With this information that we've been given today, this kind of feedback, we all are going to back the blue. We always have, we always will. But I agree, we can't let how much funding dictate. And what we do today sets up that success for next year. So as much as we talk about back in the blue, as much talk as we want to support all of our staff, all of our employees to maintain positions, to be able to recruit, we got to set up that in a budget now. So when we reduce our rates, no one wants to increase rates, but when we reduce our rates, it's a nice temporary relief that everyone can benefit from. But we are really hurting ourselves when we look at the long term. So I don't want us to be in the same position where we have before, which is the will is there, right, Nate? I mean, the will is there, no doubt. It's the funding. That's always what okay, we only have this much, and it's like, okay, negotiation's pretty simple, pretty fast, pretty straightforward. This is how much we got. Okay, we'll take it. There's some conditions to work through, but that's about it. Very different than when I was on the city council here in Corpus Christi, where there was significant discussion on how much. Their funding sources, they have a lot more flexibility. So we are limited, but we've had precedent before, and I think not only for law enforcement, for all these positions that we're looking at, it is worth it. If we want to retain the best, it's no doubt that we have the best, but if we want to remain being the best training ground for South Texas and throughout the state, then that's what we're going to do, because that's all we're paying to do. If we want to pay to retain and to honor the work that these people are doing, not only law enforcement, but everyone, we got to step up and do that with the budget now. And that's my commitment today. It may not be popular, it may not be what people want to hear. We're not going to go crazy. I mean, please, if you look at doing your research into surrounding counties, their rates have been much higher than we have in this county. And those are conservative counties. Those are counties that if you did a poll, they would all say they're conservatives. We are very conservative with our budget, but we have to take a step now to set up that success, not just because we're going in a few months, but beyond that, to be able to afford it. We had COVID money we were able to help with, offset some of the costs for a year or two, I think, for law enforcement. And it was helpful, but once that went away, it hurt. So we had retention, we had a good, strong workforce, but then people had to leave. With the advent of school districts now being required to have law enforcement, there's either partnerships with local law enforcement agencies or they're hiring their own staff. and so they're able to put more into it than we are. So let's just, if we can keep that perspective in front of us as we move forward today with our budget, I think that that will be helpful, is not just achieving a balanced budget today, but beyond that to set up the success. So, like I said, I think this has been the most productive discussion that we've had in a public forum, where a group of you representing the Sheriff's Officers Association and we as a court can talk openly without having to wait for negotiating teams to do that on our behalf. So this has been helpful. I appreciate y'all. It's what we know. It's what we've heard. You've shared this. I mean, Nate, you tag us on Facebook all the time, so I see those posts that we get. That's unfortunate that we are not paying what some simple other businesses are, or just maybe just barely above. And you're not really having to put your life on the line if you were to go somewhere else to work at Buc-ee's or something like that. So I just hope that we remember that as we move forward, because that's going to be essential today to pass this budget and this proposal. And I know the judge and our staff have worked hard on it. We all have. And these are not going to be easy decisions to make. But in order to keep the law enforcement that we see are bleeding, I mean, I can think of two people that I know that have gone over to an agency that has nothing to do with law enforcement, that were active members of the Sheriff's Officers Association, and they're getting paid better or comparable, and they're not having to deal with the schedule and, you know, just safety issues and all of that. So we hear you, and this has been what we needed to hear as a court and as the community. But make sure to understand that this is not something that we want to delay or deny, right? We're going to give everything that we can. You saw it clearly, the budget that we are given, 85% comes out of property tax. So there's only, I mean, so much that we can ask of the public, and then when we're challenged from industry that challenges their property tax rate, and they do it just like a regular citizen, I get it, but that hurts us as well. So we're getting challenged on a lot of fronts with 87% of our budget where it comes from. So that's what the challenge is. But yeah, my commitment to set that for success beginning now and leading into next year. So thank you all for being here.
Judge, real quick, can I follow up?
Yes.
And Nate, I was gonna say, I got approached, gosh, I just sent a follow-up email, I wanna say 6-8 months ago about the body armor. And then I got told there was another plan in place, because I know this court would be willing to look at that, because that's a one-time expense. That's sometimes easier, not easy, but easier for us to find is the one-time thing. So I just, like I said, I got approached, and then the person who approached me, who's with your association, said, I think we have a plan, and then I never heard back. So I'd really like to attack that one way before we get into contract stuff, because that's a huge deal. And if that's still a shortfall, then, you know, we need to know it. And I know this court would be interested in coming together and trying to find some help on that. So I appreciate you bringing that back up, because it kind of reminded me that I didn't get followed back up with
Yes, sir.
who had reached out to me originally on it.
We did get rifle plates from a grant. Well, like I said, a rifle plate is pretty much about this size of paper.
Right.
And it covers the front and it covers the back. Doesn't cover your sides, doesn't cover your underarm. And soft armor now is puncture resistant and slash resistant, so it helps defeat knife threats. They expire they have a shelf life of, a life of 5 years. So soft body armor would be an expense for the court every 5 years.
So would you mind like putting something together
Sure.
for us to review? Because I can't do it by myself, and I know this court would be super interested in looking at that, because again, you know, it's the one time, nothing is easy budget-wise, but
Yeah.
it's easier if it's a one-time, and yeah, I get it every 5 years, okay, but that's still, could come from a CO, I don't know, we'd have to look at it, but we just need nobody's given us a formal proposal on that soft body armor
Yes, sir.
that I'm aware of, so we haven't said no, we just haven't had anybody give us
Yes,
one.
yes,
So
sir.
if you could put one together for us and get that to us,
I sure will.
you know, as soon as you can, not today, but, you know,
Yeah.
as soon as you can, and then let us look around and see if we can find some spare change. I know it's not cheap, but I mean, that's something that I mean, I definitely want to help invest in if we can find the money, and I think we can, but we just hadn't had a proposal put to us, so if you could, that'd be great. And I echo what everything else Commissioner Mata said, but that was one I wanted to point out pretty quickly, that we need to look at that right now.
Okay, I sure will, sir.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Granberry, you came in, did you want to speak?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I saw you come in, I know you had an issue later, so, yes. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak during this public hearing on the budget? Then it is 10:18, and I will close the public hearing. Before we get, and is there anyone else here, moving on to item F for public comment? Is there anyone that wishes to speak on public comment? I think everyone that spoke was about the budget, and I've crossed that list off, so. Or do y'all need a 5-minute break before we go into, I was fixing to.
Don't mind, 'cause I
We're
don't
gonna
wanna-
take
I know
a
it's a record
5-minute break because the rest we all really need to be here for, especially for these budget votes, so we'll take a short break.
Thank you.
We are back from our short recess. We apologize, but thank you all for waiting patiently. I will move on to item G, the budget. Item 1, discuss and consider adoption of an order approving the 2024 tax roll, setting the 2024 tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2024. So I have to read the order and all this first, sorry. It's like there's a whole lot, yeah. An order accepting and approving the 2024 tax roll setting the rate for Nueces County Hospital District. Whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to compute the no new revenue tax rate for 2024 for the Nueces County Hospital District. And whereas the notice of the proposed property tax rate fully in compliance with the property tax code and rules of the State Comptroller's Office, Property Tax Division appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times for the Nueces County Hospital District on September the 15th, 2024, whereas the Commissioners Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rates for 2024, including proper notice of the meeting of September 25th, 2024, as provided by Chapter 551 Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes. And whereas the Commissioners Court finds and approves the tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District for the current year, consisting of the following. 1, the maintenance and operation tax rate of 0.089240, that if applied to the total taxable value, will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures of the Nueces County Hospital District for the next year. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. This tax rate does not exceed the no new revenue tax rate. Now therefore be it ordered by the Commissioners Court that the 2024 tax roll as submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector is approved, and that the following tax rate per $100 value is set and levied against all taxable property for 2024. Nueces County Hospital District, 0.089240 per $100. Be it further ordered that existing homestead exemptions for 2024 shall include 20% for homestead exemption, but not less than $5,000, and $62,500 for overage 65 or disabled exemption, plus exemptions mandated by state law. Be it further ordered that no discounts are to be allowed for early payment of taxes, split payment of taxes as described in subsection 31.03 of the Property Tax Code will not be allowed. The proposed order accepting and approving the 2024 tax roll, setting the 2024 tax rates for Nueces County Hospital District, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County, having been read, public comment having been allowed, and comments having been considered. And then I have a motion to adopt the tax rate of .089240 for the Nueces County Hospital District. This tax rate will raise more tax dollars for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate and does not exceed the no new revenue tax rate. I made the motion, and do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Gonzalez, he said so moved, but you have to read all of this stuff, so it doesn't matter, he can be. Then you have to list each person off. Commissioner Hernandez, how do you vote?
Judge, I'm really having a hard time with this subject.
This is the hospital district, no new revenue tax rate.
Hospital district.
I vote yes, Judge,
Yes.
on the hospital district.
Yes, sir, yes. Commissioner Modis?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Commissioner Gonzalez has already stated an aye. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously for the hospital district's no new revenue tax rate. On item 2, discuss and consider the adoption of the 2024-25 Nueces County Hospital District budget. And the budget is found in your packet. They
So
have.
moved, Judge.
Commissioner Chesney made the motion for this. Budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's. Motion to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget. This budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by $773,273, or 1.87%. And of that amount, $1,043,404 is taxable revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year. Commissioner Chesney made that motion. We have a second from Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Hernandez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Modis?
Aye.
And myself voting aye. So the Nueces County Hospital District budget
Judge, we
passes.
still have to vote, even though we made the motions. We still have to cast votes.
Oh.
It's a record vote.
Record vote, yes. So Commissioner Chesney,
Or Gonzalez, go ahead. You- no,
it doesn't matter which
Aye.
order you go. Aye,
Aye.
you're
Aye.
and Commissioner.
Oh, I thought we did that already.
I thought we did too, but he said we need to call, even though you made the motion, I assume that's, you're making the motion,
Oh,
so
aye.
that's a vote,
Okay,
that's a
In
vote.
fact, I think you probably need to go back to the other one, because I don't think you or Commissioner Gonzalez voted on the last one either.
Yeah, we did.
Yes, they did.
They made the motion, they didn't.
No, she
Yeah,
said
but
an
we
aye
still,
and an aye.
yeah.
And I am an aye.
Okay.
Again, we both, and I'll say it again for the previous motion. I was an aye, Commissioner Gonzalez was an aye. But I didn't realize that if we made the motion, we need to do that, so I'll correct that in the next one, yes. Moving on to item number 3. Discuss, discuss and consider adoption of an order approving the 2024 tax rolls, setting the 2024 tax rate for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2024. I am going to read this order, and I will be making the motion, but I don't know how it's going to go, so I have to read the order and the motion first, and we'll see how it goes. So, an order accepting and approving the 2024 tax roll, setting the 2024 tax rate for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2024. Whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to compute the no new revenue tax rate and the voter-approved tax rate for 2024 for the Nueces County, County Farm to Market and Lateral Road and Flood. Whereas the proposed property tax rate, fully in compliance with the Property Tax Code and rules of the State Comptroller's Office Property Tax Division, appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times for the county, County Farm to Market and Lateral Road and Flood on September the 15th, 2024. And whereas the Commissioners Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rates for 2024, including proper notice of the meeting of September 25th, 2024, as provided by Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, And whereas the Commissioners Court finds and approves separately the tax rate for the current year consisting of the following two components. The debt service rate of .039369, that if applied to the total taxable value will impose the total amount of taxes needed to pay the debt service for the next year. The maintenance and operation tax rate of .226163, that if applied to the total taxable value will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures of the county for the next year. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be raised by 3.50% and will raise taxes for the maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately $23.58. Now therefore be it ordered by the Commissioners Court that the 2024 tax roll as submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector is approved, and the following tax rates per 100 value are set and levied against all taxable property for 2024. A, Nueces County General Fund M&O, .23004 per 100. B, Nueces County Farm to Market Lateral Road and Flood Control, .003159 per 100. C, Nueces County M&O, .226163 per 100. D, Nueces County Debt Service, .039369 per 100. Total Nueces County tax rate, add C and D, .2635532 per 100.
You read the number incorrectly.
Which one?
The 2655.
Okay, Nueces County tax rate, add C and D, .265532.
Right.
I'm sorry, I must have superimposed, per 100, thank you. Be it further ordered that the homestead exemption for 2024 shall include 20% for homestead exemption, but not less than $5,000, $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus a tax limitation on the total amount of taxes that may be imposed on the resident homestead of a disabled individual or those 65 and older, pursuant to Article 8(1)(b) of the Texas Constitution and exemptions mandated by state law. Be it further ordered that no discounts are allowed for early payment of taxes. Split payment of taxes as described in subsection 3103 of the Property Tax Code will not be allowed. The proposed order accepting and approving the tax roll setting up the 2024 tax rates for Nueces County and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County having been read, public comment having been allowed, and comments having been considered, I would make the motion to move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.265532, which is effectively a 3.47% increase in the tax rate. And I would be making the motion. I need a second, and then we can have discussion before we vote. I really feel like this is important, given the limited amount of funds that we are showing available for our budget moving forward. I would ask my commissioners, the only way that I would withdraw this motion is if they were willing to go higher. I think, given the situation we were put in with last year's budget, giving the financial obligations and the obligations to our employees and law enforcement and future payments, it just still gets us still underneath what we were the year before I came into office because of the industry drop that we had last year. So I'm going to be showing aye. I'm voting yes on this unless someone wants to interrupt us with the other motion. So hearing none, I would be a yes. Commissioner Modes?
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Sorry, Judge, no new revenue rate.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
No.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
The motion passes 3-2. Thank you. Moving on to item 4. Discuss and consider adopting an order rescinding the prior year budget resolutions and orders. I'll make the motion to rescind the prior resolutions and orders.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed, say sign. Moving on to 1G5. Discuss and consider adoption of orders and resolutions related to the proposed 2024-25 Nueces County budget. And I'm assuming we need to vote on each of these resolutions individually. I would assume. The first one in your packet is and I added this one, an order of the Nueces County Commissioners Court affecting the budget authority for employee positions. We added this in because vacant positions, especially given the tight budget we have, should come back to fund balance instead of being able to delete positions in different departments and use it for salary increases. There is a provision in here, and I will read the whole order so that you all understand, but this order applies to and affects all employees who are authorized by the Commissioners Court under the authority of subsection 152.011 Local Government Code, Vernon, Texas Code, or other authority of the Commissioners Court to set compensation and control the annual budget, and 2, all employees who are authorized in the 2024-25 county budget, except it does not apply to employees over which the Commissioners Court has no authority to set their compensation. It is therefore ordered for each employee position that is vacant as of October 1, 2024, or that becomes vacant on October 1, 2024, or thereafter during budget year 2024-25, salary savings in all departments from vacant positions serve as a surplus that increases the fund balance at the end of each fiscal year. Outside of the budget process, no department will be authorized to reallocate salary funds for operational shortages, with the exception of law enforcement and juvenile pre-post education facility operations. This request will require Commissioners Court approval. Budgeted vacant positions shall remain vacant as they always do until a request to fill the position that is brought to Commissioners Court for approval passes. The deleting of a budgeted vacant position to cover salary reclassifications will not be permitted for fiscal year 2024-25. No reclassifications of budgeted positions included in the adopted budget will be authorized. Exceptions or extenuating circumstances shall be authorized as determined by a Commissioners Court. The salary and fringe benefits for each vacant position may be transferred by the Commissioners Court to a special reserve designated by the county auditor. The authority and funds provided by this budget are frozen for each vacant position until released and reinstated by the Commissioners Court. This was because in so many years previously, so many people come in and change, and we have a budget process. This is also because of the constraints, and our fund balance is going to be so low with this budget because of the budget we just passed. We are going to need to keep a tight watch on things in the coming year. So I would make the motion to pass this resolution order. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Judge, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Do I need to come to court like in April or May when I get ready to start hiring my seasonal temps just for the summer season and ask you for permission? It's budgeted.
It's budgeted. They're temporary positions. You're not coming to court
Okay, I just
for that.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
Aye. I was an aye.
You were an aye.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
Didn't say loud enough.
The motion passes. Moving on to the next, Commissioners Court resolution setting the travel mileage and per diem reimbursement rates. Whereas the Commissioners Court from time to time sets the travel policy for expenses and other travel reimbursements for officials and county employees. Whereas fuel cost and other factors have increased the cost to county officials and employees to undertake reasonable and necessary travel for the purposes of county business. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the travel reimbursement rate for the mileage is hereby set at 49 cents per mile, and the per diem rate is hereby set at $48 per day, This order is effective on October 1st, 2024, and applies to travel taken during the budget year 2024, 2025. I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Moving on to the third. Anybody else want to read one? Commissioners Court resolution regarding county interfund loans. Whereas a number of the grants awarded to the county are reimbursement grants, requiring the county to expend county monies before getting access to the grant funds. Whereas the Commissioners Court from time to time may need to fund grant projects in the interim before being reimbursed with grant funds. Whereas the funding of these are things we do every year, people too. Whereas the funding of these grant projects can be accomplished through a short-term county interfund loan, loaning monies from the general fund to the grant's operating fund until grant funding is received. And whereas for purposes of this resolution, a short-term interfund loan is meant to refer to a credit-debit accounting entries in the county's balance sheet between two county funds and is not mean to indicate a traditional loan wherein interest may be accrued. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court that the monies from the county general fund up to a maximum of $2 million may be used to provide the county's grant operating fund with a short-term interfund loan pending receipt of applicable grant funds. Upon receipt of grant funds, the county's general fund will immediately credited monies received. I'll make the motion for this one also.
Second.
We have a
Make a
motion.
motion.
Oh, you want to go ahead?
No, I'd like to make a motion that, ever since I've been here, and I've come in here, Commissioner Chesney and Gonzalez have always said that, they were concerned about the audit reports. They were never really complete. So I'm asking.
We have a motion and a second. This is discussion, so, yes,
Okay.
okay, go ahead, sorry, yes.
I can go ahead?
Yes, please.
Yes, I just want to ask, maybe we should get some type of forensic audit in the auditor's department, because at 9:15 last night, we got some, also that there were some mistakes or the, this lady, I'm sorry, forgot her name. Anyway, she wanted to discuss with us or with me the budget book. So I'm just asking if we can have a forensic audit on this department.
Okay, that might come up during our budget amendments, if you want to do something. These are just resolutions
Okay,
right now,
just-
so if
all
you
right.
don't mind, yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second on the resolution regarding county funds with grants, interlocal funds. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Another resolution, Commissioners Court resolution and order establishing financial guidelines for minimum general fund reserves. Whereas sound fiscal policies are crucial to enabling the county to maintain its long-term financial stability and excellent bond rating, whereas ad valorem tax revenues are normally not collected until mid-December each year, and as such, adequate fund reserves are required to provide operating monies for the first 3 months of each fiscal year while we're waiting to collect taxes. Since we did state it's 85% of our budget. Now therefore be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that is the court's continued goal for the budget year 24-25 to maintain a minimum general fund reserve of 25% of general fund budgeted revenues and transfers.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I'm assuming with no comment means an aye. Yes, since these aren't record votes. Okay, thank you very much. How many more two more resolutions, okay. Another Commissioners Court resolution and order establishing the financial guidelines for use of excess revenue generated from operations at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds. Whereas sound fiscal policies are crucial to enabling the county to maintain its long-term financial stability and to enable the county to provide funding for operating the Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds, and whereas annual operating funds and periodic capital improvement funding is necessary to allow proper management of the fairgrounds complex, and whereas revenues will be generated from activities and events held at the fairgrounds, now therefore be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that for budget year 2024-25, all excess revenue earnings generated from operations at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds shall be reinvested back into the fairgrounds for funding general operations, capital improvements, and expansion.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, wait.
So this means we've been given the money every year, right?
You give them money every year, but they have yet to receive revenue yet.
How much do we give them every year?
Over $1 million.
$1 million.
$1 million. So, but we're saying here, we're gonna continue giving them $1 million, what I understand. And, I thought we had gone down from $1 million.
No, it's been $1 million since I've been here, so it's.
They have never
We- with
generated.
$1 million, we reduced the amount from the stadium, but we kept the amount for the fairgrounds at $1 million.
I don't know, something has to be done with the fairgrounds, because we are always in the hole, we're always in the red, and, you know, I mean, when we have some functions there, we even gotta pay, so, I mean, we give $1 million and we still gotta pay for using the hall sometimes, so, I don't know. My vote's no.
No? We have a motion and a second. All those in
Wait,
favor say.
let me, hold
Yeah.
on. So tell me why? I'm just making, I'm not making sure I understand what you're voting for, no for. I'm just curious, like, because you think,
Continue, it's just to continue give them the $1 million, is what I understand, right?
This
Well-
is to continue the same, this is just a resolution that continues the practice of if they have excess funds, that they put it into the maintenance and operation
Oh,
of the
okay, okay,
building and
yes,
stuff.
yes.
Yes.
All right, never mind.
Yes.
Do they give us a
Which
report?
This
they
isn't
don't.
about giving them $1 million here. This
That's what I'm saying.
yes.
They do?
Yes,
Yeah.
right, they don't have excess
Teresa.
funds. 'Cause
They've
we have
never
to
had
fund-
enough.
Right, so they don't have excess funds. So
No.
this is a formality resolution as I
Yes.
read it.
Yes.
Should they have excess revenue, that's what we're talking about, but they.
Yes.
They
have
never
to
have
the-
excess
yeah,
revenue,
that-
we
yes.
fund them.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so I just want to make sure.
And we do get a
Right.
report, do we not?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm an aye on
You're
that.
good.
I'm
You're
good.
both ayes.
I'm good.
I'm an aye.
Ayes. Thank you. Sorry. And the last one, Commissioners Court Resolution and Order establishing a special revenue account for deposit of county funds received from the sale of fixed assets. Whereas sound fiscal policies are crucial to enabling the county to maintain its long-term financial stability and excellent bond rating, and whereas there is a need to prudently manage county resources in order to provide the best public service with limited resources available to the county. Now therefore be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that for the budget year 2024-2025, the county will continue to maintain a special revenue account for the deposit of county funds received from the sale of fixed assets originally purchased with general fund monies. And this is one we do every year too. It is just a resolution that keeps that fund, and I make the motion to pass.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item 6. This is discuss and consider amending the Commissioners Court Policy and Procedure Guidelines. And this is in the policy change to reflect the resolution we did at the beginning on the salary savings for the year. We haven't ever had this, and we just do a resolution, and then we don't follow our rules. So I wanted to add it to the policy where we would maybe have a little bit. And the wording, you all received it, the wording in the back, it's the same: salary savings and departments vacant. Budgeted vacant positions shall remain vacant until a request to fill the position is brought to Commissioners Court for approval. The deleting of a budgeted, this is the part, the deleting of a budgeted vacant position to cover salary reclassifications will not be permitted for fiscal year 24-25. No reclassifications of budgeted positions included in the adopted budget will be authorized. But that is, I'm the one that put this on the agenda, so I would make the motion to pass the policy regarding the same resolution we just passed previously.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I have one question.
Oh, sorry.
So this will be a 24-25 budget starting October the 1st, right?
Yes, just for
So-
this year, yes, this next year.
Yeah, I mean, for now until next
Yes, yes.
budget.
Mhm.
Is there, because I know there are some other.
That doesn't include anything we're gonna talk about in the rest.
Classifications,
We
all right.
haven't done the reclassifications and the budget part today.
all right.
That's for starting after October 1.
Okay.
That's not for today.
Okay.
Yes,
All
yes.
right. Good.
So now, moving on to item 7, discuss. Yes, it was passed, he was the only one that had a question, and he was good, yes.
Yeah, we voted, then he asked.
Yes, yeah.
Then he asked. Then he asked.
This is discuss and consider adoption of the proposed 2024-25 Nueces County budget as presented by the county auditor in his capacity as the budget officer for Nueces County, including decisions regarding whether to continue outside agency contracts, county programs, and personnel changes, including but not limited to pay, steps, freezing, reduction in force, and consolidation or elimination of certain Nueces County departments for the fiscal year 2024-25 and related matters. We have amendments that are going to come on number 8, so I'd assume we don't vote on this on number 7. We have to wait till the amendments. I would like, so the reason I brought this up is I did receive an email late yesterday that is not included in any of our stuff from the district attorney, not allowing us to use his $320,000 in the pretrial diversion transfer not being an allowable expense. So I want to make sure that that's noted, that we need to take that out. So that will drop our numbers that we're starting with. If you all have this page that was passed out.
Wait, is that
beginning-
verified? I mean, you verified that?
When we did this 3 or 4 years ago, they had employees in the pretrial diversion account, and because the fund was running as a deficit, the previous the district attorney asked the court to move the employees to the general fund with paying for those employees with these funds. So the employees were transferred from the special revenue funds into the general fund of around $340,000 worth of staff, and that's why we said with the previous attorney saying we would pay $320 to cover the cost of the salary. So those employees still reside in the general fund.
So the rest of the story here is,
Somebody change it.
That's going to increase our.
no, that's going to potentially eliminate those positions because they're funded with a grant by the district attorney with the agreement that the prior district attorney
Yes, that's right.
had.
Yes.
And if that goes away, then those positions could have to go away
That or
because
they
we
move
don't.
the positions back to the funding
Right.
source that originated there, yes.
Right, so, and Mr. Granberry may not have known the history of all that, but. Well, then, but the law also says that
The
if
microphone,
they're not
please.
funded by the
Yes.
general fund, this is fine. I'm just saying that we have to make a decision on
That
those
will have to be
positions.
voted on then,
Because
yes.
that'll have to be voted on separately too. And if the law, if the law is that it can't be done and it's been done wrong for all these 10 years, then, okay, then we need to verify that. So have you checked this, Jenny, have you checked with what Mr. Granberry is going to tell us that the law doesn't allow this to happen? Because, I mean, if it doesn't, then we have to fix it, and fixing it means we can't fund those positions because we can't just make up $320,000. We just barely passed a budget with, it's already cutting into our reserves by $3 million. That's another 10% that's gonna come into our reserves with this. How does this come up at the last minute like this? No offense, but I mean, seriously, how do we get this at the last minute?
This is
I
brought to
don't
us at the last
understand
minute
it.
as well.
This came yesterday or day before in an email, but it also came from, I believe when this was done, there was a question in the auditor's office about the legality of whether we should do it. It was brought by the previous,
Okay, so
Someone-
so we're at the last minute, we're having our budget
Yes.
hearing, an email came to you last night from Mr. Granberry
Yesterday,
that said you
yes.
can't use it. We've not seen it. She's not vetted it. What are we supposed to do? I'm not just, no offense, I'm not just taking this at face value and cutting $320,000 out of our fund balance when we just barely passed a budget that already cuts $3.5 million out of the fund balance. So we need to pause on this decision
Heck, we're
until
aware.
Jenny can go review it and verify what Mr. Granberry is saying is the law, and then we got some tough decisions to make with that $320,000. So, I mean, and Jimmy, he may have just found it, that's fine too, I get it, he's new to the job, so I'm not
he
criticizing him in
did,
any way,
and that's
shape,
the
or
reason
form.
he bought it,
But
but
it can't
he's,
just be dropped on us at the last minute and say, hey, guys, guess what, we're sucking up another $320,000.
I know he has resources to provide, so, I have, the team can look at whatever,
Look,
however we can be of assistance.
I just found this out.
I believe you.
And I found out all kinds of things. I've been asking for my accounting since I got here.
I believe you.
All
I'm
right,
not saying,
and
I'm
I
not,
have not gotten that, and so without having my starting checkbook balance, I can't do anything else. So
get
this
you, man.
finally got to me. I also found out
welcome to our world.
that I have a couple of special accounts, Chapter 59 account, which is forfeiture account. This is an account that I just found out about, that is the pretrial diversion account. I've got a Ken Paxton Attorney General opinion dated August 5th, 2019, that explains what you can and cannot do with it. I'll be happy to tender a copy of that to anybody here. In the summary, it says that because the question in this request from Ken Paxton's office was, can we use this for our lawyers' salaries? And as I read it, and as all.
Who
I'm
requested that?
It was Valverde County
Oh, not us.
Auditor
Not us.
in Del
We just
Rio
found it.
so it wasn't our office, but I had my lawyers research it, and they found this to me, brought it to me. And you can use it only to the extent that the use of the fund is solely for the administration of the program. So what apparently the agreement was to wait until the end or the very beginning of the budget year, scoop $320,000 out of the pretrial diversion fund, which is made up of the fees that are allowed by law, $500 per pretrial diversion, that goes into that fund. That fund is even more tightly regulated, and it's a fund under my name, supposed to be in the county treasury in a tax-bearing account. To my knowledge, it ain't, just like my Chapter 59 account is not. And these are things that apparently have been going on since he flung the chunk. I mean, there have never been an account that was done in the proper mode. And so.
And I don't, and Jimmy, I appreciate you bringing it to our attention because this is the kind of stuff we're trying to clean up too. But at the same time,
Well-
it's a huge hit for us, right? And so I got to do my diligence as well and say, okay, look, we got to check this because if that's the case, then what can't, in other words, an AG opinion is not law, no offense. And I say this to Jenny and I have this fight all the time. An AG opinion is not prevailing. It's an opinion. That's why it's called an opinion. So it may be that we need to go get a deck action on something like this and find out what exactly we can use it and can't use it for. But at the end of the day, if we,
Commissioner, it does pretty much track the statute.
and I'm not,
And I'm just.
I haven't
so-
seen it. Like you're
I understand. I'm
right.
happy to make it available to you. I just got it.
No, I get
I
it.
just found out.
I get it, but so did I. And so it's a $320,000 decision on budget day that, like, I'm not mad at you. I'm glad you brought it up. But it's a pop in the mouth that I don't know where we're gonna find it. Like, I don't know what we're gonna do with that. And we're gonna get popped another $320,000 on our, on our reserves. we've got to at least check that out before we just say, okay, let's do it, because maybe it can be used for other things for a year and buy us some time in the department that are allowable, but, because there's got to be things that are allowable that maybe we could shift funding, to the people and shift some of that, I don't know. I mean, this is just catching me off guard, and I'm pretty creative, but not when I haven't even seen the statute, the email, the stuff, nothing. So I don't think we can just make a decision on that without looking around a little bit. I mean, I guess we got to do it by the end of the day and agree to a budget. Well, I mean, it's in the budget. Like right now, if we don't, he's saying if he can't use it, so that means we have to come up with another $320,000 in the budget we just passed, that we're 3.5 million in the hole with the budget we just passed.
I think we're more than that with the budget.
Well, my 320 is just a drop in the bucket compared to 3.5 million.
Man, so it'll be 3.8 we're in the hole, great. But I'm just like, Jenny, I think if you can take a look at it, and again, thank you for finding this stuff, and I know you're liable for it, so I get it, man, but god dang, it's
I
like.
do not look good in orange.
Is that KP 0263?
Yes.
Okay, so
And I
we've
think-
got that, and they're looking at it.
And they'll
could you
come
look-
back with an opinion in a
Well,
little
and
bit
could you
with
look
us.
to see if there's something in the budget that's allowable, that we could use it for this year at the 11th hour, that's legitimate, that doesn't put the DA in jail and get us in trouble, that maybe he could agree to for a year so we can get through this year's budget and then fix it? I mean, I get it, it's gotta be legit, and if you say he's right, then I accept that, but there's gotta be other things, I think, that it's allowable for, that maybe we could switch some funding around and be creative for a year and move.
You got something you want to show, say?
Well, I don't wanna
Here
debate it.
are the emails where I provided.
Lisa, into the microphone.
Here are the countless emails. This is just some of the emails that I provided you with your balances for all of your special revenue accounts, all of your ledgers. I have been emailing them to both you and your staff.
Oops. So,
This is after that meeting when you went and got them, but that's been recently. In his defense, that's just recently, yes.
Yeah.
So, yes, that's how he found this, yes.
So whenever I was advised during the budget hearing.
Yes.
Here, I've gotta get on the microphone, I know the rules. After I was aware that he had been asking for the financial statements at the budget workshop that we had, I immediately that day began working
We all
on
know
providing
that.
him
Yes, we're aware
those
of that.
financial statements. And I have been emailing them to both him and his staff, because I am aware that that you're not email friendly, and so that's the reason why I started including your staff as well.
Okay.
But I have provided you the fund balances. I've requested meetings.
That's not what this is
to-
about.
Yes,
This is the
but
320,
he
so.
said that he hadn't received them.
But in
and
all
I-
fairness, he just received them, it hadn't been that long ago.
yes,
And he's been in
July,
since October,
yes.
and he's been asking all year, so let's not beat around the bush. We failed to do something there, so, yes.
No, but it's good to
I have
know
a
if you got
question
something
for
in June and July.
Exactly.
Because, I mean, it's 3 months.
I have a question.
Yes,
When did you stop getting money into those accounts? How long ago?
When did I stop getting
No,
money
no,
into the accounts?
when did they stop putting money into those
To
accounts?
mine, they're still put into that account.
They're
I mean,
still,
that is an account that accumulates money as they go into the pretrial diversion program. And it's placed into an account, not a properly designated account, in my opinion, in a proper way it's set out in the statute. But that's where it accumulates. I've been very careful not to spend anything out of any of these accounts because I haven't trusted the balances. So I've been trying to draw a big red line between where I came in and what happened before. And it's been a struggle to get those. And so, to my knowledge, it's still going in, but I haven't had time to look into it. I'll be happy to look into it and find out and report back, Commissioner. But to my knowledge, every time they do a PTD, either in court and it gets paid to the clerk, that it gets put into that account, or in the cite and release program. Those things that are designated as pretrial diversion fees get put into it. But this is, like I said, this just was something that we discovered last week or earlier this week.
Thank you, sir, for bringing it to our attention.
Yes, sir. But the only reason I put the stop on it was because it was going to, actually transferring the money was gonna be potentially the trigger that got somebody in trouble. So I thought we can at least stop it, look at it, figure out a solution. I'm sorry it happened to be on such short shrift.
He
But
had
I'll
several
work-
meetings with me until, we're working up to this with not getting his balances, but then yesterday getting this notice. Once he became aware of it, he needed to come to court and put a stop to it to make sure, or else that's now on his name with allowing a transfer that he is responsible for, so. We appreciate you coming, and I'm sure they will be working on it. I guess you'll talk to the attorneys. Teresa, you had a comment you wanted to make?
I just wanted to state that there is a site release coordinator position that can be utilized, those funds for the pretrial diversion. That's an allowable use. Just one position.
And preliminarily, that is the only position that we can look at and say that would fit on all four tabs, but that isn't gonna get us anywhere near $320,000. And so,
It's something,
Something.
yes.
I'm happy to go down and run my traps with other district attorneys' offices and the TDCAA and see what I can find out. But, that's why I came up here today, was to let you know.
If you can, we are greatly appreciative, and we will be here a while, and we will bring that back at the end to see what we have come up with to, that gonna adjust our numbers as well. So we appreciate you being here.
Right. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So moving into item number 8, the discuss and consider amendments for inclusion. I know I have passed out some, and we posted some amendments to be voted on. This is some of the stuff that my office and team have been working on for many, many hours. These are votes that we will take. It's going to be kind of tedious. These are not just things I am asking you to do. We will vote on them all. If you go to page G8-1 in your packets, I think Peyton passed these out to everyone in a folder, that front page. The top portion is already, and where the first line is already included in your budget from the auditor's office. I would ask for additional revenue. I am asking to take from Fund 13, the leased vehicles fleet sales. That is money that has just been sitting there. The Fund 13 Volkswagen settlement, the $147,750. The general special revenue, there's a special revenue account with 1.8 million in it. We're asking for an additional 1. I'm told that there's some interest that hasn't been dispersed back into the departments is the reason I would suggest we leave the 800 in there. And Fund 13, the rest of the sale of assets that we have currently, which would bring our total available funds to the 147,335. That's including our beginning balance, the funds that are already in the proposed budget with the 3.5% voter approved. I would make a motion for us to transfer those other funds to help our fund balance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for those four. Fund 13, lease vehicles,
13
Volkswagen
and
settlement,
14.
general special
13 and
revenue.
14, Judge.
Huh?
13 and 14.
Those four funds, 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 1,378,000. Yes.
You keep saying Fund 13, but it's 13 and 14.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just started reading it and then I stopped, but thank you. Yes, but that total amount, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
And I got a question.
Yes.
How do we know the balances in this account?
Teresa has looked up the balances,
What are
and
the
that's where we
balances
came
now?
up with that, yes.
Which one?
All of them. What are the balances?
The first two, those are the actual balances that remain
When you say
for
first two, would you
the-
just describe them, please?
Yes, sir, I'm
Leased
sorry.
vehicles,
The lease vehicles, fleet sales,
Volkswagen.
the 65K is what's actually available right now in that account. The Volkswagen settlement, the 147 is the balance after we've paid the attorney fees, so that's an accurate balance. The general special revenue account had a balance of 1.8. We're only requesting to use 1 million of that account. And then the sale of assets, Fund 14, the 165,670 will be the total balance, the balance of what's remaining. The total was 1.14, so we're using the entire amount. Because the 1 million is already included in the top.
so we're actually on the special revenue, we have a 800,000 probably balance, right? Okay,
But we're told some of that has to be transferred back to different departments that were
Right, they
they're
have not
owed.
allocated the interest to the departments yet
Is the
for.
reason we didn't ask for all of it, because we certainly could use it right now. Yes.
well,
So-
and how about the ones on 14 and 13 on the top? You keep saying 13, but you got the sale of assets, the waiver, and the opiates. What are the balances on those?
Right, the sale of assets is 1.165.
That's what we're taking.
1 million is already included in the budget.
So we got about 1,065,000 left?
It's 1 million already included. We're taking the remaining of that. The 165,670 is the
top part
remaining of that
is already in the
budget.
budget proposal as per the auditor.
Right.
Yeah, that's in,
Yeah.
that's the extra, okay,
Okay.
Yeah, but
sorry.
And the 1115 waivers, that's almost depleting that as well. I think
what's the
there's
balance on that
1.8.
waiver?
Yes, it's
Very
about
minimal.
1.8. We're just trying to use 1.5 of it.
1.8?
And then the opioid settlement, that's the balance available.
That's the balance.
And is there, I'm sorry,
Okay,
I apologize.
go ahead.
Go ahead. And why not the whole 1.8?
For the 1115 waiver?
No, the
Or the
special
point-
revenue.
Pardon me?
Or the 0.3?
On the 1.8, Commissioners, because $800,000 we're leaving because interest has not been allocated to
No,
all
no.
of the special revenue departments.
On the 1115 waiver fund?
Yeah.
You said there was,
Oh,
we're
oh,
using
okay.
1.5, and why not 1.8? Sounds like we might need it for Jimmy.
That's right. That's a good point. We'll take it.
Well, I'm just asking I'm just asking what the logic was there, because that was the motion the court made was for budget supplements, and this is a budget supplement.
I mean, we can use it, but you need to have some available for
What?
We need it now.
other things.
We haven't
mean,
used it in
like-
2 years.
That's true.
So that
It is
would
the
give
balance.
us another 300,000. So let's do the our inclusion, the 300,000 from the 1115 waiver.
So it'd be 1.8, which would then, for
Well,
now.
don't change the top, change it on the second, because these are additions. The top's already in the budget.
Right.
We'll add the
Well, I'm just gonna add
1115 waiver.
300,000
Yes.
down to the bottom to
Absolutely,
decrease the
yes.
funding for now.
This shit up here.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that would be, do I need to make that I would make a motion to amend your proposal to include an additional $300,000 from the 1115 waiver remaining balance.
Second.
So,
Now, Commissioner,
all
just
those
to
in
make sure, just say what the remaining funds available, so.
I'll
we're
say
closing out
Remaining
the-
funds.
it may be a
That's
little
fair.
bit plus
Okay.
or minus.
That's
I'll
fine.
amend my motion, but the remaining funds available would be taken from the 1115 waiver fund and put into judge's proposal.
Yes.
Remaining funds.
Remaining
funds.
with, what, it may be 301, it may
Yeah,
be
yeah,
272,
yeah.
I mean, whatever the remaining funds
whatever
are.
is left,
Yes.
yes, yes.
All remaining funds,
so
correct.
the 1115 waiver.
That would be my
We
motion.
have a
and
motion
Commissioner
and a
Gonzalez
second on the amendment to my proposal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Now I will make the motion, or we had a motion
I have
already in a
another
second.
question.
Oh, go ahead.
On the 0.8 over here, you said hasn't been distributed yet. Are we gonna use all the 0.8 to be distributed, or there's gonna be a balance?
0.8, what is 0.8?
Are you referring to the
To the
1115 waiver?
General
No,
special.
on the general
special
special,
revenue.
the interest that goes back to the different
Oh.
accounts.
We're using
So
$1
we
million,
didn't know what
but
the total was.
800,000 is all gonna be put back?
800,000 has to go to be redistributed
Right.
to all the special revenue departments, so,
You're saying that has to be done later, you just haven't figured out what that is.
right, it's gonna, right, it won't be in
You'll-
0130
you'll
because
be
they're
zero
gonna
out-
distribute it
you'll
to
be
all the
zero
other
out, though?
departments. It should.
I'll say, well then, we could make, but I see where you're going here too. I mean, I think you
Maybe
could
there's
say
more.
that whatever remaining funds after the
After the
interest is
distribution.
distributed would go towards this as well.
Okay.
Okay,
That's where you were going. So you want to make that
that's a
motion?
good motion.
I make a motion that after distribute of the point, or the 800,000 or 0.8, from the general special revenue funds, whatever the balance is, goes back into this account.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to distribute the additional money after the interest is transferred. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Are there any other,
Nope, that's not.
so do we need to make a motion to pass these since we've already, oh,
Yep.
I make a motion
Yeah, you've
to transfer all of these funds to help our fund balance.
You've already
and
ma- I think it was
the-
motion
I already
and
made the
second.
motion,
Right.
did he
You have
second
one-
it?
I have another
Yes.
question.
I think, John, you and I made it.
Right.
Originally, it's been a while.
Y'all did,
Sorry,
yeah.
yes, okay.
That was just amendments to the
Yes,
motion
I
you
know.
already made.
I was
Right.
like,
So that, okay, well, can we go
So-
down to the next one, or?
wait, first, all those in
Wait,
favor of.
Judge,
No.
Judge, he has
I have
questions.
one
You have
question.
another one,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
County Judge of Transfers, County Road and Bridge, Airport, all that.
That's next. That's not this. We're doing the top part
Okay,
first.
that's
Yeah,
what I was
the
asking.
additional
That's what I was
revenue
asking.
first,
So,
yes.
oh, so you're, okay, no,
Yes.
I misunderstood that
Yes,
too. So,
okay,
so
yes.
basically, we're just making a motion, I thought,
We're gonna
I thought
pass
your
them in
motion was to pass
sections.
everything.
No, no, no,
Oh,
we're
okay.
passing in sections. This
Okay.
is additional revenue, and then we're gonna go to the
Gotcha,
other, yes.
gotcha.
So your motion is just to pass the part where it says up to total available funds?
Yes.
And then we amended those, okay, just
Yes,
clarifying.
this is just the additional revenue section. And my motion is to pass. John seconded the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Now, these are suggested cuts, and I will go through these before you start making any amendments. This is Fund 12, the Road and Bridge, taking $1 million. Their budget would still give them $7 million, but their balance right now, at the end of the year, they have 421,000 in the right-of-way, they have 1.546 in the engineering, and they have 3,300,000 in the road and bridge. So we could actually take even, I mean, I thought $1 million was being fair to try to help us out to get cuts. They are not going to be without funds, they are not gonna be able to, this isn't going to hinder their function when this is their balances already in September to those accounts. I wanted to be clear that I'm not stealing from any, that's just our biggest account, and I got with, and then Parks, Coastal Parks, and with Public Works to try to ask them to help me to make these cuts, because, they are our biggest departments, and also had a meeting with them and let them know in the future with contracts they have, the more that they can work together and we can do our stuff internally, and this is, I'm saying this in public at the budget hearing, because I want to reiterate that. Next year, budgets are going to be tight. You are not going to be, we don't want you to just go out and hire something that we can't do within because you have a contract with it. If our guys can take care of it, we need to do it. But that's the first one. I suggested $1 million. The airport, we transfer 60,000 every year. They have the ramp grant that is 100,000. Everything that the airport does with these expenses is allowable under that grant. They need to utilize the grant this next year, and we wouldn't have to make the transfer. The Inland Park, 73,000, half of that, the vast majority of that is their vehicles. They won't be getting new vehicles this year. That was a smaller cut to them because they are parks. They are fully funded by the general fund, and they did get hit with some of our other ARPA stuff. So I was working with everybody, trying to be fair and balanced. Coastal Parks, I met with them. This was amount they came up with. They have some transfers and positions in the back. I think it shows something in here, but I want to make sure that you all understand they have a net zero. This is, I worked with them and sat down for these cuts to come from the transfers, and this was what we felt like was a good number. Unless you want to do more, this budget is not going to be pretty, so if y'all can find more This is only the transfers. This is not the expenses yet, so let's be
Right.
clear. This is just what the general fund transfers to these departments.
I have a question then.
Yes.
On the, this is just something, maybe a genie question, or
Yes.
genie answer, or genie answer. All along, whenever sometime we wanna have monies, and say you can't use those monies because they're road and bridge. And by law, those monies that we don't get the road and bridge, can we use them anywhere else? Or, because I think those are the fees that we collect, and I
Don't
think
collect those anymore.
was $2 million that we collected in fees. So can we use those money somewhere else? Because the law says what you collect from road and, it's gotta be in road and bridge. Can we clarify that?
Yeah, it's gonna depend on where the money came from going into road and bridge, I believe. But, so we're gonna have to answer that question, we would have
checked-
questions.
We did check, we checked, the general fund is set to transfer in Dale's budget $2.2 million from the general fund. That's why we only took 1 million from it, but that is general fund transfer.
Correct.
That is not road and
No, but it
bridge,
ca-
that's
where did
not
it-
fees,
But where
that's
did it
not.
come from, Judge? It came from road and bridge fees. You might put it in general fund,
2.2
but it
million
came from.
the sales tax, so the tax assessor collects on the sales of vehicles, because before, many, many years ago, the sales tax was accounted for in the road and bridge, and the previous, law stated that we cannot account for that there. It had to be accounted for in the general fund, and we transferred the $2 million for that.
So it is not by law that you have to spend it. We checked that it was an allowable.
Okay, well, I'm just asking for Jeannie, that's why I had Jeannie answer, right?
Yeah.
I mean, are we doing it right that way? We're doing okay.
Well, if I'm gonna answer that, I'll have to track back the conversations that have already happened but I believe the judge is saying she's already done it, so I don't know, what exactly do you want us to do
I
at this
just wanna make
point?
sure we're doing it right, we're not be in trouble later on saying you shouldn't have used that money. So now you owe that money back to road and bridge or somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Just like everything else, we don't wanna owe money back because then we're gonna have to pay it back.
I agree,
know,
I
so-
agree.
Is that
wholeheartedly.
something my office can communicate with Peyton about to kind of,
Yes,
okay,
Today?
right now?
right now,
Right,
yes.
so we would,
just looking to be
right, we would pass this contingent upon.
Contingent upon it being
her
allowable.
saying it's
but
allowable?
We did check back and it was 2.2 that transferred from the general fund to this, so it is general fund money is the only reason we didn't touch this other, yes.
Just to be sure.
Go ahead, Commissioner Modis.
Yes, thank you, Judge. So I know that we have most of the departments here that you're proposing represented, so I guess is this the speak now or forever hold your peace part? So, speak now or forever hold your peace, because these are the recommendations.
I met with them, they know. they're
I can work with it.
yes, Yeah.
As far as coastal parks, we can work with it. You know, we have the benefit of most of my capital projects right now being 100% grant funded. We have the benefit of generating a lot of revenue, which helps us a
You
lot.
always got money.
So, you know, the judge asked me to get to a number, actually got higher than that number. I was trying to zero out about 50K that was in 182 for Bob Hall Pier because it shouldn't have anything. It's not gonna get used, so I got you up to 404. I don't know where we landed at, but I can live with this, you know, and you did give me equipment allotment in ARPA. I need to follow up on that, you know, and see where that's at, where that's going, and that helps. So, I mean, the cuts we made last year, and I think I said it in my budget presentation, we're even further ahead now. I was already $100,000 ahead of the previous year's revenue with no cuts. So I know I say this jokingly, but I'm gonna make bricks without straw, and we're gonna do a damn good job of it, so I'm fine.
So, but you mentioned an important part. I think your budget, compared to other departments, you have access to a lot of funding that doesn't traditionally come from general fund. Is that correct?
Yes,
So
sir.
that's how you're kind of able to
Yes, sir.
offset
Yeah,
some of
especially with
these
capital
cuts.
projects, especially. Even like when we had the capital improvement plan, we didn't have anything to do with that. We weren't part of that. So, and that was fine because I had GOMESA monies I could use for these projects. I had other grant money, so, you know.
And again, he made, I think, one of the most significant department cuts last year too. So this is 2 years in a row that I'm sure hoping that everybody will remember that when we move forward and, you know, need some help on something somewhere.
Well, but I'm good. I'm good. I'm glad y'all worked with me. I really appreciate that because there have been many years where I just do a proposal and somebody goes and makes a secret sauce and we get what we get and don't throw a fit. At least I'm really encouraged by the input that you are asking for and in the back and forth.
And appreciate that,
And Juan's here, he can
and
ask about
also,
the,
I mean,
answer about the
like I
road
look
and
at the
bridge.
clerk and the tax assessor who's not here right now, but it seems like almost every year you're trying to do more with less. You're making recommendations to us many times as well, so thought I'd just bring that up because there are a lot of departments, almost all of them are making cuts in some way or some form, so, this is significant. I mean, it's to get us to our point, and I know the judge and staff have worked really hard on trying to find those cuts, but,
This is still a
like I
big
said-
cut in our,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, this
No,
is still,
absolutely.
we have got pages to go, and if any
Absolutely.
of this gets added too, we're still, this page alone, still has us 3.5 million under.
Right.
Yeah.
So unlike island, the coastal parks, we are the inland park, so we provide all your other operational, emergency management, evacuations, that kind of stuff. The only thing that I saw that's within the budget, and it's later on, that was a first-time deal for me, was the cutting of a van driver position. That's the only thing that we
You had two available, and there was one that's been a long time open. We cut that
Well,
one. It's gonna be voted on later. We're not doing that today, but yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing that we have issues with, but otherwise, we're willing to.
Yeah, and we're gonna vote on adding another person to your thing too with the Parker Pool. So yours really was pretty much a net zero. We were trying not to affect you too much because you have no funds to really wiggle with, so yes, other than the vehicle.
So, let me ask you a question, Scott is here. Is there any way we can use some of those funds from Go Mesa into the inland parks or other areas?
Well, I've got them all tied up in projects right now.
I know,
I mean-
that's not what I'm asking. I'm just asking, can those funds be used somewhere else?
I'd have to check on the statute on that and work with Alex, the county attorney signed with us, and get back with you on that,
I
because
thought at one time somebody that said that we could, so
Well, no,
it depends on what.
we got an
the
attorney,
project.
we got an attorney opinion that said it could be used for infrastructure, like when we use those funds to rebuild IB McGee after Hurricane Harvey. Because we're self-insured, so it made sense to use those there. So, I mean, those funds are really tied to, hurricane protection, environmental restoration, flood prevention, stuff like that, but it's all tied to the coastal zone. So, but I mean, I'll look at it. I don't want to tell you something wrong, that's one.
No, appreciate it.
One, yeah,
All right, yes,
you're up
Judge.
on your million, your transfer, is that tied to money that you cannot touch? I think that was Commissioner's.
Yeah, I think,
Yes.
that's my understanding. I think, is that correct, Jenny, or?
They're checking on it.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a general fund transfer. It comes from the general fund. The sale of we were told before, they did have that before in the legislature. They changed it where you couldn't take the license registration fee that it.
Sales tax.
Sales tax, whatever, and that it came from, it had to go into the general fund, and then the general fund could transfer, but
Yes, ma'am.
could
That-
transfer. It did not say it had to be transferred. No.
Yes, and
Yes.
yes, ma'am, I think there was just one comment earlier about the 1.5 for engineering. Do we have 1.5 for engineering?
And your budget right now at the end of the year in 1210, in 054, you have 421, in 1210, you have 1.5, in 0120, you have 3,321,000 remaining at the end of the year.
We transfer 100% of the costs for 0121 every year. So in the 24-25 budget, we have a transfer going to 01210 for engineering to cover the actual expenses incurred in the fiscal year ending 9/30/23.
So you don't transfer it till the end of the year, so the engineering
Exactly.
doesn't, how much is that amount that's gonna transfer?
So whatever's budgeted, whatever's actually spent at the
I'm
end of
asking how much right now is showing in there.
It is on page, I want to say, it's up at the very front. I believe it's on page 6.
The amount for the 22-23 actual expenses is $17,801,
So you
and
still have
that's
900,000 in
on
there.
top of
Yeah.
the 2.2 million that we had in the proposed, that'll now be 1.2 million.
Okay. All right. And then, so the areas that we would get, I guess, where would the monies, that the 1 million, where would we get most of the hit?
The 1.2 million?
I mean, the 1 million that's being removed, where is that really coming from?
Where's the 1 million? I believe that's
It's in
coming
the
up.
transfer from the
But-
general fund where you get 2.2, we would make it 1.2 transfer instead of 2.2 into the road fund
I just
12.
want to know, is it gonna be our materials, or is it gonna be our equipment, or what is it that's gonna get hit?
I think
Is it
that
gonna be
that's
okay?
up to you
That's
to
up to you and
reallocate
your
budget
road
as
and- I mean, you can-
needed. It's just you're going to have to reduce total expenses or fund balance.
If you look at pages 120, 121 of the proposed budget, you'll see road and bridge, and you'll see the balances for estimated actuals for 2023, 24, we're assuming a $3.3 million fund balance in 0120 and 0121.
Okay.
So you wouldn't be affected by the 1 million not being transferred in.
Okay.
Yes, that's the only
Just wanna
reason
make
we
sure.
took it. And you were out of town last week, or I met with you the week before, but
Yes,
you were
ma'am.
out of town,
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
yes.
Thank you, Judge. Huh? Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Any other questions? Then I would move to allow the cuts to those departments, the transfers out. The $1,527,220, $1,527,220. Let me spit that out correctly. We have a motion and a second
I'm sorry, what was the motion second, Judge? My apologies.
to allow those
Yes, ma'am.
cuts
Okay.
to the transfers.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Then the next, the expenses. If you go to the expenses, IT had professional services, 50,000. We looked at cutting that. The capital outlay, there was cutting $241,095. The balance would still be $285,000 for computers, furniture, whatever. General administration, this is the contingency that we had, I believe, 5 million. Teresa, you want to take this over? My notes are not real clear on this one. The expenses cuts. 3,423,000. We would only be budgeting 2 million in our contingency for the 24-25 year. Yes.
That's correct.
That's correct.
It came to me. I've had a lot of meetings,
balance
so.
is 2 million. So the balance will be 2 million.
2 million in the contingency, yes, that we would budget for next year. And we need to have contingency by all means,
Gotta have
but,
something.
You do.
yes.
Yep.
So I would move to pass that.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. This gets us to the bottom of that page, then we would go to G8, page 6, if
And-
you,
Judge, if I could just make a comment too, I just
Yes,
want to
go
make sure that everybody understands that, once again, we have just made, as a court, millions of dollars of cuts, but that do not affect jobs, services, anything else. So once again, this court has done everything it can in regards to, well, not everything, that's too broad, but
Yeah.
we once again made
Thank you.
significant cuts in this budget and still showing a decrease in the fund balance. So that's a significant step. We've, again, cut millions and still are going to show a decrease in the fund balance. But the fact that it's important, I think, that the public understands that we're not just doing what we're doing without making cuts and tightening our belts as well. Thank you.
Now, I would ask you to move to page G86. These are increases in the budget. If you look at this page, it should be in your packets and your folder, that one, yes. I know it was on item number 1, and we will have to vote on these individually as well. This is going to be a day. Vector control has been brought up many times. We looked at last year's budget for it was 233, so we put the amount in. I would, I know you talked
So,
about it
Judge-
being 290 or,
Well, the only reason why I do this because there, vector control, this was the balance of last year, but with the continuous one, part of that 100 employees we said earlier, there was a 1 or 2 employees here, so there's a little bit increased cost of about 230, so I would recommend 250.
250?
Okay, and can I ask a question on this
Yes, go
one?
ahead.
So being that we are 3.5 million in the hole even after cuts, going back in and adding a lot of this stuff makes me also a little nauseous. So we added roughly, let's say somewhere in the 300,000 range and whatever the extra interest range. So even with that, we haven't even gotten to the Granbury issue. This is about 3.2 million. But then if we go into these, if we do all of these, it's going to decrease our fund balance even more, right? So we're gonna have to have that as a running total. And to me, I guess on vector control, I'm gonna ask, and I know this is kicking the can down the road and I hate to do it, but every dollar we spend on this page makes it worse on the prior page. So I'm gonna look at things. Is there any ARPA
We have
money
some
left that could be used for this on a one-time basis? And I get that kicks us down the can down the road, but looking at the fact that we're already gonna be digging into our reserves by over $3 million, I mean, I gotta at least ask at this point.
There is not, and you will see why shortly, because we do have another requirement that is a $665, $665,000 requirement for law enforcement computers that we are going to be asking.
And vehicles.
The vehicles are already included in the budget, what's presented. That's not an additional thing.
Okay, so on the
Sorry.
page, it says law enforcement vehicles / Windows 11. Is vehicles not, is that just a typo?
That's just for their vehicles.
It's for
the
their
computer.
Oh, it's for their
It's the
vehicles.
computer
And then
in
their
their
vehicles.
vehicle.
It's,
are in
yes, the
but-
computers in their vehicles.
But then but then the leasing of the new vehicles, that's in the
That's already
budget too.
included in this
That's already
number.
included in the
That's already
purchase.
included.
So then, what is that? Because I think that's really important too. I'm sorry the law enforcement people left, because that's a $665,000 software upgrade for law enforcement vehicles. And then also, wasn't it about 150 for leasing of vehicles that we put in the budget? What was that number?
It's in the already included
It's
here.
already included in the
for law
proposed
But he's
budget.
asking for the amount.
Yeah, I've got to look at
Because we didn't
my,
do, we didn't,
You're pretty close, about 150 on
I think it was
that,
150
and-
because we
it's
didn't,
Yeah.
$141,699.
Page 2.
say that again?
Number 19 on page 2 of the already included.
The law enforcement vehicle leases there's going to be 8 for the sheriff and 1 for each of the constables.
Right.
It's a total of $141,699.
And no one else is getting vehicles, that's the only
Nobody
one.
else is
right?
Nobody else is
vehicles.
getting
Okay,
vehicles,
so-
just law enforcement.
Please make sure law enforcement knows,
Yes.
again, because, I want to make sure they understand the total picture. Even in this
Good
budget,
point.
we're
Yes.
putting in 665,000 plus 140, that's about $800,000 of new money to show our commitment to law enforcement.
There's more.
Oh,
The sheriff's office is getting we've increased their budget 100,000 for transportation of inmates. We increased the sheriff's department, the 37,000. Their
Well, hold on.
main.
But it's not on here.
But that's okay.
No,
I
So
just,
there's
we don't-
other
I
increases
get
that
it.
they've
He's also, the
received.
sheriff is also using his funds to
yeah, the
pay
sheriff's
for
using some of
he is
his, and
using-
I'm not trying to.
Yes.
I want the law enforcement, the stuff we're doing directly for them, like the inmate transfer is not for them. That's just, that's something that we have to do as a county, but this is one of the things I guess they asked for and they deserve to get, and so we want to make sure that they They know that. Okay, so that's on the next page. So then that eats up all the extra ARPA money is what you're saying, Judge?
If we get a vote, I would like to use that money to pay for that because it is such a high expense, yes.
I get it, and
But we're gonna vote on it,
necessary, and it's
so,
needed.
yes,
I'm not, I agree,
yes.
but I mean, that,
So what's the balance on ARPA?
so does that take up all the countywide ARPA? Is that what they're doing?
Pretty much.
It does.
It's actually a little bit short for what we need.
I can tell you.
That where some of my funding's going into,
Yes,
Teresa?
yes.
Yes, sir. But the county-wide portion, where's that agenda item? The county-wide portion is about 585, that's remaining in the ARPA money. That's the total, and we want to apply that to the law enforcement upgrade.
And then where does the other one come, where does the rest of it come from, the 665? 665 months?
Commissioner Modis has,
Offers
is going
to
to
take the
allocate
difference.
towards
Such a
that
nice
project
guy.
as well.
Commissioner Modas is a nice guy.
Yes, he is.
Okay, got it. Okay, so then the answer to my vector control question is we don't have any.
We don't have any money
Okay,
for it.
all right. And then, on the personnel one, is that where we would stick in CARAs, or this is just general fund we're dealing with?
This actually we can if we want to. This is,
But that, because it doesn't affect the general fund, so because hers doesn't affect the general fund, so we wouldn't want to keep a running total of that.
Yeah, net zero, because it'll be a slight increase, but their transfer will cover it, so.
Okay, so
yes.
then, if now's the appropriate time, I'm happy to make the motion to do what it is that Kara proposed, that doesn't affect the general fund, that comes out of her record management.
The records
Record
management,
fund,
and
yeah.
that transfer will continue
Which
every
is a-
year.
every
And-
year.
And increase the
yes.
pay scale from
Yes, yes.
24 to
Yes.
25. No?
22 to
22
24.
to 24.
22 to 24. Okay, so
Okay.
that's my motion there. That has a net zero effect on the general fund.
Yes.
Okay, that's my motion.
So we have a motion, a second? Well, second. And all
Second.
those in favor?
I have
Go ahead.
on the vector control,
This is just on CARES.
CARES.
He cut away to do
are you
hers
paying
first.
for it, right?
Yeah.
She's paying for all of it. It is not costing anything.
That
Yes.
costing nothing. That's good.
Yes.
You're
So Commissioner Chesney made the motion, Commissioner Hernandez seconded it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Go ahead.
Now, on the vector control, Commissioner Gonzalez, you wanted to say something, sorry. That, we're on number one, the vector control. We are gonna go through each of these one at a time.
Well, I don't know if I should put them here, or, I was thinking that in the vector control, we could also pay that out of the hospital district funds.
We can't because we already passed the hospital district budget. Their budget specifically did not fund
No,
it.
the money that we get from the hospital district.
We don't get the money from, they're wanting to do theirs all, they're gonna do it differently.
Just, listen what I wanna
He's
say.
saying the
I'm talking about the
1.7.
1.7.
But we haven't decided on that issue.
You know, I'm just
Yeah.
saying,
No, no.
you know, that's a possibility we could do that, right? I mean, you know, if it comes out of the top of that, we could do it,
We
you
can't.
know?
The hospital district is planning to take their things back and do them directly. Is that
No,
correct,
no, no,
Jenny?
he's saying, Judge,
No.
he's saying for what we give to the city county health department.
There-
But the point of that is, that issue is not to be decided until November or December, so we can't, and we have to
Vote to
decide,
do
we have
any
to
of
vote
that
on a
right now.
budget today.
That
So
can't.
anything related to the city county health department shouldn't even be discussed today, because we have already tabled all that till November or December. So that shouldn't even be on the, right, so.
So if I'm gonna pay for something myself on the ARPA, I need to put it on here?
Yeah,
Yes, if you want to pay for something, you can.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put, and then I'm gonna
well then,
put here.
Well, we're on vector right now.
Okay.
Let's go through the
All
list,
right,
and
okay.
yours is on the pages. Your stuff is on
I
there
know,
that you
but I'm saying,
requested, yes.
we'll do it
Yeah.
now, we'll do it back then. I
but
don't-
are you gonna pay for vector control?
Yeah, that's fine.
If
Are
we
you paying
want
for
to
vector
continue
control?
with vector
doing
control,
vector
we are
control?
going to
Oh,
have to
okay.
add this to our expenses in the budget. So
Okay, fine. And,
do we have a motion to include the 250,000 for vector control to affect our budget?
That's from ARPA, right?
No, that will be from the general fund.
General fund.
that's from general fund. So that's,
Unless you have ARPA money you want to pay for. I don't
Barely
think
have
you do. Yeah, I don't think any of us
I
really
got enough
do.
to use
so.
what I'm gonna use.
None of us do, so it will be a general fund expense. If I have a motion, if I don't get a motion, then we'll move on to the next item.
Motion.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
okay, so that's 250,000 more that we're in the
And
hole.
they're
Okay.
adding
No,
all
no,
this
no.
up as we go
That's the
too,
difference.
yes.
No, but that's, no.
That is 250,000 more on our
On the whole.
expenses.
So now we're gonna be in the hole more. Everything we
Yeah,
pass on
everything
this
we vote
page
on-
or any other page costs us money
Okay.
and digs into our
So the
reserve.
two
But I
thirty,
have some more
so the
cuts
two
to bring
thirty-three
up
was
to
just
my-
a,
Sorry.
233 was just a number, so now we.
Now we did 250 because he said some of them were in the 3%, the increase this year.
Okay, so it's
So we had to do 250,000. So it is not 233 that we just voted on, it's 250,000 for that budget.
So,
Now-
can I ask a question? Sorry, because I'm trying to do a running total in my head the best we can. And I'm not holding this in blood, Teresa, but what is your gut that the additional interest might be after we pay out all the departments? Just because I'm just trying to keep some sort of.
From that
From that 800.
800,000?
I mean, like 100 maybe? Could I say maybe 100 might be left over? And not in blood, but
Yeah,
just.
no.
I don't think anybody has a clue.
Well, because I'm
I
trying
don't
to
think
figure out how
anybody's
much in the hole we're
calculated.
going. Because I
Right.
want to keep reminding everybody of how much in the hole every
But we've
time we
already
spend.
included it anyway, whatever it is. You said available, the
No,
balance available.
Right, but like, okay, so on the last page that we passed, it's 3.5 million that we're gonna have to go into the hole to get our reserves. Then we added roughly 300,000 back from 1115 waiver, so that took us roughly to 3.28. Then we're gonna add back whatever interest is left, just if there is any. So I'm gonna say, just for my little calculations, that's 100, just to like be able to do it, right? So we added back, so we're back now to, let's see, hold on, I just screwed up my math. 3.2, 3.1, but then we just added 250, so that goes back to the red, so that 3.1, so we're now in the hole 3.35 million. So every dollar we spend from here forward means we're going farther and farther into the general fund reserve balance and taking that down, which is gonna be another hurt to
Absolutely
this
correct.
county.
You
Okay,
are correct,
all right,
Commissioner.
all right.
But on some,
Okay.
on the increases, Commissioner, the judge also has decreases to offset.
I have some more to
so we
come
might need to wait,
later.
because there's
I'm
increases
just
and
doing
then
it as
there
we go.
are items that we
Yes.
want to decrease,
As
so it
we
might not
go.
be
Well, no,
Moving on
Okay.
total. Right.
to item number 2, the personnel changes. If you will look on G87, there's a list there of personnel changes, and let me be clear, I am asking for a budget officer that reports to the Commissioners Court, just like Teresa and Tara do. It will be in the Office of County Judge, but it is a person that reports directly to the whole Commissioners Court. I am asking for that position. If you want to do these individually, we can, or we can talk about all of them and pass it as a whole. This county attorney's changes here, that is 67,000, let me just on their behalf. Everybody else comes throughout the year and does all these changes. She did what the policy and the recommendation was on our resolution to wait to the end of the year. So we cannot penalize her for doing what everybody else has done throughout the year. Not that I like the 67,000, I'm just saying, for this time, this date right now, she is the one that didn't come in and make changes throughout the year, is the reason that I was willing to include it in my changes. So, the Veterans Service, the Veterans Officer, JJ, we added people to his department when we looked at his salary to begin with. And this 24,000, the increase here, that the veterans, the state veterans thing is, they're gonna split this with, yeah?
Just for clarification purposes, so that it's on the record, the budget officer, you're not requesting to create a budget
We have
officer?
said that over, and I
Okay.
am not, and I know you're getting very worried, but not yet. we may come back next year and vote on that, but this
But
does not
just-
take the budget away from the
So
auditor.
so the county auditor
This-
is still the budget officer
just-
for Nueces County.
Just like
clarifying
I
on
told
the
the Board
record.
of Judges upstairs.
But I thought I saw that was
want these two
being
to work together to get us at a point where we are all on the same page and confident. If it doesn't work out, that will be my vote next year. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
But that's
I
not
just
coming out of the
wanted
general
to-
fund though, right? That's, in that Commissioner Mona's offered it?
He has offered if it doesn't come out of the general fund, but that's only 1 year of ARPA. I think this needs to be a position, just like Steve Waterman was for many years. This is not something
agree
that
with
needs
your-
to be a one-time deal.
No, I 100% agree, but
Yeah.
at the
So,
same time, it's
I
all
was
coming out of the.
asking for this totally, we can use his funds for anything else that he wants to contribute to, but I would like this to be a permanent position. I think in order to hire someone, it's going to need to be that. They're not gonna
That's
come in
fair.
here and do the amount
fair.
of work that is necessary to get us
So
where we
that's,
need to be.
that's in your
Yes.
408?
Yes, that's
Because
in
it's a
that
partial,
total.
it was
All
a
of
partial
these
funding
things-
request, right, Judge?
Yes, all of these things are in the 408 number. The county court at law that Mr. Judge McCoy was in here for. The constable precinct 4, taking it out of your ARPA funds that have been funding it. And the emergency management position. All of these are in here. And then we'll do the next two, but we also have 2 more that we need to do that's going to increase. But I would make the motion to pass the new position and reclassifications at the $408,000 positions needed. And
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Judge, didn't we have a budget officer before?
Years ago. Oh, well, we had someone before, and there was, yes. So we're bringing it back. We're
Well,
wanting to get
we have-
another person.
It's a different
Yeah,
position.
It's a different
He was a
position,
department head, but
actually,
same role.
and,
Yeah.
yes.
It's not a department head.
Yeah, it's
We
not,
don't need any more
it's
department
not a
heads.
department head, so yes, very different, yes.
Oh, there ain't no more stinking department heads.
Okay, so we have a motion and a
Just kidding.
second to pass these new reclassification and new positions, and adding an additional 408,898 to our deficit. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to the next things,
Did I add it?
that was done
No,
beforehand,
yours-
it's no
you were
cost.
separate
That was
motion.
done a separate motion,
passed.
yes, yes.
Yeah, because this is general fund. You're not general fund, so yours
Yours
is
was
separate.
funding by yours, this
You're
isn't
in
costing.
the dugout.
Yeah,
On the next item, number 3, the 54,307 is not general fund, it's Fund 17 and 18. So we won't actually include it or reduce it to add it to our number.
What is that?
It's for the new
what's-
position for inland parks.
17 and 18, there's there.
Fund 17 and coastal parks, inland parks and coastal parks. The next increase is for 54,000.
this will
come out of the
just be
general
within their
It's
budget.
with the other funds, it's not general fund.
Okay. So this will not be an increase to.
Right, as I'm doing my
okay.
little running total.
So I would make the motion to pass both of these
Second.
items. We have a motion and a second for the inland parks, splash pad and pool operator, and the coastal parks, change. All
These-
those in,
These do not increase the transfer into those departments?
Nope.
All right, thank you.
as net zero, yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Then we have, moving on to item 4, outside agency special revenue. It was requested that we bring back each commissioner and the judge have their 20,000 special revenue money. And didn't we have a place that we could fund this, Teresa?
The capital credits,
Oh, wait, whoa.
He didn't
That's a
want
whole
to,
nother
yeah.
discussion.
yeah,
Like,
it
yeah.
is. But, right,
Well, no, I'm just, I mean, that's
These
not,
are-
that's a whole nother group of.
for the economic
yeah,
development
Because I don't even know how much
contracts.
we have in there. That's not, today.
Okay, so, I if we want to continue with your outside agency contributions, then that is an additional 100,000.
I gotta tell you, I think as much as I want it in there, I'm gonna be looking to cut other things down here too, and I don't know, maybe we ought to cut that one in half and do it, because it's just coming out of the,
Can we apply other funding sources that we have in our budgets to cover outside agency costs? Is that what we did this last year, or how did we?
yeah, you,
Work the.
whatever you have.
Right, whatever we
ever
have,
had,
we can
you-
apply.
like we all had to
You
use
can
it.
each individually do
I
this instead of
absolutely
us. so-
agree that, I
Yes.
mean, I would love to have that discretionary fund, but it's discretionary, and we've already added
Absolutely.
on.
That's correct.
I agree. I think that there's areas that we need to seriously look at making cuts, and there's areas that we've added that we didn't really want to. Vector control is a no-brainer. I mean, we're dealing with West Nile. I mean, it's not something that we just could arbitrarily say no to. We had to. And so I would rather offset that with us saying no to our special revenue and be able to find it in our own funding and apply it that way.
You wanna cut it all? I'm happy to cut
No,
half.
I'm saying
happy
the
to
whole
cut-
thing.
Okay.
I mean, we did it, did we do that last year? Did we eliminate
That's
all of it?
correct.
Yes, last year, yes.
I mean, $100,000 can go a long way considering that this is a 836,000 total.
It's outside, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
And I would, I mean.
And we can
I
deal
hate
with some
having
of
to
the.
do it because it gives us
No,
that
no, but-
discretion to help these agencies, but I think that we're still able to and have been able to in this last year, so.
When we look at capital credits, I think we can have that discussion
Okay.
about some of it, but I don't think we have as much in that capital credits account as we've had in the past.
Exactly.
So I want to be
Can we-
fully transparent, but I mean, if we, yes, I mean, because look, I'm gonna look to cut another one on here that I think is totally discretionary too, and you can figure that one out, it doesn't take much. So I mean, I'm okay if we need to cut all of it, and we just have to figure it out.
How much do we have in the credits? Can we just jump into that real quick before jumping in the whole way? Dip our toe in.
And it doesn't come in as much as we were going out, is what I think, as I looked at that one too, and I can't remember the exact.
We only had 51,000 that came in this year.
But we
So
had a
the-
balance, so we only had 51,000, and then we had a balance, so that needs, again, so maybe we cut half of this and go,
I'm fine with cutting it all and using, I mean, I think, given the budget situation we're in, for us to,
Let me just ask one question. On this, when we get this money here, can we, outside agencies, it's got to be strictly outside agencies, right? It can be allocated somewhere else if we need it somewhere else?
Well, they're for outside agencies, Commissioner, but they go to your special revenue funds, and y'all tend to use them however you need within that special fund.
Could be any fund.
No, it's your own particular special revenue department.
Right. But it can be used for any project.
So the funds go into that department, and you have 4 outside agencies, but you can spend it on outside agencies. You can let the fund balance carry forward, or you can spend it as you choose, because it's your special revenue.
But it can be spent other than outside agencies.
Yes, you do spend them other than, because it just continues in your fund balance. It's just funds that will go there.
Okay. Well, I mean, I need it because I don't have any money, but.
I'd make a motion to cut the outside agency special revenue item.
Excuse me, Teresa?
And second, yeah, because I need more discussion, but.
okay. Go ahead,
No,
Commissioner
I was just gonna
Hernandez.
ask, when she said you can use it for anything, is that a good projects that you might have?
Yes, sir.
That was my question.
Okay, I just wanna get that understood.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, going back to the 836,594, that number was reduced by 54,307 because it was a net gain and that didn't apply to the increase in the budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, sorry, I should have worked the numbers before. And then minus another 100,000, so we're talking over $150,000 at least knocking off of that 836, so we're close to.
Well, the 836 is an add, so all we're doing
It's
is
an
not
add,
adding
so-
to the deficit.
Well, we're reducing, what is, I guess what I'm
No,
saying is
it's
we're
not adding.
reducing.
We're just not
the
adding
add.
to the deficit. You can call it what you want, I mean, we're just not, like, these are, in other words, that just saved
And we're not adding.
154,000 from the
Yeah.
836
Yeah,
number. You're
yeah, I mean,
correct.
we're still on the plus side when we
In the
should be
hole.
on the negative, but we're
Yeah.
working our way towards the negative side, is my point.
And I have some
Am
more
I right?
cuts.
I mean,
I've got
am
some
I
more
not reading
things
that
that
right?
we can cut in a minute, guys, that had
so-
us down to this page, yes.
Well, you know, I just want to say on this, on outside agencies, because I use all my funds, and Teresa can tell you that, because, you know, I think there's a lot of agencies there that are hanging on to what they have, and they might be a little help, but it's a lot of help to them, you know, and they can do some of the programs they probably wouldn't do. And they help a lot of people that we can't help, you know, so I guess they do a lot of work, you know, for the county, that we can't do because, we don't have, that department, but I think that, you know, these agencies that, you know, they really, I think a lot of them look forward to getting that little push and the little bit of money that we give them, and, you know, I mean, it's always, I'm not in the line, we're always cutting, like I said, always cutting somewhere where, man, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, 100,000 not going to help hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, you know, I mean, you know, cut it somewhere else, I mean, you know, and that doesn't help people, cut it somewhere else where you're not gonna help people, cut it somewhere else where, you know, where you can get rid of it, and, you know, if it hurts you, it hurts you, but I think we're hurting a lot of people, a lot of agencies that look forward to this money, you know, and I think that, it's time that, you know, we start, at least, we wanna be, sensitive, you know, we gotta be sensitive, right? So people need that money, agencies need that money. I mean, if you wanna close the door to them, go ahead, you know, but I'm not gonna do it.
But we can always go and fund those with our special revenue, is that correct, Teresa?
That's correct.
Well, you might have special fund revenue, Commissioner, but I don't have any special fund revenue, because I've used most of my money, you know, in projects. So I'm using my money because I think we're supposed to do that, right? I mean, you know, when Teresa comes to me and say, hey, you got a lot of money in this, COs here, a lot of money in this special project here. So I'll try to use it. I mean, I use it because that's what it's for, and that's what it's supposed to do. I'm not supposed to carry it over and over and over and over again. I mean, we gotta use it. I mean, it's not your money, not our money, it's people's money, taxpayers' money, so we gotta use it.
I absolutely agree, but, I mean, we have several sources of funding. I mean, it's how you call it and where you grab it from, it's all the same source.
Yeah.
It's just labeled differently, but we have funding to use, so, I mean, if a commissioner's gonna be out without funding, then I would consider not going all in on the $100,000 cut then, if that means to give at least something. But
Are you willing to do half, do
Well,
50,000 instead of?
I really have, I mean, I'll help somebody in this half, I mean, I can do that, I mean, just
Would y'all
not gonna close the
rescind
door
your
completely.
motion
I
to
mean,
do
I'm
that?
going with the consensus. I think we need to make a cut on it because, I mean, all this does is reduce our general fund balance. So I can go either way. I mean, I'd rather cut it, but I mean, I'm not gonna, I mean, look, this is the only thing I asked to even put in the budget. So I'm taking out the only thing that I asked to put in. So, I mean, because I didn't know we were gonna be this much in the hole after cutting millions of dollars out of our budget and we're still looking at a deficit. So all we're doing is cutting into the general, you're just taking this money and saying, okay, taxpayers more, you know, these agencies, and they're very important, and believe me, it's gonna affect me too, because I do the same things everybody else does to help these people, but at the same time, all it's doing is taking it out of the taxpayer's pocket. We're taking it out of their pocket one way or the other, because this is gonna cut into the deficit, so.
So we have a motion then to cancel this.
mean, if y'all wanna-
And a second. I think Commissioner Gonzalez and your fears, they seem to think that you have funding somewhere. Something Kara was looking like you,
Oh,
yeah.
no, we were just wondering, because it's not in the budget right now, it wasn't, right? It would
In the
be-
microphone, Kara,
It would
please.
be,
Yeah.
no, I was asking,
It has to be voted on one way or the other.
that's what I'm
Yes.
asking, that's all, that it's not in there right now. So you're
It's-
it's just an increase, like you're already doing it, so it's just new for next fiscal year. Right.
Yeah, this year you're doing it. We're not going to
Right.
have the funds if we vote against
Right.
this. There will
Okay.
be no funds for this next
Yeah,
year.
I was thinking it's for next fiscal year, not this,
Oh,
the
yeah.
remainder, so.
So we have a motion and a second to delete this 100,000. That's the motion that we have.
And did we
Go
vote
ahead.
on it, or can we
No,
just
we
I know y'all
rescind
didn't
it?
vote.
We could
haven't.
just rescind the motion
Yes.
then?
Yeah, he can
I-
rescind it.
Just rescind it and then reword it, or how do, I mean,
To the half.
Commissioner, it was,
I'll let you make it. I made my motion. I
Make the
think we ought to cut
motion.
the whole
He's
thing. If you don't,
rescinding.
I don't have the votes for it, then I think we ought to cut every bit of it. But if you don't, then I'll make your motion and I'll
Amend.
hopefully be able to support
I
it.
mean, my thinking was, I mean, and I don't pay too much attention to others' budgets, so I'm just knowing that I try to be very, I mean, we all try to use that money, and if you look at especially some of the votes that we'll have later on in this agenda, I mean, we're definitely putting funding to use. My understanding was that I assume everybody had some access to additional special revenue, so that's why I suggested it, because that's what I'm saying. It's all taxpayer-funded revenue. It's just what label do we put on it? So that's why I said, let's make the $100,000 cut, because we're still on the plus side with these requests after taking on vector control, like I said, which was, I mean, we had to fund that. So I guess, do we have, I need to know from my colleagues, do you all have funding? Or is it would you just prefer not to use special revenue funding? I guess that's my question before I make any motion, because that's important to me. If you have funding, then you choose not to, then I'm gonna cut it.
Well,
If you don't have funding, if you don't have funding, then yes, I will be understanding and say, no, we need to give that. But this is how we've been living a year.
When we cut it last year,
We still
I
did it.
still funded
Yes, we
agencies
still
through what I
all
had
funded
And I did
what we
too.
wanted
Right.
to, so.
as did, I assume, everybody else. And so I don't know how much I have left or what I have left, and it doesn't really matter, because I think we ought to cut it, because we're saying we got to cut all these other things, and we're keeping discretionary funds that are discretionary, not statutory. So again, I think we ought to cut them. But if I get outvoted, I get outvoted. That's life. It's okay. I mean,
That's what I say. I mean,
So this needs to go to
Well-
either, are you rescinding or are we moving forward with a vote?
I mean,
I think move
I'd
forward
like-
with a vote.
I'd like some clarification, but if not, I mean, I'm just gonna move forward just to make the cut as is. But I would hate to leave a colleague out
well,
if
let's just
they,
take a
if
vote,
they
let's just
work
take a
every
vote,
year.
Commissioner. I mean,
Just take a
don't-
But I don't wanna put you or any other commissioner out. That's my concern. So-
do what you gotta do.
you've already rescinded your second, so I mean, if you,
ever
I'll,
He
No, he
said he
hasn't said-
would, he
Oh,
he
maybe he
really
hasn't, I
was
don't know.
discussing it. He wanted to see if he was right. I'll second the motion and let's vote. Yeah, and then it will be. All those in favor of cutting the outside agency special revenue, $100,000, say aye.
aye.
Aye. Yeah, all
Nay.
those opposed,
Nay.
No.
the motion passes. Moving on to additional funding for Parker Pool operations. They are in the negative. This pool project, we're getting hopefully a good person with Edwards Parker Pool person, but they still have to have supplies and equipment and stuff. This is additional $25,000 needed for Parker Pool.
And it's not just, I think it's Parker Pool splash pads. It's not just, you're getting a.
Is it
you're getting a-
everything? It's
right.
chemicals and everything for all of them, sorry. Yes.
This is for all the
Splash
splash
pads
pads
and everything,
Right.
so. I make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Sorry,
Oh, go
discussion.
ahead, sorry.
Discussion.
I was gonna add that this 25,000 is also inland parks, so it's not included in general fund, so we can back that amount out. And to cover it, we've already reduced the balance of the sale of assets, Fund 14.
Oh.
So that the 25K can be accounted for in that transfer.
This is
Oh,
not, so
so
this
it's
doesn't
not
affect.
going to
So it won't
affect-
affect general
the
fund.
general fund.
Right.
so-
Still need to vote on it?
It's a
then?
net zero. Well, it
Yes.
has, I guess.
Yes, sir, but it,
Zero.
Yes.
Just
Right.
like the,
But this is for splash pads and everything. This is everybody's, not just Parker Pool. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
I think it goes to, yeah,
Any
okay.
opposed?
Nope.
Motion passes. Okay. Item number 6, the Robstown Area Development Commission. Commissioner Modas, you came to talk to me, and then John Balls came and talked to me as well. My only hesitation with this one, and whatever we do moving forward, I would ask that it be contingent upon their issues with their tax. They still have not finished their IRS situation that we talked about last year, I believe, in the same thing with their tax returns.
But I thought, why wouldn't this be in capital credits also? Because we didn't increase the REDC.
Did you see this
Normally,
one?
with these agencies, we've been doing this all in capital credits. So I'm trying to figure out why we would be adding to an outside agency into our general fund budget when when we're now $8 million in the hole. So I don't, like, I figured they and all the others that we considered in the past would be in the capital credits, so I don't know why we're having, I'm not sure why
Or
it's
just to
here.
be,
Um,
at the
um,
microphone, yes.
Correction, just so everyone is aware, the transfer for the RADC and the CCREDC, a total of $60,000 was added back to 1285 in the proposed, just so everyone's aware.
Right. This
So
is
that's funded by
additional.
general
50,000,
fund.
That's
Right,
50 and 10.
That's what we've always
Yes,
done
50 and
for-
10, a total of
Is
60.
already in the budget
In the
going forward.
proposed,
Right.
yes.
But this is
Yes.
additional money that we normally have dealt with in capital credits.
Yes, that's correct.
So I don't know, I thought, I figured this was gonna come up in capital credits, it's the same,
Look,
Should get outside
I,
agencies.
well, and I had the funding, and I'm gonna fund it.
Oh,
But
this
I'm
is
gonna
not-
fund it outside, in addition to
Oh.
making those cuts. Now, I had the outside agency passed, I would've used that funding.
Well, we can go back if you need
I
it,
mean,
if you need it.
I'm not saying that I need it. Look,
No, 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 but
if
if
we
you-
wanna make cuts.
Thinks it's
If we
important,
really wanna
yes.
make cuts, then I'm willing to do it, right? I'm willing to say that we need to make cuts. As important as this entity is, as much as I am engaged with their team, and how helpful they have been in spurring economic growth. And I will say that, and I've said it publicly, no disrespect to CCREDC, but the RADC is so much more engaged in the Western Nueces County. CCREDC does not have any footprint out there. They do not include me in anything. So my commitment to the RADC is strong. Now, how I fund it, don't worry, I'm gonna fund it, and I will bring it to you, and I will bring that funding from you from my own special revenue. But when the time that we need to make cuts, and when we're telling other groups, or we're making position cuts, to have anything that's considered discretionary, I'm opposed to, even something that I value so much, because I think it's important that we send a message to this community, that if we're willing to have to take on additional revenue increases as taxpayers, then we have to at least show that these projects, these areas that we've had focus on, that we're willing to make some sacrifices for now. So I have that luxury of having saved some money, I think, over the years and been very conservative with my spending, that I have a little bit more now to spend, to use. So that's why I'm saying that that's my message today, right now, with a lot of these. That's why I voted the way that I have, because I feel so strongly in that. So I don't mind taking it off, because it's still gonna be included. And don't worry, we'll still vote on additional funding for this group.
And if you
It's
feel
not
like
now, and
yeah.
I will ask if we can get this on our next agenda, right? If Teresa, or somebody can help me do that, Priscilla's listening, that we add on the actual amount that comes from my revenue, that's aside from this budget. Because I don't wanna put any more requirements than we absolutely
Right,
need.
and if you're gonna be short, it's the same thing that you were saying to everybody else, if you're gonna be short and you wanna go back and reconsider some of that special revenue in the agency, then okay. I'm just saying, I think it's like this, because this, along with all those other great agencies that we fund in capital credit, should also be on here, or none of them should be on here, in my opinion, meaning, I think the PIBA and the new London Business Association and the all the Northwest, the West Side, they all ought to be on here, or none of them ought to be on here, and we ought to do them all in capital credits, unless you're gonna fund, and then you were, shoot, John, your commitment's huge to this group. You funded them yourself last year out of your own outside agency, $20,000, I think. So, we know you're gonna fund them. I'm just trying to figure out if this shouldn't be on with the capital credits discussion. You can
Well,
put
I
it
would
on as
love
yours,
to have it on
too.
capital, so don't get me wrong. But
Yeah.
I think the message is
He's also
that if
funding
we
all
need to
sorts
make
of
cuts
things for us.
here on what is the actual add-ons, that's where I feel pretty categorically, other than vector control, Parker Pool, it's not necessarily Parker Pool, it was also for the splash pads, which, hey, my precinct, I've pursued wanting to do one, and I got a recommendation halfway in exploring it that it was probably not the best project to take on with ARPA, but the other three precincts have them, which is fine. I support it. I support the greater good and being able to have the chemicals that are needed. overall, I wouldn't have, but because it's 3 out of the 4, I'm willing to do it, but
And I may
on
be
the
wrong.
RADC,
But it's a
if we
county
can keep it
expense.
on,
And I may have misspoke on Parker Pool. This may be going, because Parker Pool has a total budget of like 25,000 for the whole Parker Pool.
Sure.
And so this may be going more to Parker Pool, so I don't want to, I may have
Going
misspoke.
to all, to Inland Parks and Parker Pool for the position.
It's a
the
county, it's a
department.
county project.
It's a net
Yes.
zero,
County-
right, I
Yeah.
get it. It's
no,
a
I
county
get it,
project,
it's a
but-
net zero,
But
but
I
I'm
don't
just
want to
saying.
have misstated something accidentally.
Right, no. So I would love to keep on the RADC, but it's gonna get funded one way or the other.
Right.
But if we really need to look at making cuts, I agree. If we can put it under capital credits, then let's do it that way.
So like,
So
what-
we can take it off of this number.
if you're going to fund it with some of your own, then
Well,
you would put
let's-
that on.
Let's see what we
He
can
would
work
rather
out on
do
capital
capital
credits. I
credits
mean,
first. Right.
I've been very, I would say generous. I've been,
You have
you know,
been very
I've been
generous.
very supportive of
Right.
our cause here today. And so it's not without a price, right? I'm gonna ask for
Generous all
this
year.
to be made up, but on another end, so that we're not, I mean, people are gonna just look at, there was an increase that the court voted on. And if this can be made up in another area with other funding, then all I'm saying, let's just be practical and move that from here, and we're still gonna catch it. So anyone from RADC, any of my partners there, don't worry, the help is still gonna be there. The support and the revenue that we've had in years past is gonna be there to get that work done. Because like I said, bar none, they have been so inclusive with me. And so I don't want them to feel that I'm leaving them behind. But if we can take this away so that our overall increase to the budget is much less, I think if we do that, we'll be below 700,000. Is that roughly
That's correct.
correct, Teresa?
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't mind doing that, because if we can make it up in capital credits or make it up with my funding, we'll do it that way.
You know, it's kind of early to be thinking about, we're gonna say, because we're gonna go up and down.
About what?
We're gonna
We're
be
still
going up.
going
Oh,
to
I
be,
agree.
yes,
We're gonna be
because
going up
there's
and down.
more things coming that are gonna add and
stay with-
That's why I'm
subtract.
saying, don't worry, I'm
Yes.
gonna make up for it in another
Can't stay
section
with
here,
it.
so.
Can't stay with
I'm
it.
not
So
gonna
we're
go
not gonna
crazy.
vote on this then? We're not, you don't
I-
want a motion on this?
I'm letting you know now that I
You're
will
going
want
to
to
take care
make
of
this
it
up
now.
and have
Yes.
this discussion with capital credits.
Okay.
The 15, put it there.
Now-
And then I'll still fund any additional that achieves last year's
Well,
commitment that I
and
made.
remember what we did on capital credits, just again, because I don't want to mislead. We gave all those EDCs and business associations the same, whatever it was.
Right.
And then you funded extra out of, not your pocket, but out of your special funds. So,
My funds,
so,
right.
But since, if
Okay.
that is capital credit funds, we can do that anytime during the year. This doesn't have to be
Right.
decided on today.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm
So,
saying. I
yes.
just want to say for the public and anyone watching.
Yes.
That I'm asking, I'm directing that we put this on the next agenda come October, so that there's
Yes.
no confusion, there's no delay, that I want to take action on this, yes.
Perfect.
For our
perfect.
capital credit fund,
It
Your
will
Honor,
still
we
be covered.
already set the budget for the entire amount of the appropriation.
Yes,
So,
yes.
so whether it's
Thank
for
you.
whatever it is, it's
Thank
basically
you.
there, yes.
I would like to call for a break, maybe let's
you want to do
do,
exec,
huh?
you want to do executive session? while we-
Oh, how about if we go, well, we're in the budget. Do we have to go into?
It's an agenda
It's in the
item.
regular, yeah, okay.
I don't,
Let's break for executive session.
yeah, this is just regular agenda, I think. It's budget, but I mean, can we not?
Yeah, so, and then maybe we'll hear back from the other on the DA's
Budget.
issue and stuff while we're at
All
break to
the,
come back to go. We'll start back on our decreases right here, the next pages going forward. But let me find my agenda to where we are in executive.
We don't have but one,
I know, there's only one, but,
might as well.
You get it done? I know the attorney, oh, here she comes back, okay. We are going to take a break and go into executive and just deal with the one issue, and then we may also hear about the DA's issued while we're out. Before we come back, I would say maybe an hour, be out 45 minutes.
I'm being told in the office over there that there's not an executive for budget. Can I?
We're going to, this is for the regular
For
agenda.
the regular, so
Yes.
you concluded the
No.
budget for a moment?
It's all part of the regular agenda. We just did budget first, so we would like to skip ahead in our agenda to
We
do,
don't have to finish everything on the budget before we take a
yeah,
break.
because it's not
Come
a,
on, we're
yeah.
here all day.
Yeah, no. We're not finished with budget. We are coming back. Anybody, and it looks like it's only staff in here, so we're not putting any publics out. But we will be coming back. We may have some answers on a couple of questions that we have as well before we come back. But while we are out, we are going to take care of the one issue on the executive agenda item. So, on the executive session, public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there's been a practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go to executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with the attorneys, including matters regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development, negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in the executive session. Today, we have item A, consult with the county attorney on legal matters relating to an agreement with Carasoft Technology Corporation for LinkedIn Learning Services and related matters. Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action on the same agreement in regular session if needed. And it is 12:30. We are going into executive. Thank you. Thank you. We are back from executive session. It is 1:26. There are no motions after executive. I would like to first, though, I got pulled aside before we came in, if Mr. Granberry is still here, and Jenny, we discussed some things with him in the back on his $320,000 that we had talked
Not
about.
not an executive.
Yeah, not an executive. You and I discussed that, of just the county judge. I think I said that we had a meeting separately while they were in here waiting. I'm sorry. But if, we have come up with, it shows that the last time that those positions were even filled was back in 2021, correctly? I don't have the paper in front of me, but there's a $320,000 transfer going out. After discussions with Mr. Granberry, he is willing to move that one position that is full-time to be out of that pretrial division fund. Diversion, sorry. And, but the other 240,000, I think that person is about 60,000. They said the balance would have to come out of the general fund this year. It would not be a transfer into that. Jenny, did you want to comment anything on it or anything that was after talking to the attorneys and all of us in my office back there before we came into here? That is another.
I think our reading comports with Mr. Granberry's reading. It's not the fact that they cannot fund attorneys, it's that the attorney's time cannot be documented to be solely to pretrial diversions. Is that correct?
And there are none
Yes.
in there at this moment, yes.
There are
yes.
none doing pretrial diversion?
There are none that solely, and I think Mr. Granberry, correct me if I'm wrong, none of the attorneys who are in that group solely do pretrial
about-
diversion
What
work.
about partially? I mean,
There's-
partial's partial.
Yeah.
We're looking for every dollar we can get.
Well, I understand, but the problem is that it was never set up where there was a modality for people to keep track of how much of their day or their hour that they spent on pretrial diversions.
So, but what do you use it for?
We use it for a lot of misdemeanor cases.
Meaning you use it, how do you use it? I'm sorry, I didn't ask it right.
Okay, but let me just explain what a pretrial diversion is, all right? So, a person is arrested, charged with a theft or a DWI, something, they come in, they're 18 years old, never been in trouble before, barely over the legal limit, no accident, nobody's hurt. We want to give them a chance to clean themselves up. We can put them on a pretrial diversion, which is a contract between the district attorney's office and that individual. It cuts the court out, and they sign an agreement, and they sign a provisional confession that becomes our Exhibit A, and a waiver of speedy trial and jury trial that becomes our next exhibit. And we put them on a probation that is supervised by probation, and, or can be supervised however we structure it. Again, it's an informal agreement. We generally require them to take the classes that are standard on any kind of a class, DWI school, driving school, whatever we think is appropriate. If it's an assault case, misdemeanor assault, anger management, red door, you know, we can make them go jump through all those hoops. At the end, basically probationary period, which can be 6 months to up to 2 years. Then they can come back and we dismiss the case, and the case can then be expunged. So the big value to a citizen is they can get it completely wiped off of their record. So it's a,
What do you use those funds for now? In other words, what would you, I get that you're saying there's not a system set up right now, but some of those lawyers are doing pretrial diversions, and some of their salary should be offset by this, I would think.
well, Commissioner's just not set up that way. It's like, if we could set it up or try and come up with, going forward, a way to say, I keep my time going forward on how much time during the day I did on pretrial diversions, but
What
it's
else
not.
do you use it for? Like,
We-
you've got that.
You're talking about the funds. We don't use it for anything because I didn't know it was mine. I didn't know I had it.
Okay, so they're there. Like, what will you use them for?
Very limited things. And so I'm going to have to seek guidance from TDCAA, from other district attorneys to find out what they're using theirs for, whether it's been approved by their commissioners, by any opinions they have from the Attorney General's office, any court cases that they've had in their judicial district. I'm going to be looking for that. But this was an account I didn't even know I had
I
until
understand,
recently.
and we didn't know it was a problem, so we're both in the same boat, right? We got a
Right.
$300,000 problem in front of us that you don't know the answers to, and we don't know the answers to, but somehow we got to make a decision today. My argument would be that if indeed those funds are allowable for attorneys to be reimbursed for what they do legitimately and I mean, actually in pretrial diversion, we as a county should be reimbursed for that in some way. I get it's day zero and that we're, down to the wire, but before we again, say, okay, great, just like we're all kind of making the sausage here, why couldn't we come up with a system that legitimately said, look, whatever those pretrial diversion funds can be used for, that they should be used for, and the county ought to get a credit, for lack of a better way of saying it. And I get it's the last minute, but we're having to do the same thing,
I
so.
understand, I can do that going forward, but I cannot with any truthfulness sign a paper saying that my lawyers have spent this much time working on pretrial diversions when we have done nothing to account for that time.
I have a question.
I get it, Jimmy, but we're in the same boat. Like we're at being asked at the last minute, not because of you, but we're being asked at the last minute to say, we got to suck this up and not get any reimbursement for an entire year. And we have to vote on that today. That's, I mean, and
Well,
I know
actually,
you
last
wouldn't.
year that anybody was in the pretrial diversion budget was the 2021 budget
But they
period.
Did
they
we do a
still
transfer
do.
last year?
Everybody, yes, you got
Without
320,000 for the next budget cycle, which was the 21-22, and I'm assuming,
Well, right, but that wasn't,
Okay.
I mean,
well, I'm
right, I
just-
get it, but I'm just saying,
I have a,
go
Some-
ahead, sir.
I'm kind of what Commissioner is right now. The money was there, but it wasn't being used for 2 years. That's what you're saying, because you said that you didn't know you had that account.
Well, I didn't know it, but when I did the research that I've done, there's only one person who qualifies per the definitions in the Attorney General's opinion, and by the statutory language that is included.
So that person was
And
utilizing those funds already?
she was one of the people that was listed in that court for 2019, 2020, and for 2020 and 2021, but she is the only one that would have legitimately met the definition that is set
But
out.
she's not there no more.
No, we've still got her. We'll put her
Okay.
back in, and that's
So-
why we're offering to do
Okay,
that
so-
today, is switch her back over to come out of that
So
account.
you need two people to be kind of labeled or to be under the umbrella of diversion would help you do what you need to do?
No, he has the funds,
I know,
they're
I'm
his
just saying,
funds.
but I'm just saying what Commissioner said right now, he has those funds, but if he can use part of those funds and we can use part of those funds. You know what I'm saying, to
Dale,
offset?
can you talk about how the transfer came out the last 2 years, if he has had no people in
That's what
there,
I'm
was
saying.
that an agreement?
How can
When
nobody be paid?
the district attorney Gonzalez was there, we had an issue where there was, I think there was 5 employees in that department, several lawyers, investigators, and I believe maybe it's not released like the current district attorney is talking about. And they were running on deficit because they weren't bringing enough revenue. So they brought to the court saying, can we transfer these employees to the general fund? With that, they promised to transfer the cost of that employees to the general fund from the special revenue fund of that. So that's what we've been doing in the past of that amount. If they had the 320, we were, but if they didn't have the 320, only the amount they had.
So this should come to us.
It did come to y'all. Y'all allowed them to transfer the employees to the general fund.
With the agreement that
Yes.
we would
Yes.
be reimbursed.
Yes,
Right, so,
With whatever they had in there.
correct.
Yes.
right, so what happened to those people that were that are now in the general fund? Where are they and what are they doing?
They're still in the general fund as attorneys.
And so, that's what I'm saying, I mean,
So those 5 people that you negotiated this transfer with are no longer even there. They're not on the list. They haven't been paid since 2021.
They were paid out of the general fund, not out of the special revenue fund.
they've been paid in general fund.
But when did you transfer it? What?
21, 22, like the district attorney saying.
We've been paying for it all these years.
Yes.
It's just, he's been paying for it.
Yes.
In other words, those 5 people would have been let go back then because they didn't have the funds for it. So those 5 people were sent to the general fund.
Yes.
And he paid for it out of this diversion fund. Now, I get it, you're saying you can't, but no offense, but we still have to pay for the 5 people. So the general fund now will get shorted because he's gonna wanna keep those 5 people and he's not gonna wanna pay for them because he says he can't legitimately. And so those 5 people were in that unit before and they were doing the work before. So, and they had 5 people, so it's hard for me to understand how nobody's doing enough pretrial diversion work where we can't account for some of the funds. It doesn't add up, and I get it. We're in the freaking last day, and if we'd have had this 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago like you wanted, then we could have maybe figured out how to do this, and you could have gone and asked the people and said, what can we do and how do we do it? But we're still stuck with those people that were being paid for somewhere else. It's not like we got a windfall here.
Paying double.
We didn't get a windfall. We're fixing it, so we didn't get a windfall. Those
Paying
5
double.
people just got moved from one thing to another, and the funds that DA thought he could use, paid for them. So it was a net zero. Now it's a net loss to us. This is a net loss to this county, and those 5 people are still here. Or those 5 positions are still here, correct?
That's correct.
That's a net loss to the county. That's not right either. And I get it's not right. You're 100% right what you're saying, but no offense, so am I. Like, we're getting screwed on this, not because of anything. He's cleaning up that office, and thank God, that's great. But we're gonna have to pay for these 4, thanks to
Four,
agreement to
because
that.
he's
We're
gonna
gonna
do
pay for these
one.
4 extra
Yes.
people that we,
260,000.
But the money's there, no?
yeah, I don't, and I've gotta figure a lot of these people are still doing pretrial diversion work. And I get that he can't answer us today, but what do we do? Because we got to pass a budget today. I don't know.
The majority of my people are not doing pretrial diversion.
0. They're doing no pretrial
I
diversion?
didn't say 0. I said the majority of my people are not doing pretrial diversion work. I'm so shorthanded. Mr. Cafaretta basically runs the 7th floor by himself. I've got a couple of trainee lawyers that are working on it, that he's teaching. He runs from County Court at Law number 1 to County Court at Law number 2 to County Court at Law number 3 and 4. When he can find someone, he runs up to felony court, says, "Are you free? Yeah, come with me. Help me get this done." They run down there, they sit down with a stack of files, and they start pleading those cases out.
But Jimmy, if we're ever going to get anywhere with making that better, we can't do it when now we got to eat $250,000 more. I mean, I get it. I mean, we need to increase the pay. We need to increase your positions. We need to do a lot of things, but now we just got popped with another $250,000 that we weren't anticipating and we don't have, and we're going to go farther now into the hole after we've already cut millions out of the budget. So, I mean, you didn't create it. I get it.
I
You
didn't
do
create it,
I
and
know.
I've heard talk earlier about getting into your reserves, and this may be one of those really unfortunate times when you have to get into your reserves.
Everything we're doing today is getting
And,
into our
well,
reserves.
and, you know,
You mean more into my reserves? Because
Yeah.
we're gonna be, with this, we'll be about 4 million into the reserves.
well, mine's a short bit of that, so, comparatively.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna agree with you on that, but, you were fine until you said that, so.
I was joking with you,
Yeah,
Brent.
I
come
know,
on.
I got you, but.
But, no, the point I'm trying to make is I'm still understaffed and they are still underpaid. And that's gonna be a problem that we're gonna have to address. But cutting 4 or 5 of my lawyers out and saying hit the streets because we're short of cash, is not the answer. I will be happy to dip into any funds that I have if I can find a methodology that would allow me to do it. But I can't find that. And so until I have a legal opinion from someone that says that I can find a reason to give it back to the county.
And maybe we need to pass something with a contingency on it, because you're doing pretrial diversion work. I get today you don't know the answer as to how much and what the system is and so forth and so on, but you're doing something, so maybe we just need to pass this with some direction that says, but you will work with whoever, the county attorney, to come up with a legal way that's completely legit so that the county can get some of those funds back, and we don't have to wait a whole year and suck up that whole 250,000 if we don't, because unless they're doing, and I know you didn't say this, unless they're doing 0 pretrial diversion, there ought to be a way to come up with a way to say, okay, legitimately, 5 lawyers do 15% of their work, or whatever the number is, that's legit, that you can get an answer to, and that we can move on. But, I don't know, that's just.
Lisa wants to say something, her hand is raised.
We can put the money in contingency appropriations, and we would have the entire time to figure out what a legal way to use those funds are, and then that budget would get reallocated via change
No,
order.
You can't do that.
No.
They're my money, they're going into my account like
In-
it's supposed to be done by law.
Sir,
So
in your
don't sir
department.
me. I've had all I want out of the auditor's office right now.
It could go into.
We can
his
pass this going
special-
forward
His
with-
special department in 13230, pretrial diversion in contingency appropriations in that department. not as a transfer to the general fund, in his department's contingency appropriations.
It stays, what she's saying, Jimmy, is it stays
Stays in
there
your
in that
control.
fund.
Yes.
Nobody can touch it until we figure something
Nobody can touch
out.
it until it gets figured out.
And you have to approve it.
And you would be the one that would initiate that change order, not us, you, sir.
I mean,
One of the other things he is asking for, though, is all of his accounts to be sent directly to him, separate accounts. They go, he has full access, control. The only one that can write checks on them, they come to him just like the sheriffs do.
Yeah.
So he has requested that in the next budget for those to
I
be
think
transferred over, and
That's required by law,
yes.
any
So
special accounts
you
I
will have control of them. We just ask for you to work with
I
us
will
on
let
that.
you
You have
all-
been, yes.
You will get copies, anybody that wants a copy of the monthly bank statement, I'll be happy to get one sent to you.
Oh, well, you.
I'm completely
Now, I'm
transparent.
in this next year with working with us on funding these positions
will
that
be
you're
happy
gonna
to do that. I
transfer the
think we
one,
can
and
collectively-
moving forward, this is,
so let me say it again, because I think that's the safeguard you need.
yes.
Is the money just go, and what she's saying is that'll today provide us a net zero for our purposes today, because we're putting it in, now, it could kick us in the teeth later, but it might not. It buys us time, and it puts it in a contingency fund in your pretrial diversion account. No one can touch it, no one can spend it, no one can do anything unless you initiate it. Then that buys us time to sit down and see if there's a legal way to come up with a system that says, okay, this is acceptable to whoever you need to check out, because we are doing some pretrial diversion work. And then maybe we only get 50,000 of it back, or maybe we get zero back. I don't know, but it just buys us the time to not have to pass it today and be another 250,000 in the hole when we're already pushing up on 4 million. So I get it. I want you to digest it, because I don't want you to feel like you're getting.
No, I'm not gonna get railroaded, even if I thought it was gonna be, but, and I don't feel that way. My problem is, once you lose faith,
I
you
get
lose
it.
faith.
I get it. I
And
get it.
so.
That's a whole other day.
That's.
Okay, I mean.
My problem with this auditor's office is I don't have any faith in them. And so, it's nothing personal, but I've been asking since I got here October 7th, and I haven't gotten any answers. I was $25,000 in the red for the first couple of months I was here. And I do not understand how you can be that far in the red. So that's where I'm coming from, guys, and it's nothing personal, but I can't trust what I can't trust. So, that's been stated here on the record. I take you at your word. I have no reason to disbelieve anything that comes from this court. So with that understanding, I'm happy to do it.
And we'll make it as a motion, so while you, I'd like to do it here, so that you
yes.
hear it, so that it's an official vote, so that that's the way it has to be. And if you don't like the way it's worded, you let us know, because I'm truly understand what you're doing, and I'm trying to protect those funds and trying to figure out something at the last minute, kind of as a compromise that doesn't just toast us too. So I appreciate you working with us.
We'll put the work in. We'll do it.
No, I know, and
Are you
So-
making the motion, Commissioner Chesney, please?
Judge, I would make a motion that first of all, the first lady, and I'm sorry, is it a lady that we're transferring back into the pretrial diversion?
It is.
Site and release coordinator.
Pardon me?
Site and release coordinator.
That the site and
position.
release coordinator be transferred back into the pretrial diversion, and those funds would be paying for that person, and that the rest of those funds would be kept in a contingency fund in the pretrial diversion account managed by the district attorney, and that none of those funds can be spent without the district attorney initiating that PO after doing all the research he needs to do alongside the county attorney to figure out where we can go from there.
Second.
It's just in the budget discussion. It's in the letter. There's no number to it.
It's part of 7, 8, 9. It's part of the whole budget discussion we've been having.
G87,
8,
G87.
9,
Just put
G87.
district attorney, G87. We have a motion and a second. Oh, yeah, Carrie, you need to speak in the microphone when you
It's on this
speak.
one. It's an
I'm
amendment to
sorry.
this.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
just need to know where to put in the minutes.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Was that, hold on, was that worded?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, the motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Y'all have a delightful day.
Yeah, we're just getting started,
right.
okay.
We're trying.
Now, moving on to G86, there are some decreases in the budget options. And item number 7, I believe Edward already came up and talked about the delete the vacant position. He has 2 drivers. This would be deleting 1 van driver of the senior community services that's been open over a year. And this just helps with his budget cuts since he got the other person and he only got the vehicle cut where all the other departments had much higher cuts.
So moved.
We have a motion. I'll second the motion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
It's decreasing, it's number 1. It's decreasing the budget.
The van driver, that's for inland parks?
Yes, just one.
It's
They
for
have another one
community
that's open
services.
too, but we just cut one.
They have openings.
So you need one or you need the both? Because I know one was frozen, and I don't know why it was frozen so long. Why was it frozen so long?
It
All
was
last
frozen
year.
as part of the budget, compromise
Cuts
for this
last year,
time. Last year.
yes.
And you
But
never,
it doesn't mean we don't need it. What we've done is we've taken parks employees to go in and fill in, backfill for that. So parks employees come in and they deliver the meals for us.
And I understand, but I also understand with this budget, we were trying to halfway keep it fair, and this was part of your other position. Since you had 2 open positions, they weren't filled, we left one and just cut the
Right,
one,
well,
yeah.
but again, it wasn't because we weren't trying to fill it. We do have a desperate need for employees and that's where.
is the other one frozen too, Edward? or-
No.
No, the other one that was frozen was the custodian. But we're trying to, I think in the budget, trying to change that, the descriptor so that we can bring on a person.
And this is just a van driver or what, just a driver?
That's a van
That's what
driver,
it
yes, sir.
listed, a van driver, yes.
And it's only needs 40,000 to make it?
Well, it adds up, all these.
All these
Add up.
add up, but it was just one more cut, and because we tried to be fair and across the board with our departments, and this was one thing. He had 2 that weren't filled, one that was coming available. We thought we could deduct the one. That only makes your deductions from your whole entire department, the 73, where Public Works got much higher, where Coastal Parks got much higher. We were just trying to do something that affected everyone. This
you-
hasn't been filled for over a year, so.
I know,
Yeah.
I've been saying, we gotta fill it, but I know one was frozen, I don't know, you had 2, but do you have any other vacancies that you can transfer one to be the van driver?
Commissioner, no, we had, that was one of the positions that we had filled, but we're transferring that person is moving over to Hilltop.
For custodial? Or
No,
what?
no, that was the driver. One of our drivers is moving over to the Hilltop Community Center.
As a driver?
No, as just a maintenance worker,
Groundskeeper?
groundskeeper.
So that's commissioner, I don't know.
Smallest cut.
And I'm out, like I say, I'm out of money.
Yeah.
Commissioner,
And you voted against. We're trying to make cuts here. You know, it is.
All right, well, as long as you got the other, we
difficult.
need to fill the other one up, I guess, you
Yes.
know? As soon as possible, so we won't be coming back to court.
No, we are filling the positions. It's there.
And the microphone, please, yeah.
We've hired the positions, Commissioner. It's part of the process, so we're waiting for them to pass their drug screen, to pass the background check. Right now, we've essentially have tried to hire them, so we're waiting for all that to come back. So, you know, it takes about a month now to hire people.
Okay.
Edward, is that the same job that Joe Lester retired?
That's where the gentleman's going to,
Hilltop.
yes.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Or nay, sorry. The motion passes. The next deduction was the county court's attorney's fees. We just did a slight deduction on their attorney's fees, at $10,000 each court.
And do they think they can live with that? I don't see how you're going to in court five, but, I mean, is that something that
We checked all the budgets.
courts are
Teresa
okay with
did,
that? Okay.
Yes,
The county auditor recommends to the decrease.
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
yeah. There was more than enough, so
And-
make the motion to pass.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Now I'm adding back in, just so everybody knows, I'm keeping
I
that
know,
running total.
yes.
We're still going here. All
The
right.
court administration attorney's fees, this is 75,000 for capital trials, and Teresa, you came up with this one, excuse me.
Yes, again, it's the same. We increased four, but they have the cushion there, so we're just backing that increase out.
So,
They already have funds
For-
in there, but yes.
Right.
all right.
And
Motion to pass?
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item 10, the district court's attorney's fees. This is a total of $544,000. It's deducting $68,000 from each of the district courts.
And they, again, they have the
They have
cushion, they know about
cushion,
this?
They have,
They put that as a request this year to increase, so.
they put the increase as a request, and we feel like everybody else is getting cuts. We're not doing the increase. That's, yes.
They put the,
They asked
They-
for an
they added-
additional
they added, yes,
68,
yes.
but they don't even, that was just a cushion.
so the,
Yes.
Lisa wants to speak, sorry.
okay, but wait, Teresa, so the, this, we didn't put the 68 in and we're taking 68 out.
No, this is the
Dale
sixty-eight
added
that was increased. We're just backing it out, so it's a net. They requested 68,000 increase on all their attorney fees, but we're backing it out.
And they,
Because they have available funds, and then we will,
This was the auditor's proposal, we're taking it out of the auditor's proposal.
no, I
Backing
mean, I
out,
get it,
yes,
that
yeah.
knocks down 544.
Yes.
So I'm just but that's been looked at again and judges know that this is coming and all this kind of stuff, right?
I'm not sure that we phoned them and
Not happy
know,
about it,
but,
but
yeah, they're, they know that this budget is not pleasant for anybody.
Now, we have to understand
Yes,
that these,
yes.
these fees are unfunded mandated fees that we have to spend, and if they appoint an attorney, we have to pay for it, so.
At the end of the day, but right now, looking back,
Yes,
all
yes,
of their
yeah.
accounts are
Historically,
fully
this
funded. We
works.
don't,
Yes.
we're not putting them in a bind
Correct.
with what they have in
That's
their
correct.
accounts now. Yes.
Theoretically, that public defender's office was supposed to save us some money on
Yes.
Yes.
attorney's fees, so maybe we'll just,
Don't count on that one.
yeah, hopefully. Yeah, okay, all right.
So, I make the motion to pass, I guess. Do we have a motion? No? We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item A after this is the law enforcement vehicles, the Windows software upgrade that we talked about. Possibly, I know this is an agenda item on our regular agenda in a moment, but if it doesn't, if we can't use the ARPA funds, if we're not going to pass that as the reason it's on here, then it has to count against the budget, because it is a required thing that the law enforcement, all the vehicles have to have this upgrade.
So is it
So,
a one-time thing?
one-time thing, yes.
But we have 500, you said 58 or something, we have 585 or?
585.
right, we have funds available from the countywide balances, and then Commissioner Modis is gonna also help with that.
Okay, so the motion then would be
So
to,
Use the ARPA countywide
and Commissioner Modis's
and
ARPA
make up
funds
the
to make up
difference,
for the
yes.
585 from countywide and then the remainder from Commissioner Modis, is that right,
That's
Commissioner
And
Modis?
that will deplete our countywide ARPA money, yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, I mean,
Yes.
a
So
motion, I'll
did
make a
you make
motion.
that motion,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner? You're seconding it
Yes.
since it's yours. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And this next one is just a suggestion and a discussion. The P card purchasing is really hitting our budget as well. And our suggestion, and the only thing we could come up in the short time, was to suspend it, but except for travel and hotel reservations, to go back. You could still use it, but you have to have a PO that went with the purchase, so that these departments keep track of what they're spending and don't go over their budget. if you go back and look at many of these on the final end, many departments are overspending, but it's just like anybody else. When you have a credit card, sometimes that stuff catches up with you at the end and it's a little bit too late. With this kind of budget that we are dealing with, the county is going to have to be strict and tight. It's a suggestion. It's not something that I even know how to address. That's Teresa and I talked for a long time, and this was the only thing we could come up with, is to suspend it exclusively, except for travel, hotels, and registration.
And can we do that? Because this is we've gone through this P card discussion before, because we were all bothered about it before you, Judge, and.
Good,
and-
because it's
No,
driving me
but
crazy,
But
thank
we
you.
got pushback from purchasing on that because he's in charge of P cards, I think, and the whole purchasing department is, and I thought, maybe I'm mistaken, I don't mean pushback like he was negative in any way, but it was, I don't know, I mean, what are we, on cue, what can we do? I mean, what do we have the ability to do, since this is all under purchasing, right, the P card?
What's the
Yeah.
question?
Don't the P cards all run under you?
The P cards run in combination with me and Dale, but I oversee the P cards, yes.
Do you
Right.
reconcile them for all the departments? Who
No,
does
each
that?
department does their own reconciliation.
How far behind are they? I know we brought this up another court, another time. A lot of people weren't reconciling, and you suspended some of them for a while.
Right.
Yes.
I think we're somewhere in the 2 to 3 month window. We had cleaned up a lot from the beginning, the last time
And then they
this
get
happened. So
relaxed
it's
and
kind of
they
a-
quit again.
It's kind of a
Yes.
recurring thing for us over time that sometimes folks get behind on reconciling. And so what we had done in the past was we just instituted a real hardline stance on if the P card's not reconciled by that certain day, we freeze the card. They can't use it anymore. And then they have to reconcile in order to get that lifted so they could use the card again.
But how did they get behind again if we've already done that in the past?
How did people get behind on their work?
You said
I
there are a
can't
couple of
explain
them,
that.
I mean, or why aren't they
But what do we-
suspended, right?
The other thing is, what authority do we have, Jenny or Michael, or whoever wants to try to take this one on regards to these P cards? Because I'm all for suspending these things until they're reconciled on all of them and coming up with some policy that.
And
but
I think I
that's
already
under
have that
purchasing
authority
board.
to do that. We've done that in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I think I already have the authority. You don't have to make a new policy. I think the rules already allow me to do that. But if there are any suggested policy changes, certainly we can look at that.
Well, and I think, who's on the purchasing board from us right now? You and Judge?
I am, and,
Right.
but,
But
and
y'all
I've
haven't met
asked
in-
for a meeting, and we haven't had a meeting
Right.
in 2 years that I've been here, yeah.
I know, and that's why I got off
Yeah.
of it, because I got tired of not
Yeah.
having meetings, so I think there was one or
But
something.
I did some research on this because I kind of heard something that was being talked about P cards, and my understanding is ultimately the Commissioners Court has that authority, right, to set the policies. Y'all would, I guess, request me to draft up something if you have suggestions for that. I'll draft up what you're suggesting, and then y'all vote it through. And then once those policies are approved by the court, then I adopt enforcement of said policies. So my job is just to enforce whatever it is that you guys have set up for us.
I mean, I think it'll be, if they don't reconcile by the end of each month, then we suspend their cards. I mean, it's a pretty simple policy. I mean, I would think, right? I mean, I gotta reconcile my credit card every day or every month. I mean,
We have a P card policy now, and no one's in compliance with it. It's budget overruns. The expenses don't post to the ledger, like I think Michael just said, we're 2-3 months behind. So the departments think they have budget, and then all of these P card charges are gonna post, which helps with a lot of the overages in the department. It's no control in it.
so,
How do you control one that's already has no more money? How does
And they
Michael
have a
know
credit
that?
card,
How does
because
Michael
like
know
that,
Because it
there's
hasn't
no
hit yet.
control there,
That's what
there's no
she's saying,
stopping.
but they
saying, how
think
does
they
it-
have it.
You can't control
They keep
it
spending
unless-
it.
Yes.
Unless you just, there's a red, somehow you use it and it's a red flag or something, but.
Yeah, we would need to have some mechanism for, I believe,
Could you have to
The
have a
auditors-
PO for every, even
Yes.
even P card purchases before you just swipe the card? You need to create a PO, because that would give you your balance or make you know more about how much you have or how much you're spending?
I don't know if that's a systems limitation or what. The P card transactions turn into a recorded purchase order, I believe, in the system. But they were already, that's after they're
After the
executed.
fact, yeah.
So what I would have to have is, as we approach usually this happens in the last quarter, But I would need to know like which departments have exhausted their budgets in what areas. And then whoever the card holders are that spend in those areas, we'd have to, you know, freeze their cards up from that point to the end of the year if they have no more funds. That would be an approach. We haven't done that yet. And I don't have the
We almost have to in
capability.
this next budget. We don't have much choice.
And a lot of
in
times the users
overspending.
are the folks that are out in the field. I mean, it's your officers that they're paying for a vehicle repair or whatever. And if their department is out of money, they're not necessarily gonna be the ones that know that information. They just know they have a car that's down and they gotta fix it and pay for it to get it back in service, for a vehicle repair situation. I believe inland parks, coastal parks, have, repair work they have to do from time to time, public works for plumbing repairs and things of that nature.
So then can you make it part of your policy in the third quarter of every year, then to get with the auditor on the balances and maybe notify the department as well?
Maybe, Judge, we need to put this one on the next agenda since this is,
Because we used to get like a colorized version of our budget, and you could see if you were in the green, yellow, or red. And if you're in kind of the red zone, then that's when a notice
Highlight.
needs to go out to the department saying, hey, y'all need to watch this. And
Do we have that in Workday now?
We're working on it, yes.
it seemed like,
Is that because, I'm sorry,
no, go ahead.
is that because the cards are open all the time? I mean, if you only give them so much,
So the
know-
cards are set up with a single purchase limit and a monthly limit, but not an annual budget limit. I don't know that we have that ability to.
But if their annual budget is X, then you just divide that by 12 and that'd be their monthly budget limit.
Yeah.
And if they need to go over it, then they gotta come get approval. I mean, that's how a credit card is.
they're gonna check it, they're gonna say, you don't have no money.
That's a
My
good
call.
point. Maybe I guess we need to put this on the next agenda to address the P card, since that we're not gonna stop them, but we need to set a policy in place that stops this, especially given the year that we're looking at with the budget we're focused on. It is going to, I keep saying this, and I know he keeps saying about the millions we're down in our reserves, but our budget is going to be extremely tight. We're asking all these departments to please watch your budgets, yes.
Right, and so I had spoken to Dale earlier in the week, and I'm gonna publish a memo on October 1, just reminding everybody that the P cards have to be reconciled, and we are gonna be enforcing freezing the
Shut off,
card.
yes.
If they're not reconciled on time.
Every department, I don't care who you are.
So, but like you said, I mean, the example that I latched onto was thinking in my past experience of dealing with P-cards with other organizations is, you were saying, like, if somebody needs work to be done, so that's when they'll take it in, like if they need, say, blow out a tire or need an oil change and things like that, mainly maintenance of vehicles. I mean, there's some other things that can be excluded, so, I mean, the letter's
And
great.
I don't believe that those are problem departments.
Yeah.
Or even the problem issues
Okay.
specifically. But you have several officers that with different vehicles, taking their vehicles to different places. It's hard to know, like, I can't just set a budget equally for all the officers because they're not gonna have equal type repairs.
Right.
So
And a
they're
lot of
coming-
times
they're
it's.
spinning out of a pool,
they're-
basically.
They're going out of who can get me the car turned around the fastest.
Fastest.
Well, then it just may
That's
go
the
back to,
issue.
if you don't reconcile, you can't use it.
But, I mean, my thing is, I guess, in the process, as far as,
I think that,
the notice can or should be there within reasonable amount of time, so that's one way to monitor it.
and I think if we can, get compliance on reconciling timely, right?
Okay.
You're gonna have at least up to the current month.
Right.
Numbers, which we don't have now, because we're 3 months behind, and so we can't be in that situation. But if we get it closer, there's gonna be less, risk opportunity there.
So that is definitely going to be on a future agenda, and anyone that is watching any departments, that is going to be implemented something to make that tighter, and it is your responsibility. If you take one of those cards, you have signed up to have one, you are required to reconcile those accounts.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Or don't take one. So moving on to, page,
No, they,
huh? additional staff, this.
That's it on yours though, right, Judge?
That's it on mine, yes.
Okay,
uh-huh.
so then do we need to, have we passed all?
We passed
all of that?
everything
Okay.
individually,
So as
so-
of right now, based on my very rough calculations, we're $3,929,930 in the hole, based on really getting lucky, not lucky, but some net zeros, the net
right.
zeros that we had, came up with, and the add backs that we had on the 1115 waiver, which is only a stopgap. It's going to kick us in the tail next year, so.
Absolutely.
it's-
And, you know,
It
those
is.
of us up here, let's keep in mind, interest rates are going down, the interest
Yep.
on those ARPA funds, we are spending the ARPA funds. We are not gonna have these pools to drag money from, so we are going to have to cut, yes. Moving on to number 1, Commissioner Mottos, you had requested an additional, social caseworker for Veterans and Community Services. That's on my list for you to bring up. And then Commissioner Gonzalez has a couple of things.
Well, this kind of ties in with several, I guess, do we have anybody from Grant Works on? Okay, I see JJ and Amanda both on, okay.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm
Good
here.
afternoon. Okay. What I'd like to do is, looking back at the, I'm sorry, let me get my paperwork, too many spreadsheets.
Yeah, really.
Okay,
Do you have this page? Is this what you're looking for? It's the veterans and,
so, I mean, on the regular agenda item, referencing that to number 4, under 3A4, since we already kind of jumped on that earlier on the software issue, I kind of wanted to remind the court, make them aware of the budget officer position. I had put it in there as a secondary source to help cover that position if the court chose not to cover that in the budget, which we did. So that frees up $164,420. And so wanting to fully account for all of the reallocated ARPA funding, I'd like to apply that to the social worker position, which is roughly, I think, 60,000. And then the remainder, put that towards the vector control, so that we can
cut down on the vector control cost.
cut down on the vector
and
control costs and then account for this position at least for this 1 year.
Is this position the caseworker 2?
Yes.
This amount,
Yes.
53,875? Do you not have this page in the group? Yeah. Yes.
So you would take, so let's
Way
see,
back. The second- see what-
how much did you have, John?
I had 164, 420.
164?
Yes.
Okay, so 164, 420, and then you're wanting to subtract out, and I'm just doing this for discussion's sake, because I don't,
Right.
no offense, I don't think we need any of this, but, okay, so, minus, so let's see, 160, hold on, I gotta get my number here.
There's gonna be 110,545 remaining for Vector.
110,545, okay, so assuming we do that, then.
This is for 1 year for this person?
1 year for the, yes, for the social
Services,
work,
caseworker
social,
2?
or veteran social services position, caseworker 2, with total salary benefits of 53,875. This is through ARPA funding, and that's why we need Amanda and JJ to chime in.
Can we just put
And then the
that-
balance to put
I'm sorry.
and apply towards the vector control, so that we don't have to eat as much of that cost
So can we just
for this year.
put that under, like, do we have to designate it as social services, or can we just put that under JJ and let him use them however he wants to use them? Because, I mean, that may take care of what Joe's wanting to do over here, because we don't have any more money for that one. Maybe if you combine it, I don't know if y'all, and probably y'all didn't, I mean, I don't know if you're,
They're two different positions, Commissioner.
I know they're two different positions, but like, I don't know.
They're both
unless-
under JJ.
Right, but
I'm just saying, couldn't we just call it social/veteran services, and then maybe we don't have to do Commissioner Gonzalez's? I'm not, I don't know, but I'm just trying to throw it out there.
Mine has to totally different than,
Right, but he can use these people however he wants
well, yeah,
to.
no, well, no, one, and this one, we put it here, is JJ needs to have somebody that's, can be certified to do the applications, the process that he's doing, because you have to be a family member.
And you
have to be a
found that
veteran,
person,
Family
right?
member of a veteran or a parent of a veteran.
How many
Right,
people did
JJ?
we just add to, how many people have we already added to
Five.
JJ's department? We've added 5 people before today. And we need to add, no offense, like, we're quadrupling veteran services and putting some social services people under there that I don't know what they're gonna do because there's no more money attached to them anymore. And we need more? Like,
You have the one individual
I
that
mean,
you
like, he can
found
use
out
all
had a,
these
is
social
a
services people
spouse
for
of a
veterans.
veteran?
Yes, ma'am.
That's, yes.
I
That's
think he's
okay.
gonna end up
That's
using all
okay.
these social services people for veterans because I don't think there's gonna be the load on social services because there's no more money to hand out. Like, it's just gonna be helping them find things to do and so forth. So
And
we've
that's-
added 5 people already and we wanna add 2 more?
And that's why I'm, at least for mine, wanting to do it for ARPA for 1 year.
1 year.
We don't know. You won't know, JJ, until you get there, until you really operate with the staff, the number 6 or 7 additional workers there to do the work. We know that you worked hand in hand with social services, that you all complimented each other and helped each other just in simple coverage of phone calls and things like that. So that work history is already kind of there, but you won't know until this year. So that's why I felt that this was a better solution. We're not allocating funding, at least from my recommendation, I'm looking at from the funding that we help save on the ARPA side, is to be able to allocate it for that one caseworker position. I'm not sure what Commissioner Gonzalez had on the other one, and I want to keep them kind of separate just because
He's
I don't know what
funding,
funding that is, and I want to make it cleaner on my motion on that allocation.
This
Is
is
it-
your motion.
But Commissioner, what I'm
So-
asking is, so we've designated, but what if JJ needs them and doesn't need that person for social
Oh, I mean-
services? And he can use them for veteran services? Because I think we've not been real clear with him, like how to do this, because to me, they all work for
To
him.
me,
He ought
when
to
we
use them
say
however he wants
social
to.
services, now that we've taken the action that we have, it's all one and the same.
Absolutely, sir, and that's the point. We're gonna cross-reference everyone, do social services and veteran services in everything that we do. So they will be cross-trained for both sides.
Which
When
means
the grant runs
we're never
out, they
gonna-
need to be doing veteran
That-
services
absolutely.
because they won't have a
That-
job
yeah.
and they're
Yes,
not getting
ma'am.
paid to sit there and just.
Whatever
yes.
that title legally, Mr. Slay, you need to come up with, or with the legal counsel that would suggest how to term it, whatever that it is, but my thinking is that person that title, which up through September 30th of this year, is technically still caseworker too, but whatever that position can float to, that you can make use of, that's my intent, is to give you another worker, to be able to get somebody that maybe these loose ends that need to be finished going into the new year, and then you kind of disperse them into other roles of similar function. That's all I'm looking for this 24-25.
Understand, sir, absolutely. And can I add to this, Commissioner Chesney? I think the reason why there's 2 separate positions here, Veteran Services, Assistant Veteran Service Officer, is for us, Veteran Service Officers, one, you have to be military affiliated. You have to be a veteran, spouse of a veteran, or a parent of a veteran. So that kind of eliminates most of social services, the employees that we currently have.
But it doesn't, because you don't have to hire the people that are in social services. You get to hire who you want. So if you have a need, then
Let's
you
focus
don't-
on the first one first,
Well, no,
because
we
we're
are.
getting away.
No, but I'm responding to what he's saying. He's making it sound like that
He has
these are
found a
2 separate.
person, one of the 5, that is a family member. He didn't think he had one before, so we're jumping the gun. He has a person already there.
I'm just
That
explaining
can
why the
train.
difference.
Yes.
No, right, but I'm asking why the 2 positions? Like, I don't get this. Like, I mean, we have quadrupled this department, right?
Yes, sir,
When you started, it was you and 1 person.
absolutely.
Now, before today, how many people are there in your department?
7.
7.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
we've gone from 2 to 7. I'm having a hard time understanding why we need to go to 9, which is what this proposal is, right? So I want you to explain it to me, because with those 7 people, 6 and you get to do whatever you want with them.
Understand.
Right? Okay? If that's not enough people to service what you need to service, I need to understand why, because there used to be 2 of you, now there's 7 of you.
Sure.
To do all the and to me, I'm all about, look, I think we ought to limit, I'm sorry, I've been very out with this, and we all voted 5-0 way back when to eliminate social services, and then we've crept it in and crept it in and crept it in. Okay, fine, that's life, I get it, fine. I've voted for compromises, but that was the compromise. It was supposed to be no more. This was it. That was the compromise. In fact, it failed. I came back, I made the motion, I believe, and said, okay, this is gonna be it, right? We're not gonna do any more. And everybody said, no, this is it. Oh, well, here we are again, adding 2 more. And I don't think that, I mean, life changes. I'm a big boy. My bad for believing we had a deal and a compromise and it was out in public. My bad. I won't do that again. But at the end of the day, I don't understand why you need to go to 9 in your department. And I'm assuming you're supporting this request, so I need you to explain it. And we're giving you a huge raise. So we have spent an enormous amount of money, and I love the veterans. I spend monies on Wreaths of America. I'm doing a memorial. This is great. And so we have shown our commitment to veterans by taking you from 2 to 7 people and giving you a raise you deserve. Why 2 more people?
Well, sir, I can tell you, and like I said, I support this simply because the veterans need the help. Let me just give you in comparison, and I've sent you this information before via email. In comparison to the amount of employees that we have compared to adjacent counties who have the same population that we do, 25,000 veterans, I'm going to use Hidalgo County as an example. Hidalgo County has 24,500 veterans. They have 10 people in their office. They have 1 VSO, 5 assistant VSOs, 2 admin assistants, 2 outreach specialists. They have 10 staff in their office just to do claims. They don't have a veteran cemetery. They don't have social services to do. That's just claims, okay? Let's use San Patricio County, right next door to us. They have 5,000 veterans in their county. 5,000. We have 25,000. We have 5 times the amount. They have 2 veteran service officers, 1 admin assistant. So you can see, I'm just trying to keep up with what the demand is.
Yeah, but you're trying to keep up all at one time, JJ,
I
with all due
understand.
respect. Like, we've gone from 2 to 7 in 1 year, and now
Understand.
we're wanting to go to 2 to 9. Like,
That's what y'all wanted, Commissioner?
no, that's not what I didn't want these 2. No, I did not. I said I wanted them all to go to him and let him use them for veterans primarily. I just agreed because y'all wanted social services. I wanted it all for veterans. I'm sorry. We voted 5-0 way back when to eliminate the social services because it's not statutory. Veterans is statutory. It's important to every single one of us. We've all supported veterans 100% in this community. We've gone from 2 to 7 in 1 year. And we are in another horrible budget where we're making cuts left and right. So yeah, I'm having a hard time when every other department is being asked to cut. We've cut out of roads and bridges. We've cut out of inland parks. We've cut out of coastal parks, all statutory. But here we are adding to a department that we've already added 5 to. I mean, it's a tough year for me to agree to that when we've already added 5 you get 5 more people.
I understand your position.
And everybody else gets 0 or cut. I mean, right? Do we have any new employees coming, any new positions? And we had some reclassifications. No, new positions. New
Commissioner, if I can
Our budget,
clarify.
our budget.
Right, okay, so that's 1. No, that's
So-
half. No, that's half.
Excuse me.
It's half.
Commissioner.
So if I
Okay.
can
So he
clarify
gets
real
5
quick,
and everybody else
this is ARPA. What I'm suggesting is ARPA. I'm not sure
Right.
the funding source for Commissioner
And this
Gonzalez.
is for 1 year.
And this is for 1 year,
That
so there
person
is
comes
no
in, knows
true
this
budget
is-
impact on this. And that's why I'm saying, I'm open, it does not have to necessarily be that title. I think that's just easier for us to reference, that's kind of where that position is coming from. But that's why I felt it was the perfect marriage of, it's not increasing the cost to the general fund, and it gives you somebody to figure out, do we need it? Obviously, I mean, Hidalgo County's 900,000 people, yet they have the same veteran population that we do, and we're about a third of their population, but veterans-wise, we're strong. So, I mean, I agree, we should put all our focus on them. If it helps that that this position is reclassified to a different title, I'm okay with that. I want to be able to support that without putting an impact on the budget. That's what this is doing, and it still helps us reduce that overall cost that we had on our G8 6.
Yes.
I'm sorry, no, on one of our forms, I don't even know. I'm so
Personnel
lost.
fund, yes, it's on the
Personnel.
first page.
So, we'll cover the vector control and with the other remaining portion. So that's what my proposal is today. That's why I want to kind of keep it away from all the other discussion. And poor JJ, I mean, I didn't even really confer with him. I just thought, hey, this be an opportunity to put that money, this funding over there for 1 year to test it out to see if it's worth it or not. Then next year, we may have to make a tough decision of whether can we afford it, do we have to reduce, how do you perfect that organization you're running? So that's all I'm doing. So that would be my proposal, and I haven't even had a chance for the ask for Amanda and or JJ with GrantWorks to give us, is that something I can do with this?
Positions can.
With this position and with the 164,420 that I had
Those are
allocated for the budget
positions
officer?
also. Yes, you can do positions. And I want to say, I am going to vote for this one only because it is your ARPA funds and it is not. But I need to be very clear. This position is funded for 1 year. That, they have no job September the 30th next year. This is ARPA funded, and whoever comes in there needs to understand, they don't need to come before us unless we come ahead of time and we find funds. But I can assure you, looking at the budget and depleting the services, depleting our accounts, our interest rates being like they are, there will be no funding next year for this. If this is what the commissioner wants to use his personal funds on, that is the only reason I am voting for this one additional person, but it will not be there after September 30th. I do not foresee that being any, there's no money. We're beg, borrowing, and stealing to get, and we're 4 million in the hole this year. It's like, there is no funding for it in the future. But if you want this one person, if they choose to come over, it is a 1-year deal. They will not have a job after that.
Understand that.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Huh? Aye, yes. One abstain, huh? It's number 1 under G, 8. These are separate. Teresa, how did you list those?
Just on the agenda, you said G8, on the agenda itself?
Yeah, it's still under 8, yes.
it's still-
These are amendments to the budget. All of these are amendments.
That's what I'm asking,
Yes,
under 8, so
yes,
whatever
sorry.
you're numbering them,
But
I thought you were.
But the number, you got to reference back to regular agenda 3A4 to pull the number, right? When I'm talking ARPA funding, it's listed on there, so just for reference for the,
We'll just skip that because you've
Just
already
skip it,
voted
okay.
here to do your
Okay.
ARPA
It'd be
funds.
Okay.
Oh, well, you have to allocate the rest of them, so we'll bring
Right.
it up, but yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying, we have to kind of,
But
Put
you
them
have
next to
paid
each
for
other.
this position. We're moving forward in the budget with this position paid, your ARPA money.
So, excuse me, so for clarification on that one, Commissioner Modis, 110,545 will go towards vector control ARPA funds. That leaves 139,455 coming from general fund. Just FYI.
There's
Because
only-
he's using 164, he's using the money that he was gonna budget for the budget officer. So
Yes.
he's paying for this caseworker too, and the balance he wants to apply to vector control.
Yes.
So it's gonna reduce the 250 that we have for vector control
Oh,
right now.
okay.
Part
I
of
was
it
like,
is
where
ARPA
did you
now.
get that other number in there? You threw me off because you already did the subtraction. Okay. Yes. Now, moving on to item number 2 on here, Commissioner Gonzalez, you have something up for veterans.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, I had put down there, a veterans officer that can help JJ at this time, and I know finally, and then I talked to him, he can train one of these persons that he has on his staff, and I think it's Diana that might be able to be trained. I don't know how long it takes to train them or whatever, JJ, but if you can utilize one of your staff and train them, and I guess would actually do whatever you're doing, that means you're moving somebody else in her position, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Right, so, and the rest of them, you use them, I guess, as social service officers for veterans and whatever you want to, for social service and social service worker's a social worker. I mean, you can't, I don't care if you got a veteran, you're a civilian, whatever you are, you go see a social service worker if you need social services, right?
Yes, sir.
Or counseling, whatever you want to call it. So, but other than that, this is the reason why I kind of put it here, because I didn't realize until I saw it that Commissioner Amati was gonna put somebody else in there for that, another worker. So I said, let me go ahead and see what, if we can get one for JJ. And again, I didn't know that we didn't have, that's why I keep asking Teresa where we are at with our ARPA funds, being low, and then today I'm finding out, but of course we're low, right? So, this is why we went and put it in there, because my first option would be countywide funds, right? ARPA,
And
but I
there's
guess
no
it's,
money
there's
for
no
it,
money.
so are
Well,
you wanting to
For
move
which one?
forward? It's a-
No, that's fine, I mean, just saying, if it's, but if, I don't know, if JJ thinks he can work what he got, I mean,
We can do it, sir.
he can do it. Yeah, I don't,
That gives you 6 people have moved into there, so you're going from 2 to 8, so you could do without this one position.
Yes, ma'am. We
Yes.
can make it work.
okay, all right, okay,
Okay.
that's fine.
Then, down below, there is a clarification in the people that, when you voted to give them the 3 additional people, you listed a caseworker 2, and a senior clerk. This one person that is, put on here to 2203, that transferred into his office is a 2704.
Yes, ma'am.
So that increases that salary another, 15,000? That was incorrect, the transfer, the person that he took?
And
then-
that wasn't what we authorized.
It's
We
also a
authorized
different
casework,
position.
we authorized, what was the
Here's what I-
motion that we authorized?
We authorized 3 additional caseworkers, 2 caseworkers and 1 senior clerk.
Right,
When I brought the motion up,
caseworker and senior clerk,
2
right?
caseworkers and a senior clerk.
Not a
I don't know
supervisor.
what happened with the other 2, I didn't have nothing to do with the other 2, so, but this is.
But
this
the
is a-
people, the person he interviewed with the transfer, he planned on taking, and one is a senior
The supervisor social worker.
That's not what we authorized.
Yes.
So how did that happen?
Well, sir, we were told that anyone that we took on from social services would bring their salaries with them.
Wait,
And the first
Hold
2
on.
And that's what that
that you
is.
took, and the
hold on.
first 2.
Who
yes.
told you that, and did you read the motion that he just read?
That was in the first 2 that we gave him when we first moved to, when we shut the department down. The third thing that he
Second time.
made the motion, he specified, instead of just saying take 2 people, he specified caseworker, and that. We said just take 2. Those two people moved with their salary initially, and then these 3 additional people got listed as certain
positions that were
positions
I'm
instead
sorry,
of-
I don't believe we need a supervisor. I don't understand that. So where did we authorize a supervisor? I'm still not getting that, Judge, and maybe I'm not hearing what you're saying, but where did we ever authorize a supervisor social worker and a senior accounting assistant? Like, where did those come in?
Those were the first 2 original positions that were.
Where's that motion then? Because that, and I don't remember us saying a supervisor social worker as part of that motion. Maybe I'm wrong, that's why I want to ask. What was
Well,
that
it
motion?
was
Said 2
2 positions.
We didn't
Would go
specify.
into social services.
We didn't
The
say
very
which
first time when we
ones.
started, and JJ
So it's up to him to-
selected.
And
it
where's
was
that
in-
motion? Where's that, I'd like to see that motion. And if you're right, you're right. I mean, okay, and I don't know why we need another supervisor, but, okay, but if
Do you
we
have
didn't,
the
if we
first
weren't.
motion, the first vote? Because they were 2 separate courts, they weren't at the same time, because when we closed out social services, we moved 2 people there, but we
Mm-hmm.
didn't specify which 2 people, we just said 2 positions.
I just
And
need to
that's
see the
why.
motion, that's all.
Yes.
I mean, we've got that motion, I just need to see the other motion, and, I mean, someone just needs to show me,
I hope-
because I don't understand why we would need another supervisor, but if we didn't make it clear and that's what JJ hired, then I'll just have to live with that, not being specific either. So if someone can find me that motion, but I surely would have thought, respectfully, as much as I think of you, you might have asked. Because
I did ask, sir.
Who'd you ask?
I had several meetings with the county judge, HR
And
director.
Rebecca,
I have
and-
emails
yes.
where I exchanged.
And did you ask, like, the court for guidance? I get you went to the county judge, that's fair, that's a good answer, but did you, like, we should have brought that back for clarification, that's just,
I included the auditor's office. I included everyone that I thought would have been included.
But the 2 positions that he's referring to did go over with their current step
salary.
and pay group. They were.
That's why we assumed
but
the
what did
3
the-
additional would be the same.
Oh,
no, but what
right,
did
okay.
the two, wait, who were the first 2 you hired? Which 2 positions?
So it'd be the supervisor social worker.
That's who
And
you
then a
hired on the,
caseworker.
that's what you hired on the first 2?
Well, they all came together, sir. But
How
that
could they-
was, the 2 were allocated, And then y'all came back and forth about how many more we were gonna bring back, whether it's 2 or 5, or none of that was decided until the 5 were decided,
No.
right?
The two first were open.
No,
We
they
did
were
not
approved.
specify
Yes.
which position. We said, meet with Rebecca, you all sit down and take the two people
Yes,
that
ma'am.
can do the paupers burials, who can do that. Rebecca specified that those were the two that you needed in our meetings. Those transferred, so they transferred with their pay. Then we came back, that vote was over with, we came to
Yes, ma'am.
another court, and that's when y'all wanted additional people moved in. And had you not specified, Commissioner Gonzalez, on the positions, those 3 people that you met with and hired then would be fine. But you said caseworkers, and the 3 people that are left, that you chose, one of those people is a supervisor
Supervisor,
level, and she would be taking a cut in pay. And I hope my office is back there paying attention and looking up this court, but they're not running in here with the court date yet.
Teresa's looking, I think. It's fine, just, we can move on.
Let's see. I might have something here, but
So,
something is regarding discrepancy for Esther Balboa. I don't know where Esther Balboa. And Angelica Garcia, those the supervisor?
Yes, sir. So we have Esther Balboa, she's a supervisor caseworker. We have Angelica Garcia, supervisor caseworker. We have an accounting assistant, Stephanie Davis, caseworker 2, Jennifer Rodriguez, and then senior clerk Jody Guerra.
So Jennifer and Jody were the first 2 you met with that you were taking only before the vote?
It's actually Esther Balboa and Stephanie Davis, which was a supervisor caseworker and an accounting assistant.
Correct.
So the
And-
top 2 were the first 2.
The first 2 that we
And then the next
selected.
vote, when we came to, because that was over and done with. That
Yes,
was
ma'am.
all you were gonna get was 2 people.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that was the people that were suggested, but it wasn't listed supervisor or caseworker or anything. You were getting 2 people.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, when we later, this next court that I believe you have the date there, Commissioner Gonzalez, that's when you read in court, you wanted a caseworker 2, and a clerk. Correct?
Right.
So that's where the problem, the people left in there that he took, that was the senior. It's $20,000 and $15,000 difference, but everyone else throughout the county has transferred. All these people have left and they've kept theirs. This would be one individual that would be treated differently, so. It's my opinion that, I'm sorry,
This
Commissioner, I
right
know
here.
you don't want to do
Let
it,
me
but I
just
think
read
we
this.
have
It's,
to
you
do
know,
it.
somebody assume, I guess, because it says, please create, this is regarding the discrepancy of Esther Balboa and Angelica Garcia. Please create a personnel change request to request a reclassification of the position, as there appears to have been a discrepancy between the agenda and the minutes. And the intent of Judge Scott to eliminate any discrepancies today for inclusion on the agenda on 9/25/24. The agenda item on 8/7/24 identified 3 positions as a case manager. Maybe we just said case manager, but it said supervisor. I guess it said case managers, which we assume is a supervisor, social worker, at the pay of 27A. Social worker, which we assume is a social worker 2, at a pay of 22A, group 22A, and senior clerk at a pay of 13A. So this is, I think this is what, but it's assumed, I don't know what I mean by assume, I mean.
You keep going down, I say bring it back to court so that clarification can be made.
Oh, is that your letter? You're the one? Yes.
It was my.
So that's
Yes.
why we are here.
We are here because I instructed him to come back to Commissioners Court because there were discrepancies. And I didn't want to have any discrepancies possible. So everything was clear cut. everything was identified and specified at a particular pay group. So no one could have any confusion. I recommended that he come to Commissioners Court for clarification.
And that's
It
correct.
was me.
And that's correct, but when I informed them of this, they asked me to leave it off, not put it on the court, because we were gonna discuss it today. We do have that email as well.
Okay. This is one position, and you've already spoke to this person. They are already planned on moving over here, so I am making them, I'll take the fault in it, whatever is necessary, and say this person should not transfer without her regular salary that she has, the 2704, just as she was. So
Thank you, Judge.
I'll make the motion. I'm
No, I
only
mean,
one vote. I have a
Judge, I
motion.
mean, I agree. I thought there's been the policy that we transfer somebody with a salary, we never deduct them, but it don't have to be a supervisor. I mean, it could be some other
That's
title.
what they were, and that's
No,
the
but could be-
level, so it doesn't matter. He can change all their titles, because they're now veterans,
what
his
I'm saying, it could
department.
be-
If he wants to come back and change everyone, but this is the salary she had, so I made the motion, I need a second.
Second, I guess.
A second? I have a second, yes, so did you find it? Sorry. This, where is it at? Sorry, there's a whole.
It was an executive session.
The court consulted regarding legal matters related to the reorganization of county departments and reduction of force generally. Personnel took action related to social services by eliminating all but 2 positions. Motion by Commissioner Chesney, seconded by Commissioner Hernandez. And it doesn't say the positions that we keep or the positions we don't. That's where the clarification was.
Right.
Yes.
And therefore, should have come back to court for clarification. So I appreciate you taking that, Judge. I'm
Yes.
gonna vote no, but I appreciate you
understand.
acknowledging it, because in the past, people who sat in the chair didn't acknowledge when they, so I appreciate that. I'm still voting no, because I think it should have come back to court if it was unclear. Well, I respect the fact that your department head and your main point of contact is the county judge. And again, I have supported you 110% in everything you've done. You should have known to come back to this court to get clarification, because the judge is one vote, and the judge may have thought that was the right thing to do, because I have no belief she did anything with anything but the best intentions, but you are department head too, and you should know, in my opinion, that this should have come back to the court for clarification.
I'll take it, sir.
And
I'll take
I
it.
appreciate that.
I will too. So we have a motion and a second.
Sorry, what is your motion exactly?
This, one caseworker 2, that's a pay scale 2203, was, should be a 2704, and I don't care what he lists the title at, because they moved in from social services, and they should have the same pay that they moved in with, yes.
I don't think I don't think it should be deducted either, but.
Yes. And the other correction is the 2001, it should be a 3, but that's their steps. Everybody moves with their steps. That doesn't need a vote. That's a policy. So that's a correction the auditor's office should naturally make, so. No, we're not increasing the caseworker salary. She is a supervisor, and he will have to name them however he wants his
Your motion
department.
should just be to clarify that these are the positions that he's authorized, and that should be, I'm not gonna vote for it, but
We
I mean,
are-
that's probably what you're gonna get the votes
Yes.
for,
Well-
is that that's the clarification, because
We're-
we haven't ever clarified that.
We're deleting a caseworker 2 because these 5 positions are already in the proposed budget book. So we're deleting this caseworker 2, and it's gonna be a supervisor, social worker at a pay group 27-4.
Which is gonna be whatever.
We need to
But that's the title of
slash
that person that's coming.
veteran services on all of those, so they understand they are not just social workers or supervisor, they are supervisor slash.
That's a whole nother.
Yes. A whole nother agenda.
What is the motion so it makes sense? Because this really is kind of chaotic. So how?
Her pay is transferring with her. That's
Actually,
the
I think,
motion.
Judge, you're just clarifying, I think you wanna clarify that that JJ has the authority to hire the 2 positions that we never clarified before, I think is what you wanna do, but I don't know, because
Okay.
either, I mean,
In the microphone, sorry, Commissioner Chesney.
I'm sorry.
So I will make I'm just
I don't-
clarifying.
You can make whatever you want, sorry.
Make the
I'm sorry.
motion that JJ had the authority to hire whichever of those 3 people that he wanted, and those 3 people that he has chosen, there is one mistake in the calculation of their pay, and that needs to be corrected. And Commissioner Gonzalez, do you still second that motion?
Second.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, is like, we're talking about things being vague, but now it's like, he can hire, do we maybe be a little more specific? I just need clean items.
What is her name?
Angelica,
No, Judge, I think
You don't
if
want to
you,
put the
if
name
you-
on there?
Judge, to help you out, even though even though I don't support the motion, I think if you were to make the motion to clarify that JJ has the authority to hire a, whatever those
Social-
two
a
positions
supervisor.
are, a supervisor and a, what was the second one? Caseworker two, I've lost my page. That would clarify it all.
He is already changed. He has a supervisor, a caseworker, and a senior clerk are the three that he is hiring.
yes, ma'am.
It's not a caseworker too.
No,
That's
we,
it.
the second motion, the motion that was clear, that there was the second motion that Joe read a minute ago, or you read, that Joe made, or I made and Joe seconded, was for those three. The two that are not clear, that we never got clarity on, are the ones, it's the supervisor and the
Accounting assistant.
accounting assistant.
Yes,
So the motion, I think, would be, Judge, that JJ has the authority to hire a supervisor and
Accounting
an
assistant.
accounting
Senior
assistant
accounting assistant.
at their pay levels. That would clarify it, and then I'm not making that motion, I'm just telling you, I'm just helping you.
That's not correct either, because that's already in the budget. Those two are in there.
But he
The-
didn't have authority to do it.
The mistake is, and yes, he had to pick whichever ones he wanted, and that was our vote, to take two people from there.
And can I say, Commissioner, so all of these employees, again, I was not the department head. I'm still not the department head till October 1st.
Yes.
For social services. But all of these employees were talked to by HR and were told that they were gonna take their pay with them.
Of course, if their position goes with them, but what I'm saying is, we never clarified that you could hire a supervisor. We thought I thought it was gonna be caseworkers. I thought that's what we needed was caseworkers, and somehow there becomes a supervisor and a senior accounting clerk, and I don't even know why we're getting a senior accounting clerk, because there's no more money to account for. So I don't even know why we're hiring a senior accounting clerk either.
Well, but you have 6 grants, sir, that have to get their bills
Okay,
paid.
so then that's what that person does?
Yes, sir.
That's an
They have to
explanation.
pay the bills, yes,
That's
sir.
why Rebecca chose those people, or kind of helped him decide
Okay.
which ones.
We just needed someone, sir, that knew what they were doing. I just hate to roll somebody over and we don't, you give me a department, I have no clue what we're doing. I just needed
That
someone.
one makes sense.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what we did.
That one
And all of these employees were talked to beforehand and told that they were gonna take their pay with them. That's essentially what it was.
Well, of course they take their pay with them. I don't think the court knew you were gonna hire a supervisor.
Understand, sir.
I thought it was just all gonna be caseworkers, but. we weren't
But you have to
specific
have
enough.
someone that approves these transactions, sir.
And that makes sense now after you've done it.
Yes, sir.
That's all we.
And I apologize.
No,
Like I
that's fine.
said, I try to run it.
That's reasonable.
I try to run it through the avenues that I was informed to do, and, I mean,
That's
here
a
we are.
reasonable explanation. I just didn't, that's the first time I've heard it.
JJ,
My
Do we have
apologies.
a motion, we good?
JJ.
Yes, sir.
You
There's
probably,
5 people.
but I think you needed somebody in case you're not there in the office, right?
For,
In case you're not in the office, you need somebody to take
of
over?
of course, sir. I mean, you always want to leave the office to continue going, even if you're not there.
That's right.
Of course, we have the veteran cemetery to maintain and operate. That's, that's a huge task in itself. And now we're taking over social services and, we do veteran services as well, which we're short-handed in that. We can't have these caseworkers do claims. You have to be military affiliated, you have to be certified and accredited by the VA. There's a lot more that comes with just assigning people to do things. You want to make sure that the office is going to perform well if you're taking it over. You can't just hire anybody, any Joe Schmo off the street. You have to have caseworkers and supervisors that know what they're doing. That's essentially what we did.
You do a good job, JJ.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, just one thing for the record, I'm just gonna simply put, that you're approving, clarifying the 5 positions that were transferred from social services to Veterans Affairs, and then I'm gonna list the 5 that are stated right here. That's it, with the pay group.
With the pay group,
Okay.
yes. And we have a motion and a second for that.
Oh, hold on. So again, the one that he's wanting to hire, he wants
He
2 that are
wants 2
27,
supervisors. He wants
not
2.
one that's 27. And
already
so
has
if
one.
you hire 2 that are 27,
He wants another.
that's an increase.
They both can be 20.
It's one of the 5. It's only the 5, but the 2 people
It's
that,
220?
He's wanting 2 27s, correct?
So,
That's where we
No,
are. He
it
wants
is the-
2 people that are a pay group 27. He wants 1 person that's a 17, 1 that's a 20, and 1 that's a 13. Is that a correct statement,
correct,
sir?
yeah.
Okay, regardless what the titles are, that's what he's wanting, 2
And
27s.
one of those people is going to turn into your VSO?
Eventually, yes, Judge.
Yes.
So the caseworker 2 is the position that's being deleted, that's already a part of the budget, and it will become a supervisor.
At 27.
2703.
And these are all the social services people, right?
Yes. Mhm. So,
And just to clarify, Lisa, it's not that I want them, that's the pay that they have. Okay, just want to make sure.
That's correct.
But no, wait a minute. JJ, you chose them. Don't say you don't want them, because that's
No,
gonna make
but
them
what she's
feel
saying,
bad.
sir, is I want to assign that pay group to them. I don't. That's the pay that they come with, that they were told that would come with them.
But you chose those people. You
Absolutely, sir,
picked
because I need to
them.
keep the office going.
So you want them. You said you don't
Absolutely, I do
want
want them. Yes, sir,
Okay.
yes.
You don't want to set that out there that you don't want them. 'cause-
No, no, I absolutely want
and
them.
he had, I guess you had no idea what their pay scale was when you interviewed.
No,
for
ma'am,
those
because
people,
again, this was
and-
just done, and then when it was done out of the blue, we have to move. I mean, we have to make sure we function.
So, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
No. On
What?
social services hires, no.
yes. Okay. Thank you
Everything
very
yes for
much.
veterans, yes.
Now, that is the end of our list, right? Oh, no, there's one other page, Commissioner Gonzalez, oh, no, we can't talk about that one yet, because this is the, has to be brought back in November, I think
No, not this
we already brought that up on the wellness thing. There is no budget for this until November, so this needs to be tabled to bring back in November.
No, they can work, who's gonna run the building, the department?
There,
We get medical services in there.
if we don't have that vote to have it yet, is why it has to be tabled until, I have my notes here somewhere.
Right, we've already tabled this issue. I mean,
We tabled it on another portion of this, but we can't transfer funds, or we have no funding for it or whatsoever until the vote comes back in November, so this will have to come up in
I'm gonna use my
November.
ARPA funds.
but for what? Like, we don't even have a,
No, I wanna, somebody needs to continue running it.
but he's funded through November. The hospital district funded it through November.
No, but
Till we
this
bring
goes,
it back.
but this goes into the new budget year.
This
So
was voted on
regardless of what
on
it is,
Joe, it's-
7/24/26.
We don't have funds there then, because if any, you're gonna, say we don't have any funds, I just wanna make sure there's, the funds are there, right? That's all, I'm gonna use my ARPA.
Well, if you have
funds.
your ARPA funds, then your funds will be there in November. That's our last vote for this, when this
Yeah.
comes back. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I like to do it today, that I wanna, you guys don't wanna do it, it's up to you, but I think, that's why you put it on the last, I guess, because you wanted to tell me that, but I think that if it's my ARPA funds, that I wanna do what I wanna do with my ARPA funds. And I wanna move my ARPA funds to salaries, I wanna move, y'all just move salaries today, all day long. So now you're telling me I can't move my ARPA funds to
But there is
salaries?
no wellness program there right now.
Yes, there
There
is.
is nothing to move them
There's still,
to.
there's still a building, Judge, we're gonna vote on the medical thing today.
But that's somebody else running it. He won't be running
Well,
that. That's
The medical thing? What is you, what are we?
the lease of the building for them to provide their services, not us to provide
Somebody's
services.
got running the reports that they do. You think it's gonna run by itself with somebody you lease?
They're leasing them, but why do we get reports from what they do? Is that part of their contract?
That's why we're supposed to have this discussion in November. We all agreed again to table this till November.
The
for the-
lease
well,
has
Health and
nothing
Wellness
to do
Commissioner.
with the public
know what I'm
health
talking about.
services.
Or the other
The
two
lease is an
employees that-
entity performing
own.
whatever medical services they want to provide.
Yeah, okay. And?
So that's what we said. There's no reports for them to do until November if this comes to a vote and we bring it back for the health district.
So, are you making a motion,
So I'm
Judge, or?
saying-
No,
So
no.
I'm saying
Oh,
so
I'm
that-
making the motion that we can't do this until then.
If we decide to have the medical, you know what I'm saying, that
But
somebody
you
needs to be there.
can't put employees in there if you don't have any voted to have the medical yet. We have to wait until it comes back in November.
I just got, the medical's today. On the
No,
The medical is today.
not that I'm aware of.
Yes.
I
The-
thought
the-
that was
the
just,
Public health is November.
Dr. G,
Man, it's on the agenda.
yeah, but it's
but you're
just,
fun- but
it's the
Judge,
Amistad doing their thing. They're just leasing the building.
Oh, but.
That's
yeah,
not
yeah, I see
medical.
what you
We're
mean.
not doing medical
Yeah,
here.
right,
Yes,
okay.
okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. Never mind, then you can sit back down.
We've tabled this whole item until November, so I don't understand why we would be having this discussion on this at all, because
Well,
we
because
tabled
because
it.
I want to talk about it, Commissioner, do you mind?
But Joe, we
Do you
tabled
mind if I
it,
want to talk about it?
but we tabled it in November. That
Look,
violates the
I don't tell you why
rules.
you argue so much, so let me just do what I want to do, okay? If you don't agree with me, you don't agree with me.
No, but I don't
Don't vote
agree
on something you don't wanna
procedurally that
vote
we
on.
table stuff and then you put something on again. You do this
Don't-
repeatedly.
Don't vote on it if you don't want to vote on it. I'm just telling you, hey, you know, everybody else, somebody else wants to talk too besides you.
Yeah, you
So,
talk plenty.
You know, so I mean,
Out of
I
both
help you out
sides.
too. So, but anyway, I just want to make sure that it's, the monies are there, set aside for, in case you know, when.
Your
when-
ARPA monies
Right,
are set aside,
right.
but those are your ARPA monies, and you can do that in November. There,
Right.
unless you spend them and you don't have them, that will be
Oh, no,
something you can do in November with your money.
Yeah.
Yes,
oh,
yeah,
spend it.
okay.
No, but I mean, I want to
If
make
the
sure that,
vote, yes,
yeah, they'll be in reserve, right?
yes.
And, okay. All right,
But
very
this
good.
isn't an increase to the budget or anything, because you plan on funding this
Right.
with your money
Right.
if the, yes,
Right.
okay.
I don't know, I was just gonna make a point of clarity too about November. Yes, that decision's gonna be made in November on which direction that the county wants to go when it comes to public health. The only caveat to that, to just make sure the county's aware of that, and the court's aware of that, is that depending on that decision, which way it goes, if the decision is still to county to do its own thing, we still have to give them 90 days.
90 days.
So I just want to throw that out there.
So here's what I don't understand. We have yet to vote on anything related to what Dr. Gonzalez does, anything. And yet you want to spend $227,000 to fund a position that we don't even know what the position is for a year, when you already went to the hospital district without asking the court to do it, and you did it. I didn't bring it up before, but I'll bring it up now because you're doing this. So if you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. And you went and got the hospital district to extend the funding for him till November, so that we could discuss this in full, have a full-blown discussion in November. And so now, and we all agreed, and we tabled it, and you voted for that, but, so we'd all come back. I mean, you may not have voted for that one, I don't remember, but you voted, and we all came back, and we're gonna come back and we have this major discussion in November. Why would we wanna create a position that may be here next year and may not? Why would we wanna fund anything with anybody's funds if we don't even know the position's gonna be here or not? Because he may go, we may combine, we may stay, he may go work for the city, but then it's allocated and funded. If you need to buy a month of time or something until we decide, okay, I can live with, you want to make it December because it's not November, that's okay. We'll have it decided at some point, but I don't understand why we would, I mean, yeah, it's your ARPA funds, but it's still creating a position that may not even be here next year, but depending on how the things go in November and December. And we
Excuse me,
tabled this. I don't understand why we're even doing this.
Commissioner,
Let me just go, hold on, let me clarify something. I did not go to Commissioner's Court for this issue. I was there already on another issue, and I was asked by Commissioner's Court. I didn't go to the Commissioner's Court, ask for funding for the clinic. I was there for asking funding for another issue that everybody knew I was working on. So to clarify that, I don't know who told you that or how you got that, but I wasn't there on this issue. I didn't go to ask for support for the clinic, for Dr. Gonzalez or Aaron. So that's, whoever told you that, it's a liar.
Okay.
Commissioner Hernandez, you wanted to say something?
yes, Judge, I just want to clarify. Is Commissioner Chesney saying that if that position doesn't come through, doesn't Commissioner Jack get his money back,
Yes,
right?
I could, yeah.
Does he?
But he wants to use ARPA money is the problem, because after November, if, that's why it needs to wait, because the money's gonna be, it has to be allocated. And if we aren't going to do the split and take over the health district, then he would be allocating money to something that isn't going to be there.
So you're saying it'll be too late for him to reallocate the money somewhere else?
November, he needs to wait till the decision, I'm saying, or he will lose his funds, and he could use it on something else, because if we vote it down, he will allocate money to something that isn't there. So
This
my
money-
Well, it could be
suggestion
contingency
to
that is
wait
there.
until.
No, but this money has to be allocated
Has
by
to
the
be
end of this
December,
year.
so
And if this
I'm-
decision doesn't get decided by the end of this year, then he and this county, not just he, because it's not just his, this is, we lose $227,000. I'm saying allocate it through December, and then we can know something by then, but
We'll
if
know
you
by
allocate it all,
November.
and we don't use it, we lose
That's a good
227,000.
idea. I didn't thought about that one, but.
So that was all I was trying to say, was just do it through December.
And I don't even think you do it till December. I
Yeah,
think
I
you bring
just-
it in
I just come back
November,
and just-
and we'll vote,
Yeah, I
and
come
then you
back.
can allocate
I
it
come
then,
back,
because
you
you'll
know.
have the money for
I
it,
come
so,
back,
yes. It's just until we have
all I
a
was trying to
It's
decision
in my
made,
pocket,
it's
it's in my
hard.
pocket,
Okay, and it's your money, so it's like, yes.
it's in my
That's all I
wallet.
was trying to say.
Okay, we're good, no motion there. So now we can move forward with, where's my agenda? Oh, wait. Yes?
I truly apologize for this. I just want to make it clear for everyone. Whenever we did the other fund personnel, it was on G8-6. For inland parks, it was a new position for $48,160. And then we did 5 for Parker Pool Operations Additional. We said that there would be no increase transfer from the general fund, but there's no money in 0170 to pay for that. So what we're gonna have to do is transfer money.
Add it back in.
Yeah, we're gonna have to transfer those funds. It'll either be what Teresa had proposed was using some of the funds that we had in 0142 that we had previously just given to commissioners, or just given to the general fund, that we could use those same funds to move it over. So you're using what you just increased to the budget to give it back. But it would need to be an increase to cover those. There's no way that,
Okay, I gotta add that back in here, hold on.
Add that number back in.
and I just wanted to say that so
That's
that
the
everybody.
54,307 and the 25,000?
It's,
Yes.
well, yes, it's 48,160. I was told that, Scott Cross with Coastal Parks, that his reclass of 6,000, he could absorb that. But there's no way that inland parks could.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
And I just wanted for full transparency. Thank you, I apologize.
Okay.
That's the last of our amendments. Moving on to number 9, discuss and consider adoption of the 2024-2025 Nueces County budget, including amendments as submitted by the county auditor in his capacity and each of the commissioners that we have voted upon each item today. So let me get a motion and a second first, then we'll discussion. I'll make the motion.
Second.
For discussion. Yes, come on.
Yes, ma'am, and Judge and Commissioners, I apologize for earlier. I hadn't seen the, I guess my budget cuts or budget amendment. There's a couple in here that I'm kind of concerned about. First one is the assistant foreman for our yard at the Central Yard. That's our that's our foreman for, we desperately need that person right now. One person's
Can
trying.
you find two, if you take one out, can you put another one in? Because I sent you this list before you went on vacation and you came back with only 2 people.
Yes, ma'am.
And-
No, I had given a list to
Yeah.
Francisca, Judge,
Did
and
you, if
and I
you,
had highlighted those on there, and there was a total of about I'm okay with the.
If you take one out right now, you need to find another one, because you have people that are out from 2017, 2018,
And-
2019.
and I
Those
understand that.
positions need to go. So
And I understand-
whatever amount you're wanting back, cut another position to cover it.
Okay, I understand that,
Would make it
Judge.
easier on us right now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I just wanted to make sure, and also I noticed that our capital outlays zeroed out for buying equipment, so just
You
wanted.
just got a bunch of equipment this year is the way we've, and ARPA
Yes,
money.
yes.
Everybody got cuts.
That was 259,000.
Material or equipment?
Sir?
Equipment.
Talk about material? or
Equipment, Commissioner.
Equipment.
Yes, sir. So we won't buy zero equipment this year,
Yeah.
based on what I'm seeing.
Material.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
material's not, it's equipment. I mean, they were
And, you know,
tough
and
choices.
with all due respect to everybody, Judge and Commissioners, is that last year, we cut, Public Works cut over half $500,000 from our budget. It was at the last minute that we did that, or really, it was at last 30 seconds when we were trying to kick a field goal, right? But, but in this case, I mean, you know, I feel that, you know, that, and I gotta say this, it's, in honesty, it's always Public Works that gets their budget cut. You know,
Because
but
you're
yet,
our largest
but
department.
yet none of our departments is getting reclassified for our personnel to get a pay increase. None of our personnel are creating more personnel to our department, but yet we're getting cut.
You
So,
did a reclassification before in July, because I remember I thought, why are we doing this
Yes,
right
yes,
before
ma'am.
the, yeah, so.
it was a reclassification because we were saving monies from another, because we were
But you
cutting another
increased
position.
salaries for that, yes.
But yet I'm
yes.
seeing other budgets that are being, people that are getting reclassified, that are getting a pay increase, that are getting another personnel to assist them, but yet, but yet my budget is being cut. And I just wanted to state that, and if I'm out of,
I bet everybody
I
else here
apologize.
today would say that.
I mean, I apologize if I say that, but, and I don't want to, I didn't want to, really want to talk about other departments, but, you know, they're the ones that are also getting, reclassifications for their staff, but yet I'm getting the one that's getting get cut over $1
Other
million.
than
So I
the-
apologize for that.
Juan, what
Yes,
kind of equipment are you not getting? Or what
Really,
you-
we needed, this year, we're gonna purchase, to do our crack sealing. We have equipment that's probably from the 1970s that we're gonna replace for crack sealing. I think that was a little bit over about $100,000 or $120,000. And it's much needed, because we do crack sealing during the cold, time, the winter months. Because since we can't do seal coat, we can't do ditch grading. That's when our mowing starts slowing down. So what we do is we get all our staff from Robstown and Central, and also for mowing, we have them out there doing crack sealing. That way, when the spring comes around, what we do is we start doing those roads that we crack seal, we go in there, we do a surface treatment on those roads. But, you know, probably what I said is not okay, but I think, like I said, my budget is always the one that gets hit. And,
I understand you feel that way, and I'm very sorry,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
we're stuck with what
yeah, but when you
terrible
see,
budget.
but when you see
yeah.
other people that are getting reclassified, and you're seeing that other people that are getting people within, you know, adding to their staff and stuff like that, I mean, what we're doing is we're decreasing in our staff. And I think I've explained this to you, is that what's happening is we're getting subdivisions, newer subdivisions, we're getting new maintenance stuff, but yet we're getting flatlined in our budget, and our staff is getting declined. So I just want to make sure to bring that up. Thank you.
We appreciate it, and everybody, I mean, as we have said before, this is a major cut in our fund balance and all departments, and it's gonna be a tough year, we do understand that. And I don't think you were here earlier when, Inland Parks, Edward was here and Coastal Parks, I said that in our department head meeting, but I will state it again with you here. We expect you all to work together as much as possible to cut down on those outside costs with contracts with people to do work that we can take care of in here ourselves. So please help each other. All the departments, you may have to cross over into things, but we have to do what's necessary to get the job done. So, thank you.
My apologies to the court. Before you adopt the budget, I just want to ensure that you receive my request. I know, Judge, I spoke to you on numerous occasions about my request for an increase in my wages, and I spoke to you and vocalized why I was requesting that. I was not aware that there was a 3-year waiting period before you get an increase when I accepted the offer. And in addition to that, I've done a wage study, and I have some handouts for you if I can present this information to you. But I had made a recommendation when I submitted my budget proposal for the increase to occur, as well as essential software that I need for my department, which is eSkill. I'm required by policy to do civil service testing. We have not done that civil service testing since COVID-19. And since that date, about 4 years later, our computers are outdated and not capable of doing the testing. And so I've identified a vendor that can provide that service, and I have not seen that in the budget proposed. So I would like to present this information to the court for you to review, if I can. You will see from what is being passed out that the proposed increase to my salary, as well as the software that I am requesting, I found a way to acquire both requests as by eliminating some of the, or reducing some of the budgetary categories in my department, which would net in a zero increase cost to the county, as I've identified in the material that I've handed to you.
You say it's net zero?
Yes, sir.
Has auditor been able to look at this or verify this? Teresa,
No, we
have
just
you?
got this. And I know we talked on many occasions. I really don't see this happening in this year, and it's unfortunate. And
I would like to address to Commissioner Morez's question. It was presented during the times we were requested to give our proposed budget, so I did provide that to the county auditor's office.
And
So
have we
you're
taken
asking
action or
to
directed?
I would just say that the $31,000 decrease for tuition reimbursement is for all employees. It's not, it's an operating expense.
It shouldn't be something that you
That's
can
not
use for you. It's not a.
Well, what I'm saying is that I believe year-to-date, we've only spent 20,000. So, and for the last 3-4 years, we've had a $51,000 category for that.
But it's for employees that want to do tuition. It's not for you to take to supplement salaries, and is what they were saying. It's not a utilized use of that fund. It's put up in there for all employees who choose to have tuition, and yes. I don't think that would be a wise decision for us to take 31,000 out of that for.
And the e-skill, this is, have we had this presented to us before?
I presented it during budget request, sir.
You did?
Yes, sir. It basically is a software that applicants can do from home. They don't have to come into the office. They can do it at their own convenience. It's being utilized by a few other counties, Harris County being one of them, and it's a very good program. I've actually tested it myself, and I find it to be very resourceful and helpful to us. We wouldn't have to purchase any additional equipment, computer equipment, which can get outdated over time. They keep their systems up to date.
But if somebody wanted to come and apply, they still, because not everybody has a computer at home.
Correct. They can still come into the office and do it in the HR office as well. So we offer the same service to applicants that don't have a computer right now. My office is set up so that that can occur. Great question, Commissioner Hernandez. Thank you for that.
You have to ask him. He passed them out.
Tim, do you have another?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Make sure that whatever you'll pass out, that as the clerk of the court, I have to have a copy for the record. Thank you.
But without the 31, there's no way to get there, so I don't think that's something that should be voted on. As much as, I know you came and talked about
I
it.
would also mention that in a proposed budget, and I know that you and I discussed this, is $12,000 included for temporary services. I could eliminate that category, and that would also satisfy the request.
But we can't get down to zeroed out because the tuition reimbursement doesn't apply here, that's correct?
That's correct. Yes, so
So,
unfortunately.
yeah.
So if you want to
If
take
you
the
eliminate the
12,000,
temporary, then you have employees in there that you stated when you did your budget hearing that are working lots and lots of hours that you're taking away from your employees that might need the help as well. But
Well,
it's just
they-
not a good vote. It's-
right now,
yeah.
they're with workday being as productive as it is, their necessity for continuing to work those hours is decreasing. So there's not going to be that continued need for that to occur.
Does anybody want to address this or make a motion to do this? I can't on this right now, not with the situation we're in, yeah.
Excuse me, what do you feel you need an increase on vehicle expense?
I'm sorry, because I'm traveling throughout the county, and gas is increasing in cost as well as repair costs, so I've seen my expenses go up despite the travel that I'm doing, so I know it's $200 a month, may seem like a lot, but it's not when I'm traveling to different areas of the county.
You get you get a vehicle allowance though already, right? You
Yes,
just want
my
an
car
increase.
allowance, yes.
But I mean,
Where are you?
what takes you outside your office to go to the counties?
Whenever I have to do an investigation, any employee meeting requests, just to do some trainings in the county. So there's various times when I've had to go to different departments in the county to do meetings. Go to the fairgrounds for events, go to job fairs. I do that quite often. If there's an investigation is needed in any department, I go, regardless of where the department is.
Does all that occur often?
Yes, sir.
Really?
It does, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So what do we normally pay in mileage? 49 cents?
Yes, sir. That's
So 2,800 a month. is a
No,
car
it's not a
allowance.
month. I wish it was a month.
year,
I would-
2,800 a year is car allowance. What do you do? Divide that by 49 cents? That would be 5,714 miles to equal the 2,800. So that'd be, am I doing that right? Let's see, times
so.
0.49, yeah, so 5,714 miles divided by 12. So you're putting 439 miles a month on your car?
At least minimum.
439 miles a month? A month, not a
Well,
year.
Not consistently, sir. I can't say that, but there are times when I drive more and times when I drive less.
You, do you count your mileage from home to here?
He doesn't, he just has a car allowance.
Oh, well, but no, he was talking about mileage, and I'm just saying,
It's flat
you,
rate.
you live out in Odom.
Yes, sir, I do.
So,
I mean, there are other department heads that make quite more in mileage than I do. Some get upwards of $5,000 to $6,000 a month, a year. I'm getting $2,800.
I just don't see it in this year. I'm very sorry this year, as we have said over and over again, and this budget is extremely tight. We have cut so much from other people's departments. Your department has pretty much been left alone and given the temporary position as well. But we do feel like the need is there for the temporary position and not for this right now. we can address it again, but you were just hired last year, you've been here a year, and coming in asking for this kind of increase, I'm not comfortable doing it. If someone else is, y'all need to jump in and make the motion, but other than that, I'm ready to move to pass our budget, so I'm very sorry. And I told you all this up front when you met with me
Yes,
about
ma'am,
it.
you
I
did.
didn't think it was a good time for this, so we appreciate what you're doing and what all of our employees are doing with less and everything else, but at this point, and what you're asking for, we can't do when we're taking things away from other employees, and we have employees working harder to separate you and take that money away from tuition, take that money, give additional travel. Nobody else is getting that, so.
But please keep in
I'm very
mind,
sorry.
Judge, that when I started, I had 5 staff. I decreased one of my positions. So when you say the hours have increased, yes, it has, because I'm working with less to do more.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to make you aware of that as well.
As Juan just said, and Edward just said, and every other department has had, and going to have that same scenario this next year. So it's, I don't mean it to be crass or anything. It's bad, but it's the budget that we have. It's the money and the funds that we have, and that's all we can do.
And I think for me, my perspective is now that we've approved an additional budget person to take the lead on the Commissioner Court side, we'll be able to really focus more on the budget and make sure that we're including the same amount for the relatively same work that you're doing. Because I agree, I mean, you have to go out, do investigations or interviews with people, maybe at their offices, go take a tour of a certain location. I mean, I know I've seen you in Robstown before, so I get that there is definitely some travel. So I think, though, I mean, this is a very late request, but let us work on that in this new year as we go through the steps of hiring someone to represent the court, to be able to work with the auditor's office, and then create that discussion that all of our appointed department heads deserve to have. Because some have access to vehicles, some have car allowances, and where's the parity in that? That I do feel that's a very legitimate claim. But I agree, for right now, I don't think it's the time, but definitely I would like to explore it more as we move into the new fiscal year.
Yes, and I do admit that I was presented with the possibility I could request a vehicle, but instead I'm requesting just a modest increase. Even if you could do it just for the mileage, if you can't do the raise, anything would help. But, I do travel. I go to Alice, Banquetti. I've been to Port Aransas. I'm going to Robstown quite frequently. There's been 2 suicides that I've been at those events. And so, I do travel quite often, so I want the court to realize and know that. They may not see me on the road, but I am on the road.
I'm sorry, Mr. Slay, why is it, you said we've had 2 suicides that I know about. Why would you have to go to investigate? Wouldn't law enforcement
Well,
do
I
that
go
job?
because employees are infected by that event. It happens at those public places where employees work. And so I have to make sure the employees are emotionally okay and do my due diligence to make sure that they get any additional services that they need.
Well, I would think they would go to their supervisor, their director, whoever it be.
They would, yes,
and tell
absolutely.
them.
And I support them as well.
And then he would come and probably tell you if he needed to. But I would think the next step that employee would take would be his director or supervisor to let him know.
Yes, sir, but I have access to services that I help the department heads with. And that's what I mean in terms of the employee assistance program and making sure that I do my due diligence there.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to save you some mileage.
Okay. All right. That's 2 trips of the many that I do, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Does this next vote have to be a record vote too, just to pass the budget? I'll wait till he gets back then.
You can do consent while we're waiting?
Yes.
Can we do that?
Can we move on and do any of you want to check through the consent agenda and see if you have any items you wish to pull for further discussion?
I've looked, I'm good.
If any commissioner has,
Oh, I do have, I'm sorry, on K.
K,
Yeah, I need some
Yeah.
explanation on that one.
that's what I was going to pull.
Otherwise, if nobody has anything else, I would make a motion that we pass the consent agenda except for K.
I'll second that motion. Any other items need to be pulled? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign, or a motion. And item K, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused on this one. I guess it relates to one of the next ones that we're doing. But my understanding of this was, we extended this from September 18th to the 23rd at 5, and we're just ratifying this, right?
Yes.
So, and then, but one of the applications that we got still came in after the
After that.
deadline on the 23rd, right? So even after we extended the deadline, it's still past that.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd make a motion to pass this.
Second the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. Since we're still waiting on the commissioner, I guess we will, it's going to be a minute.
Just keep going.
Yeah. The regular agenda, 3A1, discuss and consider update regarding outside entities wishing to continue participation in the Nueces County Employee Self-Funded Group Health Insurance and Ancillary Service Plan for 2024-25. Discuss, consider, and take action. And I believe there was no backup last time, Commissioner, and that my office failed to do that. We apologize, but this was. And the clarification is the letter is on the back that went to everyone. They pay for all premiums, all stop loss, all claims, everything in order to stay, but not limited to prescription. You can read the letter in the back that went. There's one entity. The hospital district has already agreed to all of this. They are looking for their own insurance afterwards. The one drainage district is the only entity that otherwise that this affects, other than the credit union that we can't cover. And they are paying for all of their policies, the stop loss, the employer, the employee, everything. The thing that they are not is the liability if they have major claims, and we don't have any history on that. We're on 3A1. We did consent while we were waiting for you to come back. We can't vote on the budget until we're all here, because we have to all vote yes.
So,
This would allow the drainage district to continue for 1 year to search for their own insurance.
right, as long as they pay for the
They
premiums.
pay for the premiums, the stop loss, they pay
loss,
for everything on
and
theirs,
all
yes.
claims, including
Yes.
but not limited to, related to your entity's employees, up to the stop loss amount, and then, remind me how that works, Judge, okay, so we
Stop loss?
pay they pay their portion of the stop loss premiums, and then after the stop loss, then the,
Stop loss kicks in after 475,000. Our liability, our
Gotcha.
risk, and the self-insurance is up to 475.
and with this letter, these entities would have to pay that part of the stop loss. Wait, I get it back,
You got
sorry.
it backwards last
Yeah,
time,
I got
too.
it backwards.
Stop loss is for
Right.
major. It comes into effect after that 400, and it's 75 now instead of 50, I'm almost positive.
So
So
after the
drainage-
475, that's where our
Drainage
exposure is.
district did
No.
not get this letter, though. Yes.
After the 475, the stop loss kicks in and neither entity is
Paying
paying.
for anything above that.
So we have a not self-insurance policy after the stop loss? So we
Yes.
self-insure to a point,
Yes,
right? That's what I'm
yes,
trying to get,
yes.
right? So the exposure is 475 per claim
Yes.
for the county on anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And this letter went out.
Has been.
But they say they didn't get it. I don't know why they didn't get it. So where does that leave us? I mean, what does that mean? We can,
So the drainage district is promising that for every insured, they will pay up to $475,000.
You've talked to them, they're agreeing to
No,
that?
no, I'm
No,
I'm trying to,
The drainage district is the one that hasn't. The hospital district did, but the drainage district does pay their stop-loss premium, their employer and employee premium. They pay all the
They don't pay the
premiums.
stop loss.
Yes, and we would be risking for 1 year, like we have done for the last 20 years or however long they've been on ours, for 1 year because they didn't receive this, for allowing them 1 more year to go find their own insurance.
And how did, like, didn't we mail it to where we mailed them
No,
everything?
I think we emailed it, it didn't get mailed out personally, yes. Yes.
But, so the hospital
My
district
office
got
did
it,
that.
but
It's
the,
my mistake again, yes.
Hospital
I'll
district-
take the hit.
no, the hospital district
All
got
right,
it, but
thank
they
you,
didn't.
Commissioner.
The hospital district got it.
agreed to theirs, and they even are paying over 10%, and they are going to come back at the end of the year. The hospital district is fine, and they're gonna search for their own.
And we put that in, that's in writing somewhere, right? So there's like.
We have a
has-
letter from them. We both
Yeah.
received a letter, yes,
Gonna go on
yes.
their own.
Okay, so then what, so there's nothing we can do for the, on the hospital, on the drainage district, I mean? Nothing we can do?
nothing in terms of,
Making them responsible for their 475. I know they pay the premium, but they're not, but we're on the hook for whatever, if something happens, up to 475 is what,
Can we send a letter right now, or is it too late for the letter?
like, what's the magic deadline of when they get the letter? Why,
They
why?
have already been through the open enrollment thing. They've already done their planning on the insurance. This starts effective October 1. They don't really have time to find possibly for their employees.
I'm asking legally, what can we do? I mean, if we want to put this back until October 2nd, you can come back and tell us.
I
October.
would, yes, this is a new
Legal.
question that we
Okay.
would like to actually put some research in. If, I think I understand the question, but I'll confirm.
Drainage district is the only one, and they don't have the means to, they can't do this, so we can either kick them off. I don't know that it really, we either vote to allow the risk for 1 year, or we just kick them off and
And we're
they deal with
screwed.
it. I didn't think that was a good thing to do. I thought we've been doing it for years, that we allowed them at least a year, but that's my personal opinion, not the vote of this court. So I don't know what coming back is going to resolve. They're either, we kick them off because they can't take.
Well, no, I mean, can we? That's the legal, I mean, I want to know if we can. Like, I mean, I want to know what the, I mean, because, and I don't know what,
We have not found a statutory reason or case that says you must give someone a certain time period of notice.
Of notice.
It's a grace
so
period.
you can just send, we could send something today and tell them, you got to do, this is what you have to do. Like
November.
the letter's already been done a long time ago. We just need to send it to them and say, to stay on our insurance, you've got to be responsible for your portion of the stop loss.
60 days.
Or not of the stop, sorry, of the, God, I'm getting it wrong, of,
The
up to the
risk
stop loss.
up to
Right.
the stop
Yes,
loss,
yes, yes,
yes.
yes.
I believe that's accurate. If you'd give me 5 minutes to confirm.
Done.
Okay.
She wants
5 minutes to confirm. We will go back then.
Judge, Commissioners,
Yes.
can I request, I know I talked about earlier about the assistant foreman, about deleting it. Can I trade, we do need that assistant foreman,
I told,
but,
and my thoughts to you, whichever
Yes,
one
yes,
you want
ma'am.
to delete, as long as it comes out to
The-
that same total.
yes, ma'am, the only one that I can delete that's, or another one that I can delete or recommend to delete is a truck driver one, but we're about $5,000 short, salary-wise.
5,000 short
Yes,
salary
ma'am.
wise?
Plus, less.
Less, or what, 5,000 or less?
Yeah, the
It's like, what
one,
does
one
that
makes,
mean?
yeah, it'll be less. In other words, we're short.
Yes.
Judge,
Yeah, about 40-something hundred.
I'll give them
I'm
5,000.
fine. Yeah,
I'll-
exactly.
You can,
It's
I'll
like,
find
I just
$5,000
told
for
you
it.
to
Thank you,
figure out
thank you,
which
Judge.
one you can cut for that amount. Yes,
Thank you,
that's
Judge.
good.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner.
Just get with
Appreciate
it.
it.
Sign the IOU.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll find it.
It's Kendall, but she says they're a law, but we don't have the law, and it doesn't take effect till January.
Let them know I need to paste it.
It's like, we can't vote on something we don't know the law, and it doesn't take effect till January. It's like,
Oh, wait, I don't have any outside agency fund.
Are we, I know Kendall is here. Let me just go ahead and address this. There is a law, she says, coming into effect in January that changes the department head's salary. She is the one that is underneath that or something. But we didn't have it, I don't have the law, we don't have the law. It doesn't go into effect until January. I assumed once it became law, we would address it in January. It's not in effect right now. So, is it? And it will affect other employees as well.
What is this one now?
And this is a law, but just because you're a department head, go to the microphone.
Well, what's this?
It's the FSLA exempt salary standard, like the minimum salary standard. It went into effect in July, and then in January it has another increase. And in January, I will not meet that increase, and I am an exempt employee.
Okay, again,
It doesn't happen until January, and what, we don't have any information on it.
yeah.
Were y'all aware of it in the auditor's office?
I mean, has anybody looked at it?
Payroll, no, I just got this phone call this morning, and I really had said we would either address it or, and then when you said it doesn't go into effect till January, I figured they would bring it to us in January. Payroll will, if it affects other departments, but.
It actually went into effect in July, but they broke it into two pieces. So there could be people already affected as well. If there's salary employees beneath where I'm at, they may already be affected.
And that is something our payroll needs to look into then, yes.
I just figured that out this week too, so.
I saw where they were doing a bunch of stuff with the exempt, and then and then somebody knocked it down. But I don't know if this is what this is. I mean, they were gonna raise the exempt thing all the way up to a certain amount, and then the courts kicked it and said, no. Someone needs to go look at this, because this is, I don't know.
Lower the salary requirements.
Say again?
Actually, they're gonna lower the salary requirements of what required to be exempt under the employment rate, so they get more people in overtime, so. So there's a slight change. We'll review it and see what's going on to make sure.
But you're okay till
They're gonna-
January,
they're gonna
where you are.
Where I'm at right now, I meet it until January.
okay.
I was over the threshold for the July one, but not the January.
Okay. Well, that will give everyone time to look at this and probably see how many more people this affects. Are we ready to move forward with voting on the budget? Any more big, should I wait till we do regular agenda?
No, let's go. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Huh?
I thought we already voted on the budget.
No.
No, we have to vote on the amendments and the
Oh, the
changes,
amendments.
yes. So, okay, going back to that on G9, I believe it is. What? One's changed, yes.
So wait, we voted on amendments. You're back to 7 then, right?
Yes.
We voted on 8 and 9. We just gotta go back to 7 and vote on the overall budget. Is that right?
This, number 9 says, discuss and consider adoption of the Nueces County budget,
Including
including
amendments,
amendments
okay.
as submitted by the county auditor and the commissioner's court.
Okay,
Yes.
I've got, so we're back to,
So my
we're doing 9.
motion on number 9 is, I move to adopt the Nueces County 2024-25 budget as submitted by the county auditor in his capacity as the budget officer for Nueces County, including the Commissioners Court amendments as authorized. This budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by $6,550,770, or 6.15%. And of that amount, $3,648,813 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax rolls this year. And I'm making the motion, or I'm voting yes. Commissioner Hernandez, how do you vote? This is just on the budget, after everything we've changed,
But that's the
yes.
budget and the amendments?
And the
then?
amendments.
So we can say no to the budget, yes to the amendments?
No, you're voting for the budget as amended. You either say yes or no.
Oh, it's
Yes.
amended, but we said no for the budget earlier.
You said the tax rate.
Tax rate.
This is for the
Okay,
budget,
all right,
yes,
okay.
yeah, the tax rate.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay, I got you.
Who's? I made
Not
the
a sec-
I
it's not
voted
a- it's a
yes.
record
It's not,
vote.
it's a record vote. So
It's
I
just a
made the
vote.
motion. So Commissioner Hernandez, how do
Oh, there's
you
no
vote?
motion.
This is not on the tax rate. This is on the budget that we just went through. Yes, that we, as amended with all those questions we just voted on. You're okay. You vote yes? Yes. Commissioner Modas?
All right, yeah.
Commissioner Gonzalez? Yes. And Commissioner Chesney?
No.
So 4-1, the budget passes.
Can I just get a copy of what you read?
Yes, you can have it here. Teresa will give it to you.
Like the amendments.
Thank you.
I don't like any of those.
So, now
Well, I like all the social.
flipping back to the regular agenda, since we are waiting on an answer on that first thing. Moving on to item 2, discuss and consider unallocating 3A2. We're on the regular agenda now, everyone. 3A2. Discuss and consider unallocating 552, we've already done this in our other vote in there because we already put it towards the law enforcement, so we don't need to vote on this because
In the table indefinitely.
table indefinitely. I'll make the motion to table. We voted it in the budget hearing.
Yeah, we already did it.
Yes, we transferred the money for the vehicles, the monitors things, the equipment already with his help.
Did it on her amendments.
Yes, on the amendments, we already did. Item number 3, discuss and consider the purchase of mobile kennels for $1,500 for animal evacuation seeking ARPA countywide under 6.1 natural disaster or other funding for this project in all matters. There is no ARPA countywide funds anymore, so do you have another funding source? You're gonna pay for that, okay?
I was gonna say, the backup is there, right? I think we put the backup on it.
And Kendall is here. Can you, do you need to, you're looking like you need to say something? Oh, I'll second it,
Wait,
just
which
so,
one are we on?
I'll second it
Second.
for discussion.
Let me just, before Ken goes up, this something comes out of the surplus, right?
What?
No, there is no countywide
No.
surplus.
This kennel comes out of the surplus.
Oh, where you get all your stuff
Federal
from before,
surplus.
yes, yes.
Yeah, and so I called Kendall and I said, can you use this, I think it's 14 stainless steel kennel, it's on wheels, in case of emergency, to remove the dogs, evacuate, whatever. And she said, yeah, we can do it. How much? First it was 2,500, then it came down to 1,500 because we had to replace 2 of the air conditioners.
Air conditioners, the tires, anything, and
Yeah, but that-
so there will be more than the 1,500 needed for this,
I figure about 2,500.
for tires and air conditioners?
Yeah.
Are you doing the whole 2,500, Commissioner Modis?
Sure.
There's no funding for it, so if we're not gonna get it if we can't put the tires and air conditioning
I
on
can
it.
help with, I can help with the tires too and all that stuff, but,
Yeah, I mean, if we want to split, then that would be great.
yeah, let me do it. Just the tires, that's just the tires.
Just that, sure. Whatever, I'm amenable to that, whatever the amount
It's
is.
his funds and he's paying for it, he's gonna do the tires.
There you go.
So, good. And these are with your ARPA funds? Is that what it
I
is?
don't have any ARPA, it'd have to be special
Oh,
revenue.
special revenue. Mhm.
You can just reduce your ARPA.
Just reduce the ARPA, is that easier? Okay. Then I'll reduce the ARPA.
And Kendall,
We didn't
you
vote
are
on
stating
any.
that you can utilize this and use this. It's not just gonna rust and fall apart.
Yeah, the main thing we would use it for is if there is a hurricane, or a large scale like cruelty, if we have a hoarding case, something where we have 3 box trucks right now that are not air conditioned, they're not safe to put animals in and keep them in long term like you would be doing when you have a hoarding situation. You're normally out at that scene for quite a while. It's something that would be utilized for that, and it's safer for the animals. It would prevent us from going back and forth. And same thing with hurricanes. We try to get animals out of the way. This past one with Beryl, I actually drove up to try to get my horse trailer to move animals, so it would prevent me from having to use that as well.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Motta, seconded by me,
Can you restate that motion, please?
to purchase, you want to state it, to purchase the mobile clinics for $1,500.
Okay, gotcha.
Huh?
The special revenue versus the ARPA.
his
be
special
special revenue.
revenue funds, and then Commissioner Gonzalez is planning to take care of the ACs, or tires on the trailer that will need to be replaced. So these are coming from their funds
Good guy.
to this, so. Mona's made the motion, I made the second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Number 4, discuss and consider unallocating and reallocating Commissioner 3 American Rescue Plan ARPA funds as follows. And Commissioner, this is where this is just one. You want to unallocate the 750,000?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
And
Judge.
that's already been talked about enough. Are you making a motion? I will second that motion.
Motion, yes.
Yes.
Is that to unallocate?
Yes, and then he's
Okay,
going to
then
reallocate
with the
to,
listed below.
Okay.
except for with a change, do you want to go ahead and list your change so we can unallocate and reallocate at the same time, or?
Yeah, well, unallocate the 750 and then list it as below the reallocations. The exception is the
Number 5.
164, 420, which is allocated for the budget officer position. That will now be split with the veteran services social worker position,
And
vector
the-
control.
And vector control.
Might be,
Okay. Unallocating the 750
but,
and,
which has already been done, so this doesn't even.
It's already been,
That
yeah.
doesn't even
Yeah.
be part of
Just to
this
clarify,
motion,
right.
because you've already done it.
I didn't know you'd already unallocated that. Okay, it's on
She's
the
already-
list.
Well, it hadn't been voted.
Yeah,
So
it hadn't been voted on,
voted
so it hadn't been
so-
done.
No, we did. We voted on it because it was an amendment, and we voted on the budget already. He did it in the budget. He did it during the budget.
The veterans and the vector, not unallocating and allocating to these other 5 things, yes. Yes, because we already did the veterans and the vector, yes.
Yeah, we,
So,
That did it
okay,
because
I
that
think we're
reduced
all
our
a little
deficit.
bit tired, but we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Jenny, are you ready for me to go back to item number 1, or are we not? On the,
Oh, let me check.
never mind, we'll come back to it. Just somebody remind me to come back to this. A1, she was gonna check about the,
I have confirmation, yeah, this is a decision for the court to make without, there's no timeline that we have found.
there's no timeline that you have found, so.
60 days.
I am gonna then just make a motion that we allow them 1 year to stay on. The hospital district has agreed to pay for everything. We allow them to stay on as they have, giving them 1 year to move forward and make changes.
Wait, what is your motion? Say that again?
To allow the drainage district to stay on the 1 year because we didn't get the notice out. And we've been doing it for 20 years. I'm gonna take a huge risk and allow 1 more year for it to continue. And
Wait a minute, why did we just? But we can do it now and give them 60 days or 90 days, right?
so there's,
Now, that part, I don't know. If they've gone through the process and signed up, I don't know that you can tell them you can do a portion. That's a contract matter that we would have to
it
look
would have to
in.
be either they're on or they're off. They get 2 weeks' notice. What is this, the 20, they get 1 week notice?
This would be from the 25th to
October 1st.
October 1st.
But we don't even have to have you'd have to undo the motion that we previously made, because we already made a motion, we've already sent them a letter. So you'd have to, like, undo your other motion, because the motion
Keep
was
them
to
on?
send them the letter and say they're off, and we sent a letter, it just didn't get to them, so we would just resend the same letter. Or you have to make a motion to completely rescind everything we did,
Oh,
which,
my gosh, yeah. Because we made the motion before to take them off and send the letter, so, yeah. Then I'm retracting my motion. Somebody else do a motion if y'all want
so the
to.
letter needs to get sent.
We're late again. Sorry.
You want to do the motion?
Our bad.
Are you doing
Oh,
a motion, or are
yes.
you not? Or are you on
Sorry.
on number 1, or are you okay with them?
Yes,
having
no,
a
I'm good
week?
with them, yes.
staying on?
Make a motion to continue,
We have to retract our other motion.
Wait, that
Commissioner
retracts
Chesney
everything,
says.
though. It's gonna retract everything. Like, that means we retract the hospital district, retract everybody, everything. Like,
He's saying we can't do
oh,
it.
no, I don't know why we're doing this. We made a decision, why are we?
Then motion to table and definitely.
Table item, definitely, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
But
the
we
letter,
need to, but we need to send a letter.
the letter needs to be sent.
We already sent the letter, so if
Okay.
we table it unless somebody finds a way to bring it back and redo our votes on the October 2nd meeting, they have no insurance, they're all.
Who sent the letter today?
Because they have now received the letter.
They have.
Yes, they have the letter now that we sent to everyone, they received it, yes.
Okay.
They were asking to be left on, is what they were asking us to do. And I was willing to make the motion to leave them on, but it doesn't seem like anybody else is, so I am,
We need to not sign them up.
No, they're just gonna table this.
so can we, or can't we?
they're saying no, because we did the letter,
Don't vote
so.
on the table.
No, because we don't need to do. So the letter's been sent, they've received the letter, we made an action, the action's in place, we need to tell whoever's signing them up not to sign them up unless they agree to pay, or,
They've already signed up, but we can send them a notice that they are not going to be, and, I mean, I'm not sending any more notices from my, somebody else send it.
yeah, so who sends that letter? The, like, HR department, or? We've got to coordinate that, we need to.
The letter came from us originally, that's when we first did it. What was that date on that letter?
It was in July.
It was in July, it was a long time ago. They
they need
do
to-
say they did not get it, but that's them saying they didn't get it and us saying we sent it, so it's really
Well, and,
six one, half the other.
so I
but-
mean, we need to get something in writing that they agree, or they don't get, or they're not on.
Okay,
So, but who's signing, like, who's in charge of this signing up for benefits and all this other stuff? Who's doing-
HR.
HR.
Mhm,
So
yes.
someone needs to tell Mr. Soleil to make sure that, not to sign him up. I mean, somebody, can you do,
or
can you?
to follow up with a letter, because we allowed them to
Right.
do the open enrollment
Here's
if
the
they,
letter
yes,
instead.
exactly. Oh, man. Is that what you suggest too? Are we good? Just like,
Okay, so then,
Yeah, I
someone's
mean-
gonna talk to, Teresa, can you talk to Mr. Soleil and make sure, coordinate all that?
I'll pass it on to
send
Peyton.
Peyton on there
behalf of the
right
judge.
now.
Okay, whoever,
Ask Peyton.
somebody, I
She's
don't-
paying attention, she needs to go talk to him right now.
Okay.
We tabled it, we're not doing anything
Which
with
one?
that.
Well, there's nothing to vote on, because
We're not doing any action on it, so.
no one's,
No actions taken.
Yeah,
there was
no
no
action.
motion or second. All right.
No action.
Number 5, we're on number 5, right?
Motion approved, Judge?
Just competitive bidding, yes, okay, for the Balcony Field Services, Dune, second the
I know, I should have
motion.
let you read
I
it
was like,
first.
whoa, what are we doing here? I might need to read it. I second the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes, thank you. Item number 6. We need to have,
moved.
number 6 is different motion, though. I need the motion to approve the award and execute an engineering agreement with Anchor
QEA LLC.
BA LLC for engineering services for Packery Channel, RFQ number 3277-24, in the amount, do I say the amounts? You always tell me not, $358,111 already selected them. So the motion to pass.
So moved.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Brent made the second. I made the motion. Brent made the second.
She'd already made it.
Yes, I had to read it out how they gave it to me. They said it needed specific wording, so. Item number 7, discuss and consider renewal and amendment of agreement between the Texas General Land Office, Veterans Land Board, and the Nueces County related to the operation of the Coastal Bend Veterans Cemetery. And JJ is here. He has gone over this, and I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Motion passes.
Thank you, Judge and
JJ,
Commissioners.
again. Yes, appreciate it.
All right, JJ.
Item number 8, discuss and consider authorizing execution of a funding agreement with the Port of Corpus Christi Authority aligned at addressing deficit septic systems in Nueces County Precinct 2 colonias and related matters. This is the contract after they awarded you with that money. The county attorney has looked at this contract, and are you making the motion to pass, Commissioner? I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 9, discuss and consider approving the award and execution of a lease agreement with Amistad Community Health Center for the Calderon Building Primary Care Services lease. This is a lease agreement. The contract reads Nueces County Community Health Improvement Center. It is the Calderon Building, I believe. They do that correction, and then we can sign this contract. Is fine?
And Jenny's reviewed all this?
Yes.
Okay.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion, second, and a third, and,
Me.
yes, Jenny, excuse me.
The correction, let's see, I'm
No,
opening
Janet-
up the document. What is specifically, it's taking a minute. It's not opening.
Which correction, the tenant is Amistad Community Health Center.
The lease agreement, following contracts, lease agreements. There was somewhere in there, I have it in my notes, somebody put, the contract reads for the Nueces County Community Health Center.
I'm not sure if it's calling it the health center or not,
If it's
because
not,
it's
then
not
it's fine.
coming
If
up
you
in
have
front of me.
So health and
approved
well-
it, yes.
It's the Health and Wellness Center.
Okay, so if I'm not off the top of my head, and I apologize, now it's opening up. It is a lease for health and wellness services, but I'm not
It's at
sure
the
that it's
Calderon
trying to.
Building, not
Right.
changing the name of the building
Right.
in any way, shape, or form.
Correct.
Yes,
Where,
okay.
and where are you looking? That you're, like, where's the health and wellness writing that you're talking about?
I don't know right now. It was just in my notes from what was given to me from someone, just to clarify that it is not changing the name of the building. It is the Calderon Building, but the lease for health services by the Amistad.
Johnny
Okay,
asked
just the
Calderon
clarification, so we have a motion and a second, as long as that is, I don't have it highlighted in my notes, I'm sorry.
And they're just, this is the
Medical
deal where they're
services.
leasing it, or they're gonna do.
They're
the
leasing
health-
for
they're
their
gonna do the
facility,
service.
their services, yes.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 10, discuss and consider approval of supplemental agreement number 1 with Grant Works related to the grant management services relating to county disaster recovery grants, including American Rescue Plan Act grants and all related matters. County attorney has reviewed this, and it just changes it to a milestone chart update for billing. The original had too many milestones. This simplifies the process for billing, and this was Grant Works had this request, so I'll make the motion to pass.
Judge, quarterly,
Second.
quarterly invoice.
Quarterly, yes, quarterly. We have a motion and second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 11, discuss and consider approval for method of procurement, invitation for bids for workout station structure for Precinct 1 Hazel Baysmore Park Improvement Project.
Excuse me.
Bless you. Wow. Authorize the purchasing agent to publish the notice and related matters. The expenses are to be paid with ARPA funds, project, or it's Inland Parks ARPA allocation, sorry. I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Michael wants to say something.
Okay, I just want to let everybody know, like, we're at the end of me putting out bids, and the ones that we're approving today, probably going to be the last ones that we're going to have time for doing a full bid process.
For a
So-
full bid process.
Right, so if y'all have remaining funds that you're trying to expend, if y'all can procure things that don't require bidding, so they're $49,999 or less, that'd be advised.
Well, yeah, but-
Wait a minute, Mike.
Yeah, don't leave.
Unless
I
there's
got
some
one
new,
coming.
unless there's some new guidance that's
I-
been
But we
given.
found another way to do that. We have another way where if we select the project
Oh,
and we
yes, yeah.
allocate it to a department, then it can still go forward. So don't everybody have a heart attack.
Well, but
Okay.
like-
But you still
The
have to
judge
have
is
a
planning to do
bid.
it in November, so
You
we'll
still
be
gotta
putting
go
on a
out for
list
bid.
to where we're
Yes,
assigning
yes,
the,
but it's fine.
to a county department or a county office.
Okay, but,
I guess.
because the spec, like where's my, I guess mine's a tweener, because my design specs are in, I think it's already,
It's already
Yours is
part
on
of that
The
deal. Yours
London
was
one?
one.
London one's on the street already, you're good.
right? Okay,
Yes.
I thought so, okay,
No,
They went yesterday.
everybody calm down.
okay. Okay, no, I just,
Okay, so, item number 12 then. Discuss and consider approval for method of procurement, invitation bid for Precinct 3 Oscar Ortiz Park additions and renovations. And this is with Inland Park ARPA allocation. I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 13, discuss and consider approval of method of procurement for Nueces County Sunrise Pond Nature Park Sensory Playground. This is with Inland Parks ARPA allocations as well. I will make another motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 14, discuss and consider approval and execution of amendment number 1 to work authorization number 1 under the master service agreement between Nueces County and Levy Dykema for the ARPA-funded Precinct 3 Oscar Ortiz Park additions and renovations. This is with Commissioner Precinct 3, Inland Parks allocation, sorry. This is where you got us a little confused last time. So make the motion to pass. Oh, it's a combination of both. This one does have both, okay. You want to second, since it's your park, whatever?
Commissioner already seconded.
Commissioner seconded. All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 15, discuss and consider approval of method of procurement for the City of Robstown multipurpose facility and authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice and related matters. This is with Commissioner Precinct 3 ARPA allocation.
Motion.
I'll second the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 16, discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of job order authorization number NCCP 009 in the amount of $86,523.26 under job order contracting agreement number for Grace Paving and Construction for Precinct 1 David Berlanga Community Center Agua Dulce Building Roof Repairs and Related Matters. Precinct 1 COs are the funding source for this one, capital change order.
It's precinct
No,
two.
precinct two.
Precinct-
Precinct two.
I have
It's in
precinct-
precinct one, but
Precinct-
it's
it's in
commissioner.
Oh, it's
Precinct
in
one.
precinct 1, but precinct 2
Right.
is funding with the COs, yes,
I don't have-
okay.
That's why I don't have any
Yes,
money.
very generous, yes. Okay,
That's why I don't have any
so
money.
nice guy.
I assume you're making the motion to pass since it's
Pass,
your,
yeah.
okay, thank you.
Thinking about it.
And Commissioner Hernandez second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 17, discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of job order authorization number NCCP 005 in the amount of $111,012 for the Grace Paving and Construction for the Precinct 2 Bishop Community Center Building Roof Repairs. Precinct 2 COs, and that is yours too, Commissioner
I'm
Gonzalez.
doing roofs, I'm doing roofs.
You're doing roofs. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes, and yes, Michael?
Thank you, Court and Commissioners, on the 2 JOC program items that we just had. Just wanted to bring attention to the fact that I didn't come see you 3 times to get these jobs done, which I would have done in the past.
Yes.
And so that JOC program is working. Appreciate you guys for taking advantage of that.
Thank you.
We're on top of it, Michael, we're on top of it.
Got 2 more coming.
2 more coming, yeah, mine 2 more.
Item number 18, discuss and consider approving the Nueces County nominations and adopting a resolution listing nominations for the Nueces County Appraisal District Board of Directors ballot for the term beginning January 1, 2025. We had 3 people turn in applications, and 1 person turned in a late application, late yesterday, mind you. So we are allotted up to 5, so I would make the motion, the 3 people that turned in their applications on time, that we approve their names to be pushed forward. And this is just a reminder, we're turning in the names, they'll go to the appraisal board, they come back to us, and that's when we vote with our allotted numbers. That I think the county has like 720 votes that we can put towards 1 individual, or we can put towards 3 different and divide it up, or whatever names we get. We can vote how we want to when that comes back.
So all
This is
4 are going?
3.
3.
1 was not timely, didn't come in.
One not timely, but you know, I thought he was,
Susie Sullivan, Gabrielle,
his only was.
Hillpold,
He's got
and
the small
Shirley
areas.
Mayday.
Yeah, he's
Monday.
got the small area communities, and I think he represents all that there, so, yeah, I don't know. He said he couldn't get in the computer or something, but, so I told him, go ahead and send it in anyway, and try to get in that computer, so.
Well, but he can be nominated by somebody else, and then we could consider him to vote on then. But I mean, if we have a deadline, we have a deadline. We've never accepted late
We had a
applications.
deadline, and then we even extended the deadline, and he was even after the second extended deadline, is why I think we should only go forward with the 3.
I mean,
Yes.
he's a
Yes.
good guy, I know him. I just
Yeah.
don't know, but
I
I
don't
mean,
I don't know who he is.
it was
Yeah.
originally the 18th. We extended to the 23rd, and he didn't turn it in until late on the 24th.
Your motion is these 3.
That's my motion right now, but somebody else can
Second,
change
yeah.
that. I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Hey,
1 opposed,
I
yes.
have my guy in there.
I understand. I didn't know he was, I tried. But number 19, discuss and consider approving an order designating Wednesday as the day of the week that the court will meet in the regular term for fiscal year 2024-25.
So moved.
I'll second that, or you second it, me, whatever it is, yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion, any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 20, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates and workshop dates and related matters. Is there anything that, we have a meeting on October the 2nd coming up. We have back-to-back meetings, just FYI for everyone coming forward. Item B1, discuss and consider approval of the plat of San Pedro Addition Block 2, Lot 58A, and related matters.
We're recommending approval, Judge.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Is this one of those plats that's outside the ETJ and that we're having to approve it?
Yes, sir, that's
Okay,
correct. Yes,
okay.
sir, it's in the Robstown.
We just don't get a lot of these.
It's in the county.
Yes, in the county.
Yeah,
It's
no, I
county.
know, we just don't get a lot of them, so.
Yes, sir.
What we get.
We got one more next.
And number 2, discuss and consider approval of change order number 1 for the infrastructure construction for emergency generators, Nueces County Courthouse, Main Jail, and McKenzie Annex, Part 1 and 2 project. And I believe the funding is coming from your Public Works contingency.
There's an allowance in there, Judge,
For
that's
this?
allocated. Yes, ma'am.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. And
I'm sorry, I missed.
Brent and Commissioner Hernandez.
Oh, so fast. We are.
Yes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you,
Thank
Commissioners.
you. And we appreciate you working with us today. Yes. Item C, the auditor, number 1, discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of agreement amendment number 1 to the Nueces County Enterprise Resource Planning System and replacement of time clocks with Strata US Professionals LLC. This is just a DBA name change only. The contract ends January 14th, 2025, is in my notes. Is
That's
that correct?
That's correct.
I make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to item 2, approve capital project amendment number 5.
Yes, Your Honor, we went through some evaluations with Teresa and working with, of course, your commissioners, going through the balances here. We've got some new projects, Agua City Community Center with the roof repair. We got the Bishop Building roof repair, and that's coming from Lindell Park improvements as a reduction. the McKenzie Annex heater replacement, and then also the oil belt park improvements and some Port Aransas Veteran Services. Most of these balances are coming from some of our allocated funds from Commissioner Precinct 2 and Commissioner Precinct 4. We've gone through them with Teresa, and of course, Teresa's gone with the commissioners on each one of these. I submit project
Make a
change order
motion
number
to
5
pass.
for your approval. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those.
What are where's mine?
The memorial.
Oh, those two, yeah, right, yes. So.
Made a motion to pass. We have a second from Commissioner Chesney. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 3, approve budget amendment number 14 for fiscal year 23-24.
Yes, Your Honor, these are starting to get a little bit larger because we're getting close to the fiscal year end, but as you see, the majority of the funds have this within their department. 1240, which is our information technology, and of course, our jail is giving some money to capital projects for buying some equipment that our capital projects have. These funds all have the funds within their department to do these changes, and these are necessary to do changes, so I submit budget amendment number 14 for your acceptance and approval. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Make the motion to pass. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Item number 4, authorize and approve removal of fixed assets that are no longer located in the departments.
Our request is to be tabled for next court. Your Honor, I need to go through this list with a lot of this is computer equipment. I need to work with our IT department to make sure this is not just misplaced.
Are we going to bring this to the October 5th? then?
Yes.
Oh, Second, I said 5th. Sorry.
Did you get excited there, Judge?
Yeah, it's like a little bit more days in there, sorry. There's nothing else that we need to do. That is the end. Do we have any adjournments in memory?
I do.
I do too, so y'all go ahead and start if you're ready.
Ladies first, go ahead, Judge.
Okay. And, this is Miss Teresa's brother. Jimmy Lee Carmichael Jr. was born April the 18th, 1948 in Mobile, Alabama, to the union of Jimmy Lee Sr. and Dolores Carmichael. Jimmy accepted Jesus Christ at an early age and was baptized at St. John's First Baptist Church in Corpus Christi, Texas. Jimmy passed through his life on Thursday, September the 19th, 2024, at the age of 76. He has joined his grandparents on both sides, aunts, uncles, cousins, and friends that made the journey before him in accepting God's hand for eternal life after. And for Miss Teresa, she wrote, "Our hearts mourn with the family for the loss of my big brother. What an amazing man and what a remarkable life he lived. I am blessed and proud Junior was a part of our family. To Lena, your husband, of 53 years, Sugar Bear, and Lilton, your father, with no limits on his love for you, I pray for strength and courage for the days ahead. He is out of sight, but will be forever in our hearts. Let his memories give you comfort, and know his pain and suffering is now a memory of the past, and he is rejoicing with our family members gone before him. To the grandkids, nieces, nephews, and siblings, rejoice in the love and guidance he shared with each of you. Demisha, you have your granddad's strength and endurance. May your heavy heart get lighter over time as you continue to keep the memories and love shared close for comfort and peace. We love you all very much. I'm free. My life's been full. I enjoyed much. Good friends, good times, a wife's touch. Lift up your hearts and share with me. God wanted me now. He set me free." And Miss Teresa, our sincerest condolences from your family here at the courthouse.
And our
Yes.
prayers go with
Yes,
you.
Absolutely.
yes. Go ahead if you're ready, yes.
Sure. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner. Go ahead.
This is Sandra's father. Passed away. On Tuesday, September 17th, 2024, Juan Johnny Lopez Barrera passed at age of 92. Johnny's journey was one of remarkable accomplishments. At the age of 15, almost 2 months before his 16th birthday, he enlisted in the United States Army during the Korean War. He bore his scars of battle with dignity, earning both the Purple Heart and Bronze Star for his bravery. Johnny served to our nation was not only on the battlefield, but also in the lives he impacted thereafter. He retired as a welder from Corpus Christi Army Depot on January 28, 1976. Johnny was known for his tireless work, ethics, and dedication, but his heart was for service extended far beyond his career. Johnny also served on the Robstown Independent School Board from 1972 to 1976. Even after he stepped away from his official duties, Johnny continued his life work as a vocational instructor with Falfurrias ISD, where he inspired young minds teaching welding. He later moved to Goliad in 1987 and worked at Gulf Bend Center Mental Health Service in Victoria. In 2002, he and his wife moved to Corpus Christi. In his retirement years, he enjoyed a quiet day on the golf course or an afternoon of fishing. He leaves behind his beloved wife. Bella Serna Barrera, 70 years of marriage to his children. They were married for 70 years, wow. And marriage to his children. George Barrera, Rocky Barrera, Sandra Santos, Brenda Perales, and Joan Barrera. Also 13 grandchildren, 27 great-grandchildren, and one great-great-grandson. Prayer service will be held at Ramon Funeral Home on Sunday, September 29th at 7 p.m. Funeral service will be held on Monday, September 30th at 11 a.m. at the Ramon Funeral Home, and he will be laid to rest with full military honors at 1 p.m. at the Costa Bend State Veterans Cemetery. Our condolences and prayers to my chief, my assistant, her family, and he will continue to watch over him where he is, and hopefully God bless all the whole family. Amen.
Absolutely. Our condolences to Miss Sandra as well. Yes. Commissioner Chesney.
Yes, ma'am. First one is Karen Martindale Frisia, passed away Monday, September 2nd, 2024. Born on August 14th, 1947, she lived a life filled with a genuine love for simple pleasures and the people around her. She delighted in spending time with her pets, Tamale, Pippet, and Patches, and was always up for a game, whether it was 42, train, bunco, or a round of Yahtzee on her iPad. Karen's career spanned various fields, from management roles in construction to owning a boutique, and later transitioning into real estate, where she made her mark and forged many cherished friendships. Her collections of monkeys and Day of the Dead memorabilia were personal treasures that reflected her unique taste. A committed member of First Baptist Church, Corpus Christi, Karen actively participated in Sunday school. She was also very engaged with the YWCA. She treasured the moments spent with her daughter, Kara, and granddaughter, Avi, embracing their shared laughter and enjoying life's moments together. With her bright orange nail polish and down-to-earth nature, Karen had a remarkable ability to go with the flow and find humor in life's ups and downs. She's preceded in death by her parents, Millie and Ramon Martindale, her brother Donald Martindale, and her husband, Benjamin Frisia. She is survived by her daughter, Karen Miller, granddaughter, Avi Miller, and her brother, Lanny Martindale. She will be remembered for her strength and sense of humor, impeccable fashion, love for family, friends, and pets, and her love of dessert and the simple joys in life. Our condolences to them. The second one is Eugene Harold Bellini. Gene Bellini was a dedicated and selfless community leader and philanthropist who believed strongly in the power of education. Passed away at the age of 91. Known for his word, handshake, integrity, generous spirit, and witty sense of humor, Gene, as he was affectionately known, was a shining light in all the lives of those who had the privilege of knowing him. His time on earth was marked by an unwavering dedication to education and generosity to his community. He was born in 1933 to John Edward and Mabel Helen Bellini. He graduated from Wharton County Junior College in 1952 and attended the University of Texas. He commenced investing his full-time in business in the Corpus Christi area, giving sums to various charitable institutions. Throughout his life, he served as both a member and president on the board of Del Mar College Foundation. He served on the boards of the Arts Center, Coastal Bend Community Foundation. Over the course of his life, he gave generously to charities, often anonymously. He was a catalyst in launching donations challenges to Del Mar College and one of the contributors who donated the Economic Development Center building. He has left a lasting impact on Del Mar College and on the lives of generations of Vikings. He is preceded in his death by his parents and his brother and his first spouse, Ella Bellini. He is survived by his wife, Carmen Bellini, his siblings, James and Mary Beth. Paul bearers will be Michael George, Mark Escamilla, Matt Adler, Jason Alejandro. The family wishes to thank Dr. Cortese and the medical staff at Christus Spawn. Mr. Bellini was quite the philanthropist in our community, and we wish our condolences to his family and friends.
Are there any others, any commissioners? No? Our sincere condolences go out to each and every one of those families. But if there is no other business, then it is 4:17, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.